rookie, listen up. You're about to learn the basics of survival in Rivals Hover League, so pay attention. Step 1, hop on your hover vehicle. Soar, glide, and drift your way around the arena. Hover high and strike hard. Soar and dominate everything beneath you. Step 2, boost. You want to escape danger or catch a rival. Hit that boost and zoom across the map. It's all about timing. Step 3, remember speed is key, but you can't outrun a bullet, so make your shot count. Hover, boost, shoot your way to become the MVP.
Powered by the most advanced wind force cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aorus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
Yeah, there is.
How much have you looted?
And see if we, like, hit players. Get them. Got good mollies on them. I got them right here. Oh, he. Nice. Careful. Heal up if you have to.
This one's low.
Corner him. Nice. One left. Nice, guys. Nice. No. Don't mess it up like that. We have to pay attention to the mobs too. The mobs will definitely get us. He's trying to run away. He's trying to run away. He's in the corner. He's in the corner right here. Hang on. No, get away, Canamir. There we go.
W.
I think that might have been everybody. Let's go straight towards the stone.
Bro, wait. I saw a legendary stuff.
Yeah, this guy has a legendary. Whoever killed them gets the...
I have to charge it. Oh, they got their teammate up. No. What in the world? Who was that? That was like a random team. Escape headstones appeared. Yeah, this one's appeared. Maybe we camped this one. If this is the one that had those like secret little spots. I think it does. Yeah, you can hide in this little cubby. Alright, yeah, let's hide in here.
Have you checked out the emotes?
Oh, you can emote while crouched?
Yeah, that's
This is kind of cool. Yeah, to communicate. Oh, okay. The swarm took somebody out. It knocked them. Which means they have teammates. Okay.
Two more.
Oh.
They're dead. All three. So that's it.
Is that the whole lobby?
Yeah, I would say that's a whole lobby. That's a full team.
All right. Yeah, I went through. I wanted to see if anybody was coming. Didn't look like they were. These recalls.
Players behind us.
Yeah.
Took down
protection
a monster.
potion.
Enemy spotted.
Got one.
Nice.
Squad wipe!
Nice.
Squad wipe! Oh my god.
It's crazy.
That was badass, dude. I love this game.
RBS 也想过来吗？
这是把队友给放倒了。
Realizing that they shouldn't be isolated here, a great spray forward here. Immediate reaction finds one, tries to knock two here. Isolated perfectly, but now there's only one more time.
나가는 거밖에 답이 없거든요. 자, 떨어지긴 했는데.
혼자 좀 확인하면서 들어올 준비하는 내려오고요.
자, 하나.
자, 여기
이거 둘. 스텔라. 이거 눈 앞으로.
스텔라.
거기다.
There, Petulance actually connects with the 27 damage. Not quite the headshot that he really wanted from all of that. The off angle could be big here. Two down. This could be the death.
이거 컨테이너에서 막겠다고요?
들어가는 게 더 우선.
침수차예요.
人了，快走完了，这里又跑到 Apr 脸上去。
但小左刚下车被左右包围了，先接个造子龙，还没有兄弟过来，一个车怼脸上，他灵活的闪过了。
还有人在车上很老玩了。
pops up, immediately appears over on Crosshair Cattle, but look at what we have here. Couple of flashes, step blades, all troll over inside of Haisaki. Fluky is soaking up the damage as well. So it runs to 10, somehow stays up. The Blues is already closing right hand. The Reds up, Sunrise. Oh!
They're going to crash potentially into this one as well. Here we go, but Matt has a Panzer waiting for you. Knock, knock, who's there? It's Matt, he is a Panzer. They're going to get the knock on the Relo as well. Al-Qudzia, they're done.
Now, looking at the rest of TDT, they're looking to just completely crunch, but the same could be said about FW Rush forward.
야, 살루트 넘어가는 각을 보고 있잖아요. 아리아가 상승세를 갈 때마다 올릴 때마다 뒤에 프렉스는요 귀신같이 와서 잡아버려요.
就在这波再继续换，不是 HQ 是5个人吗？你看普通雷也是往身体哪扔的。是的。这个雷3响，一雷3响炸2个队。是的。子龙在出枪，子龙还可以再打药，不急。子龙慢慢玩，这个时候他脚下有盒子，对，还有好多盒子，慢慢玩，有点来不及打药了，冲出来子龙，哇
！I was talking about with smokes, but they open the door. Now shots coming in from Bot. Connects on anybody. Finds must boat as well. Insane shot from Bot. He gets a third as well.
The dip in the valley. They just need zones now. They cannot afford to have to go on foot. Kraken. There's one. There's a second. And
for quite a while, as they know exactly where Batoons is. Jinx is looking for him there. Goes for Perfectix instantly down. Batoons is very wounded at the moment. Another one goes away of Jinx. Perfectix. Oh no!
Joins into fray as well. And yeah, we have them on screen. Arena. They need to recover Jacob. Jacob is currently down. CC will be on it. On the name! Evil Banana!
Considering they were dead in the water at the end of yesterday.
They're fighting all of them on this front, and now they're starting to realize, wait, oh, Beam is perfect! That is so crucial! Incredible play by Beam to get the second as well!
And it was only a matter of time before we got all 4 of them on the same squad, and it was only a matter of time before they started showing you that they can do things like that. The big sprays from Gizera.
到了车后的方向，想利用道具做一点尝试，而 CDG 是锁定了小五的位置，这个道具拿着在脚边直接全响。
Are recognizable. We're like RBN, like we've seen around, but a lot of these guys are sort of up-and-coming or grinders who are making a name for themselves, and it's just, oh no. Huh? Take him for a ride. There we go. He got out of the car. No! That's just rude. Oh no.
Big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all Battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramo. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Hello PUBG Esports fans, it's that time again, time to kick off another year of global PUBG Esports. It all starts with PGS 7 and 8. Who will make a statement and take a big first step towards the year's finale, the PUBG Global Championship? 6 of our global partner teams will be returning to the PGS stage, along with 4 new global partner teams and 14 regional series qualifiers, with 3 from EMEA, Korea, Americas, APAC, and 2 from China. The PGS format remains the same this year. The 10 global partner teams and 14 regional qualifiers from 5 regions will be divided into groups and compete over a 3-day group stage, where they will play 18 matches across 4 maps. The 16 teams with the most points will advance to the final stage and play 18 matches in 3 days, after which we will crown our first PGS champion of the year. The teams will once again compete for the $300,000 PGS prize pool. 300 PGS points will go to the winners, giving them a massive head start for PGC. In Shanghai, China, PGS 7 and 8 will kick off a whole new year of PUBG Esports. PGS 7 will be held from April 28th through May 4th. PGS 8 is up next and will run from May 12th through 18th. Make sure to stay tuned to the PUBG Esports website and social media to stay up to date with all things PUBG Esports. And welcome to the 2025 Global PUBG Esports.
Welcome PUBG Esports fans to PGS Preview. We are here to catch you up on some of the most interesting stories from the regional series, so you will have everything you need to watch on day 1 of PGS 7, which will kick off in Shanghai, China from April 28th through May 4th, followed by PGS 8 from May 12th through 18th. We will look at some of the spicy roster changes, talk about tournament favorites, and dive into the teams making their PGS debut. I'm your host Lisa, and I'm joined by Yingxi.
Hello everyone, I'm excited to be here and even more excited for PGS. With how the regional tournaments turned out, it may be time to forget everything we learned last year. There are so many new teams and new rosters. There's never been a better time to be a PUBG Esports fan. Should we jump straight in?
Yeah, sure. So first, let's remind everyone of our format for PGS 7. Teams will play in a 3-day group stage where the top 16 will move on to the final stage. It will be a tough fight for our teams and only the strongest will make it to the end. With that in mind, why don't we start by looking at our groups for PGS 7. In Group A, we have Team Falcons, Team Riften 5, Na'Vi, BB Team, G&G, Bagopa, 4 Angry Men, and New Happy. So what are your initial thoughts on this group?
This for me is probably the weakest group coming to PGS 7. We definitely expect to see new Team Falcon roster, formerly the Sonics roster, perform on global stage. They have shown us time and time again that they can contest for any trophy. Beyond Team Falcons and Na'Vi, there are a lot of question marks on this group.
Yeah, correct. I agree. And so what about Bagopa? For the viewers at home who might be newer to the PUBG scene, Bagopa was a team founded by Peel in 2022 after he left G&G the first time. Now they have returned and qualified with Peel back in Pro PUBG. While Peel won't be at PGS this time, and with 2 hard sub it in for him, do you think they can make some waves in this tournament?
To see Bagopa qualify was really surprising. It's an incredible achievement to see so many players come out of retirements to make a squad and qualify all the way to PGS. I think, however, we should temper our expectations for this team. I don't think they can keep pace with the best teams in the world, but if they do it, it will be one of the most incredible stories in PUBG Esports history. We also have 2 of our GPT teams in, 4M and G&G, who have reworked their rosters. This will be a good test for them to see how those changes have worked. But the other team to keep our eye on here is T5. I was impressed through the JR's rotations in APAC, and I think they will be a real contender this year. But for the rest of this group, there are so many new rosters or teams that have underperformed at PGS. We will have to wait and see.
Yes, we have so much to see in the coming season. So why don't we move on to take a look at Group B, which in my opinion is the toughest group. We have our PGC 2024 champions, the Expandable, our 3-peat PGS champions, Twisted Minds, and the ever-present threat of 7A Gamings, as well as T1, Daytrip Gaming, Furia, and newcomers Bestia and Taikula.
This definitely looks like a top group. Twisted Minds may have finished 5th at PEC, but as you said, they lifted 3 PGS trophies in a row last year, which is a record I doubt will be broken anytime soon. They always find a way to be a threat at PGS, and Example put up over 20 kills in PEC Grand Finals, so he still looks dangerous. I think they should remain on our short list of tournament favorites. The same goes for the Expandables. Tanvu and Chloris had combined 70 kills. I think they will prove at PGS 7 and 8 that PGC wasn't a one-time deal. I accept them to be strong.
Yeah, sure. So how about 17 Gaming? They have a roster change for the first time in the PGS era. Suzhou has moved to Tylute, and 7-7 has joined 17 Gamings in the wake of Tianba's breakup. How do you think this change will affect the team on the global stage?
17 Gaming has been one of the most consistent performers on the global stage with their previous roster. But we know this is a team that wants to win, and second place just won't cut it when we want to lift another trophy. 7-7 was a great supportive player on Tianba, and the early results have been promising. 17 Gaming has had a more defined identity working around Xiaowu as the anchor. It remains to be seen how this roster will do on the global stage, but I am optimistic, especially with the second place finished at PCL. Also, I think Furia might surprise some people in this group. This is mostly the legacy squad from last year that we saw big improvements from during 2024, and it looks like they've continued that trend. They've been playing more aggressively, and it's really paying off for them. They were one of 2 teams to break the 100 kills mark with Team Falcons. If they can make it out of this group convincingly, we'll have to add them into the title race conversation.
So how about our final group, Group C? We have ROC Esports, Virtus Pro, E-Arena, Forest Natural Gaming, Divine, and 3 regional champions, GK Esports, Patrick Rhodes, and DN Freaks. I know a lot of people are excited about Ming joining XLab on Patrick Rhodes. Do you think they will live up to the hype?
I think they will. XLab and Ming, 2 of the best fraggers in the history of the game, and they already look like a world-class duo. On top of that, XLab had an unbelievable performance in PCL finals. He topped the charts in every meaningful metric with 45 kills and almost 7,000 damage, which was more than 1,000 above second place. I expect Paro to be near the top of everyone's power rankings coming into PGS 7. That being said, this is still a new change, and it remains to be seen if they can repeat this performance against the best teams in the world. Either way, I know it will be exciting to watch.
What are two other regional champions in the group, GK Esports and DN Freaks. DNF finished the PWS finals with 4 chicken dinners and 2 second places in a 12-match grand finals, beating second place finishers T1 by a margin of 74 points. Meanwhile, GK Esports shocked PEC, claiming the title with an entirely new roster. How do you think this will change the group dynamic?
GK Esports has a very interesting story already. You have Diffix, formerly of Navi, Quizzy, formerly of VP, and Spyro, formerly of BB Team and Twist Minds. These are a lot of very good players who just haven't found the right home. These players alone have a combined 8 PGS appearances. On paper, this is a team that looks like it could compete in PEC, but for them to go and win in their first event together was a real surprise. Spyro seems like he might be back to his PGS2 form, and Diffix looks like a new player on this roster with 6.8 thousand damage dealt in the finals. I can't remember the last time I was excited to see a roster make their global debut, and I think they have the chance to shake up the power balance among the top teams. On the other hand, we have the Freaks. DN Freaks are far and away the best team from PWS coming to PGS 7 and 8 in my mind. They won the finals by 74 points, which is absolutely insane. Salute looked unstoppable in PWS with 39 kills in the 12-game finals. He was smurfing in the pro lobby with some of the biggest names in PUBG Esports history. I think their performance regionally definitely makes them one of the big tournament's favorites.
So now that we have had a quick look at our 3 groups, and speaking of tournament favorites, why don't we just take a minute to talk about the teams you think will be in the running for the PGS trophy on the final day?
It seems like Twist Minds has some magic at PGS. Maybe it's the short-form tournaments that suit them. Either way, I have high hopes for them, but I predict 2 months ago that Peril would win PCL, and I'm sticking with them for PGS. How about you? Which teams do you have your eye on?
Peril definitely delivered an impressive performance regionally. I agree they're one of the top contenders. I'm also really looking forward to seeing how Falcon performed this year with the original Sonics roster on board. I think they will continue to be strong. Since this is the first global event of the year, every team here is a world-class squad. It set the stage for this year's first true clash, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how it all plays out. I have actually one more question for you, Yingxi. Are there any interesting storylines you will be following at PGS 7? I know for me, I'm excited to see the rematch of our PGC contenders. For example, we have Expandables, TSM, Freaks, VP, and T1. They all had a shot at the trophy going into the final match of PGC 2024.
That was an incredible way to finish this year. I hope we can see something similar at PGS. For me, I'm looking forward to seeing all of the new and returning teams. We have 5 entirely new teams: Bestia, ROC Esports, Divine, Taikula, and GK Esports. We also have teams we are seeing for the first time in years like Begopa and Forest Natural Gaming. On top of that, this was one of the most active offseason in PUBG Esports history. We haven't even talked about E-Arena yet, who managed to sign Narins in the offseason. It will be our first chance to see him on a team not called Daytrade. Mine, Zilzon, and DraftKings are returning to PGS on the new Bestia squad. New Happy qualified with a completely new roster. 4M brought Atomu and Longzi from Thailand. JNG rebuilt with a new roster as well. There is so much to watch at PGS. I can't wait for the tournament to start.
I agree. I think our first global event of the year, PGS 7, is set to be one of the most exciting PUBG events in history, so make sure you're here to join us for all the fun. PGS 7 will kick off in Shanghai on April 28th with 3 days of group stage and 3 days of grand finals from May 2nd to May 4th, where we will crown our first PGS champions of the year. Then after a week break, we will be back in action from May 12th through May 18th for PGS 8. Also, you can stay up to date with all things PUBG Esports on PUBGesports.com. That would do it for us here on PGS Preview. Thank you again for Yingxi for joining us and sharing your insight. I'm your host Lisa, and I'll see you on April 28th for PGS 7. Bye!
Bye!
The last opportunity to get points on the board as we rocket towards the grand finals here for PGS 7. And we have got ourselves an opportunity for all of these teams to put themselves in a place of strength. Joining me to my right-hand side, I have Avenger. My name is Kalaris, joining everybody around the world to figure out who is going to be going to the grand final here for our first international of the year. Yes, let's go.
Do you think all these teams have been ready for this first global here? Like, I feel like after the first 2 days, I was like, it kind of sprung on them that, okay, we're at an international stage now. It's so much different to what regional has been.
It's a tough one. It's tough when I talked to some of the players. Obviously, those first couple of Erangels were difficult for them, but there were some teams all out of place. But what's not out of place is everybody bringing this tournament your way here. Thank you to Crafton as well as Hero Esports for making things happen here for PGS 7.
Yeah, and of course to OP.GG here for overpowering our game, and also bringing us all the stats on their homepage.
Absolutely.
To deep dive.
Yeah, always happy to check out them and see what's going on. Of course, we have Aurus joining us as well, our official PC partner, to make everything sure it's squeaky clean up on the stage.
Yeah, and of course the strongest CPU in the business, AMD, for joining us here for the processors.
Lovely stuff. Next up, of course, we have Zowie coming in here as our official monitor partner to make sure that everybody can see the crystal clear vision of their opponents in the distance.
Yeah, and you want to make sure you're also comfortable. Are you here? And you do that with Anderseat. All these guys are comfortable while sitting. Also, all the other guys that are working here in the back, they're also comfortable.
They're very comfortable. Yeah, and finally, of course, we've got Lexi joining us as our official Memory Stick sponsor and partner here, because nothing's good like being able to remember exactly what's going to be going on, and all these teams are going to be dropping in the right location. So, without further ado, let's talk about all the nitty-gritty of what's going to go on here for day 3. Of course, we had some surprises, I think is fair to say, but one surprise that I think really shone above a lot of them, Daytrade getting #1. I was watching from back in the hotel, seeing what was going on. I'm like, even Daytrade's here at the very top, #1.
But also being able to bring a record into the most kills in a single day in a PTS, that's kind of crazy. This is the 7th one, and we've been, we've had some crazy PTSs with, the Twisted Mind there. We had some kind of insane days from them too, but it was broken. And Daytrade, yeah, what an amazing day. I talked to some of the players from the teams, and all of them said it's kind of scary at that point. Once they've gotten such a good start, you don't want to be running at them. You don't want to contest them, because they're just going to run at you and they're going to commit everything to that fight, because they're already qualified. They're already in. And for a few situations here, 17 was one of them. Pero was one of the other ones that actually got the hard end of the hammer on the Daytrade.
I feel like there's big commitment to long-term growth for Daytrade, right? Think about it.
They're not day trading; they're monthly trading.
Yeah, but the long-term investments, right? Like once they brought Thanadol in, because I thought they were languishing, really. Like the couple of roster changes that they did, bringing Thanadol in and now bringing Tigger in, it really feels like these components have set a really strong foundation, and their region in general has strong foundations. It's fair to say. So maybe if they can continue this in the grand final, they could be a big contender.
And also how chaotic everything has been in APAC, it kind of suits the style that has been happening more recently on the global stage, right? It kind of fits them well, where everything is a little bit more predictable.
That being said, though, Daytrade looking good at the top here, but let's focus on... We thought Group C was going to come in and absolutely blast the lobby. Not to be the case for some of the teams, right? We start things off, of course, with our regional champions. 2 of them having a bit of a hard time that we thought might absolutely destroy everything. Sure. Fury starting things all right, though.
Yeah, Fury the only team here in the ranking, as you see, that has played all 12 matches so far. They're not going to stay in 5th. They're probably going to drop down a little bit, but it's looking decent for them. DK obviously missing out. Divix, right? So that's kind of a rougher situation for them. T-Fighter did extremely well, but they're coming today, and I heard that Fluky might be popping off, so let's keep an eye on that.
Well, you'd hope so. They had obviously a great start to their group stage. They got themselves that win from the compound that kind of the circle fortuitously shifted towards them, right? Beyond that game, though, where are they sat? It's a little bit of a difficulty for sure. So we'll see if they can kind of tighten the bolts a little bit, I think, for this day.
And then we have Freaks, of course. They had an absolute terrible day yesterday, so hopefully they can kind of step it up. And then Pero, a lot of expectations on these guys, right? They are in a home turf here. They don't have to travel. They just did really well in PCL not that long ago. They should be in a momentum where we're thinking, okay, these guys might be able to come in here and really ruffle their feathers a little bit at the very top.
Let's focus in on Petrichor Road, actually. I want to talk about them a bit further because obviously when you look at, this is PCL Finals Day 1 compared to PGS 7 Day 1, right, in terms of numbers. Obviously, we are expecting huge things coming out from Petrichor Road for their first day. It did not materialize. What do you think that came off the back of?
I mean, first of all, you have to point out it's 77 points in just one day for the
They're capable.
fans. They're very capable of doing great things, but they are greedy. And you can see here, one of them, Day Trade, punishing that. It's basically a 1-1-2 split for it. They're getting punished from it. They're not expecting these things. And then the random things happens, like a Panzerfaust on T1. No, easy kill for that. Pero's out before that. They died quite early. Another pull-up where it's kind of a late rotation. And that's the big thing for me, is they pull up quite late. And they're kind of indecisive in some of the things here. If this is phase 5, they're doing basically a full ground car, driving towards some of these compounds, expecting some places to be open. Phase 5 has nothing that's open at that point. Phase 4 has nothing that's open at that point, right? That's really the unfortunate thing for them. They had that, obviously, the big game where they're able to take a win home. That's where most of their points came from yesterday. And they're able to also put the hammer down onto Freaks.
Yeah, of course, a lot of expectations coming in from DN Freaks, but it really didn't come together either. Now, there is a world, as we take a look at their PWS finals day 1 compared to PGS day 1. Like, we know that they are also unbelievably capable. They absolutely destroyed their region. It gives rise to the idea, though, when we were talking about it before, these league stages of regional tournaments, we saw it in PEL back in 2019, I think it was, or something like that. It feels like, I mean, it's only one day's game, so it's maybe a small sample size. However, is there a correlation between them just getting comfortable playing against their region and not necessarily playing international PUBG in some of those games?
It just feels like it's too far apart, right? They were able to dominate Korea so much. They got 92 points in one day of PWS finals, right? Here, 18 points in same amount of games. Like, it's vastly different, right? And that's where, as I just said here, you got to realize this is not regionals. You can't do the same things. You have to adapt. You have to maybe play a little bit slower, because in the global series and what has been kind of globally across PGC as well, it's been way more chaotic. It's been way more unpredictable. You have to play as much as you can, backs free, play towards the circle if you're not able to get one of those center compounds free. Here we see blind sense, we're seeing emergency pickups too late, we're seeing situations where they're just getting picked apart because they're driving too close to some of the best players in the world, and they're just going to get picked out of the cars.
I'm going to be honest, watching PWS, there were some moments where they got away with criminal amounts of control for like circles and splits and stuff like that. That's not going to happen on the international stage. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard so far and confirm our suspicions about probably who ready is going to be getting into that grand final. We are expecting maybe a little bit of a difference in the cutoff point. We can get in that into a moment. But Day Trade, guaranteed through. Twisted Minds, Tycooler, guaranteed through. The Expendables, our world champions, gonna be in that grand final as well.
And this is one of the first times where the 8 teams that are done playing are literally just the 8 teams that are on top, right? So we're looking at a clean cutoff with 56 points. The next step is 63, 64, 65. Depending on how many teams kind of go through today, we could see that cutoff points change, right? But we only have 1 team currently in triple digits. I know we have 2 on 98, but still, that is kind of a rare occurrence that we see that. We usually have a few teams that are in triple digits.
Now let's talk about that cutoff point, right? When between what is going to be here. Top 16 will advance to that grand final. And if we take a look at the cutoff point here for a moment, I want you to kind of talk about what you're thinking we will maybe see about a cutoff point and relative to that one team that has sponged up some points.
Sure. I mean, historically, I always say it's between 55, 60, right? And
Usually.
That's kind of wherever as you see here in the graphic. It's only been one time before where we've been above 60, it was 63. And I think actually, again, with only 1 team being up there, unless we see, Navi said we're going to get 100 points, above 100 points today. But if we only have 1 or 2 teams that have actually been able to get into the triple digits and really sponge up the majority of those points, I think we're going to see maybe one more time that we're going to have a cutoff point in the 60s. Could be, 61, 60s, early 60s. But that could push teams like T1 down. It could push these teams that are, on the cusp right now. But it really comes down to how much do our kind of mid-pack teams take and kind of drop that off.
So T1 potentially under threat is what you're saying here. Let's take a look at our 13th through 24th teams as well. And actually there's an extension of that really, because unfortunately for South Korea so far, a very, very rough start to this tournament, right? Obviously, we expected DN Freaks to blast Begapur and Genji. I think maybe we expect a little bit less from them here. Divine's the one that might be able to try and make a big jump up. I mean, technically, they all have capabilities of being able to make a jump, but if Korea does not advance into the finals in its entirety, that would be a disaster.
It'll be insane, never heard of before, right? And also, you have to remember, half of these teams here on this lower half, well, half of the 24 teams, the majority of the teams today, they need to more than double what they did.
Yes,
they need to play better than they did to be within that kind of close distance, because, you know, all the other teams, they are going to be getting, you know, their 10, 20 points. Our teams in our 40s, our teams in that area, Falcons, they're going to go out, they're going to get the points easily. I don't see them not coming in. And then the question is, how ballistic do they go after that? Or do they kind of focus on some of those teams that are not currently inside the cutoff point to make sure they don't go to the finals? Because the fact is, 8 of the teams playing today here very likely could be some of the teams that are not going to be qualifying here today, and it's kind of rare, right? Usually it's 2 or 3 from the other group that's chilling out that also drops out, but it's very likely that it's going to be 8 or 7 teams playing today that are getting dropped out.
Well, let's take a look at how everything shapes up as well, because we only have one more day of the group stages. Of course, we have already had 2, of which Group A is kind of, well, they are going to be trying their very best here to deal with Group C, as much as Group C, let's be real, pretty much floundered a little bit yesterday compared to what we were expecting. I still do think there is extreme power here. They just need to somehow utilize it, and Group A is still got to be very careful.
Yeah, we're going to see. You know, of course, Na'Vi contested 17 for a long time, right? And it looks like they're going to be uncontested and things, unless something crazy happens. And that will change up everything, right? Because they're going to go out and we're saying, yeah, we're getting 80+ points today. They're going to have to sponge up quite a bit. We're starting a wrangle, so it's the well thought of and well calculated. Everything is kind of figured out on the map, right? And that's really the thing. You still need to get your averages on that map, right?
Well, almost to a detriment, right? I mean, we were talking about it. It's as if a lot of teams kind of really start heavily trying to metagame other teams on Erangel because it is so thought out.
Yeah. And it's being metagamed to a degree where people are overcommitting. You know, they're going
overanalyzing.
Overanalyzing. They're like, oh, this team is going to go here. And quite often we actually see some compounds just completely open because people are not expecting the high priority compounds to be open because, you know, there should be a team in there. We're just going to play the edge. We're going to play slowly. And then they're going to kind of take these jumps towards where their circle is going to be ending.
All right, well, we are just moments out before we get to it. Who do you think's making it through out of those teams at the bottom?
Oh, I think Navi's going to make it up today. Yeah,
you think so?
Sure. Yeah, I think Navi's going to make it up today. So that's going to be cool to follow.
No EMEA bias there at all? No. They are a good roster. We'll see how they're going to fare. All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you for tuning in around the world. It is time to get day number 3 of the group stage well underway here for PGS 7.
在国际舞台上不用想太多，专注于自己的枪，把枪开出来比什么都重要。
세계대회는 템포가 빠르고 선수들이 굉장히 잘 쏘기 때문에 조심해라, 그리고 또 잘해보자. 세계대회 그 정도 아니다 라고 했던 것 같습니다.
Muitos deles estão jogando aqui contra os ídolos, então falei para eles não ficarem tão assustados quanto a isso, para eles se divertirem, curtirem o momento e se manterem muito confiantes.
Everyone knows us in Europe as the Revengers, so now it's time to show it on PGS.
我不觉得我们一直拿第2是一种诅咒，而是实力的象征。我们缺乏的就是一点运气。
Sim, a gente deve ser considerado um time favorito para esse campeonato, por conta que a nossa região é muito forte, onde a gente tem Falcons, Liquid jogando, e a gente acabou de ser campeão, então acredito que a gente vem forte sim para levar esse troféu.
ก็หายขึ้นครับเพราะว่าเราได้กินอาหารจานย่อยไปแล้วครับต่อไปก็คืออาหารจานหลักครับผม
Such a victory for our PGC champions, the Expendables.
Bọn mình Te đến với giải đấu PGS thì cũng là tem Việt Nam duy nhất ở PGS này, thì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng để đạt được chức vô địch để đem về cho mọi người những trận đấu mãn nhãn.
살루트 선수를 보면서 저도 많이 배우고 서로 이제 저는 오더고 살루트 선수는 이제 총을 굉장히 잘 쏘기 때문에
저희 팀이 많은 준비를 했기 때문에 우승권에 들 거라고 확신합니다. DNF가 간다.
因为我们这个阵容也是第一次来到国际赛嘛，很多人也在质疑我们国际赛的实力，我们也会用枪来证明自己。希望你们遇到我们不要害怕。
感觉我们比赛应该也挺好看的。
就我们的打法来说，大家应该还是会蛮喜欢的。兄弟们等着看我们表演就行了。
PUBG is a team game, and experience leads to team chemistry. So the top teams being rock solid is just, I think, a symptom of team chemistry being one of the most important factors in gameplay.
You could have players like Himas or Example pop off, but if you don't have all 4 of you performing, then you're not going to win the tournament.
У нас сейчас очень высокое доверие в команде на каждый пол. Мы верим друг другу. Я считаю, что тиммейты все по-настоящему уникальны. У всех какая-то своя особенность имеется.
I know that every single team is 100% prepared for us, and I know for sure that it's going to be 100% sweeter when we're going to win.
Тик-так, чуваки, вы скоро будете уничтожены.
Welcome everyone once again to beautiful Shanghai, where we are here for our final day of group stages during this PUBG Global Series 7. We have Groups A and C today. All the other days have provided nothing but entertainment, lots of individual performances. And what will today bring us today? I am porous. I am porosaurus. I am porous.
You're porous. I mean, you are kind of porous.
I am a little porous, especially when it's as hot as it is in here. But joining me is Matchroom, and we are here to bring you all the action here on the final day and let you know who will make it to our grand final.
Yeah, there is a lot on the line. Like analysts were talking about the chance for Korea to maybe be kind of knocked out of this one unless they can get some stuff together. We've seen kind of a couple of problems at the bottom end of the leaderboard. Not a lot of point generation coming over there. So there's the potential of maybe having a pretty big day depending on how good the research has been going. We've only looking at really, 3 days for a group stage. Each team is only playing 2 days of them. So there's a capabilities that maybe, sure, day 1 was trash, or day 2 could be great, but I mean, we've got Apr-4 Road in here, we've got Falcons, a lot of opportunities for those squads to really step in because this does feel like this might be the weaker of the 3 days of lobbies.
Well, yeah, when you think about it, nobody was expecting. I think everybody was expecting Group C to come out here and just kind of dominate on everybody, but it was a little bit of a slow start, maybe a little bit of rust coming into international competition. Again, this is still the beginning of the year for all intents and purposes, so not too terribly surprising to see you guys having a little bit of a slow roll, especially teams with new rosters. But you can't stick around with that. You got to fix that and start getting points immediately, or you're going to find yourself sitting here watching the grand finals from home.
Well, we've also been seeing a lot more, I guess, crazy Erangel games, which I'm loving. I mean, love seeing the fact that Erangel is getting a lot more exciting.
Exciting Erangel once again.
Yeah, because it could be sometimes a bit like, I don't know, formulaic. And now it feels like with a lot of the new blood teams, the meta kind of shifting up, where we're seeing a lot more aggression in the early stages, hot drops happening all over the place. There's a lot of opportunities for teams that play scrappy and fast to net a lot of points.
Who do you, if you had to, hey, hi buddy, if you had to pick one team that maybe had a little bit more of a rough start in their first 6 games that you were expecting to kind of turn it around here in day number 2, who would you go for?
Ooh, I mean, Freaks?
That would have to be at the top of my list.
Freaks would probably be up there. T5 actually wasn't as spicy as I was kind of expecting them to be, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see them mix it up a bit more today.
Well, we get to get right into the games now and find out who will be making our grand final of PGS 7, the first final of 2025. Here as we start again with 2 games on Erangel before we go over to Tego, then to Rondo, and we finish things up in the dusty dunes of Miramar. But right off the bat, plane going from the southwest to the northeast. I didn't see any potential hot drops in the drop channel here today, but
nobody saw
Nobody saw yesterday.
So,
exactly.
I mean, well, there was a lot of them that we did expect, but then we didn't get the ones that we were expecting and got some kind of curveball ones.
True.
So I could be totally down for that. We'll have to see. Commitment on this plane path, given the fact that we've got the plane path starting up over the channel itself, means the fact that we are going to see Forest make the commitment down towards Military Base Island. Could be beneficial for them, so a lot of opportunities in that. But we have also been seeing a lot of, I guess, off-center circles off the get-go has been kind of the theme. I mean, the gambler's fallacy, right? Oh, we've been seeing this happen a lot, so it could continue to happen or it could never happen.
Sure.
But with this kind of southern plane path, you have to make an expectation that we're kind of looking up into that more like eastern area of Erangel itself.
I'm sure all the Na'Vi fans in the chat very happy to see that their boys are all alone and by themselves in their Pachinki hot drop. No unwanted visitors or guests this time around, at least so far, as our circle will pop and it is going to cut just a little bit off the east. They're excited. They seem very hypey about it.
At this stage, you just gotta go get the vehicles, get away as fast as possible. Looks like nothing too crazy off the start. Given positioning, though, do notice the fact that we did see H1. I was gonna say nab himself a vehicle and a pretty centered spot. The rest of Falcons are kind of caught up around Geeky as well as Begapa, so there could be a potential for something weird to happen over there.
That's a really interesting drop spot for both Geeky and Falcons. That's not something you see very often. So you got to wonder what these guys are going to be sitting on as far as loot goes. But H-Win's already sent himself to the dead center of the circle. Tickleton's on his way, so I don't think Falcons are planning on sticking around too long.
Yeah, this feels like this is just maybe secure some vehicles, get some rough loot to start, maybe do some trash looting, because Falcons in region tend to play pretty centered, where we see Na'Vi and 17 that have been dusting it up at. So instead, they're kind of shifting away from their norms. So no big surprises on that, so that they might have to kind of figure out some stuff. Mansion's good, specifically for 2 people, so can't be too mad about that one. Tickleton himself is going to be playing around, I believe that's Alamo position, getting some loot, while H1 is just securing a foothold, I would guess.
Yeah, Geeky, meanwhile, got in vehicles and headed off to the north, so it doesn't look like they're too terribly interested in sending it right towards the center position. Instead, they'll play from the edge, as we see those Na'Vi boys hanging out in Pachinki all by themselves, nothing to shoot at. What are they going to do?
I mean, yeah, this is, what do you do if you're Na'Vi? You're so used to instantly fighting somebody. Now you had to, like, warm up for an extra 10 minutes before you're starting the matches, right?
Exactly. Hey, look, 17 seemed pretty happy about it yesterday, so I'm sure Na'Vi going to be pretty happy about it here today. As Petrichor Road starting to make their way over towards Potato Mountain and Death Road area. Looking down, it looks like maybe he got eyes on H-Win.
Taking out tires, I think?
It might be tires, yeah. I don't think he got eyes on H-Win proper, but if nothing else, he knows somebody's there.
Okay, Petrichor Road, I like this. Petrichor Road off of point generation for their day one is in a good position. I mean, we've been talking about like the potential of like 60, maybe 60-ish points, a little bit above that could be cut off. So managed to generate themselves 33 on their first day of play. So they really just have to replicate what they did. But that said, I had a lot higher hopes than 30 points on a day for Petrichor Road.
I'm sure they did, too.
So them coming out and at least getting some early aggression, even if it's only tires, means the fact that they're starting to try to assert some control over a circle, which I like to see.
Yeah, I mean, remember yesterday, I mean, the majority of the points that Petrichor Road got, they got in the first game when they got that win, and they weren't able to really build off of it. But I'm kind of keeping one eye on them because it looks like they may be setting up around, they may have figured out H-Win is by himself, but they're okay. They look comfy in a 2-2. I think they should be okay. Gen G, meanwhile, well, they've got a lot of work left to do, don't they? Sitting in 22nd overall with 17 points. Not the start that they had envisioned.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a literal uphill battle, but Rock is going to be the team that is closest to them. 2 teams in desperate need of points. I'm talking like anything that they can get at this stage. And Rock, we know, can play the early games pretty aggressive. It just hasn't felt like it's been cemented in yet. There is a lot of experience on the Rock roster. We just haven't really seen it gel yet on the international stage. So if anything, this could be I guess a testing ground. Hey, look, DP, I'm fine.
That's not what you want to see him do.
Look, I will not tolerate the DP slander.
I mean, look.
It's not the best gun in the game, but you know what? What it does well.
It's better than nothing. I
mean, it's true.
It's better than nothing. And right now, RBN just kind of...
It looks like a spaceship whenever you got a scope on it, though.
It does.
It looks like something out of Star Trek, and I love it.
We'll take it. I mean, hey, so RBN kind of getting a read on exactly where Gen G is, but I think he knows that you spot 2, but you have no idea where the other guys are, right? So taking those shots kind of gets a little bit scary. Tosi, on the other hand, does not care. He'll spot somebody, take the shots immediately.
I mean, it's called Death Road for a reason. We can see Irina's going to spot out Barpo off the start, and that is a harsh start for Divine.
No, that is on the southwest, on the edge of the zone. Barpo, the forward man, doing a little scouting, trying to go up to the high ground, see where the next guys could go. But Irina leaving 2 behind. They end up getting a nice little free point for it. So Divine now having to reconsider their options, maybe thinking about sticking towards the coast.
Or at least, it looked like they might have been eyeing maybe going on that western bridge and just using Millie and circling around, which couldn't be the worst idea. But Forest isn't really moving too much out of Milta itself, the crossroads. They finally hopped into some vehicles. There is also like the, what is it, Toffees likes to call it, the ice chest that's over there just to the north of the western bridge, so maybe go for a stop-off. Begapa under a little bit of duress, but I mean, I would say a very little bit of duress, so they should be perfectly fine playing off of position. Teams that are not yet inside the circle, we've got Geekay up to the north that managed to make a Kamishki loot, and then we also have T5 that's going to be coming in from the north, pretty much tailing in back behind VP. Everybody else kind of settled except for them and Divine.
Yeah, for the most part, we hyped up the fact that Erangel has been so nasty and bloody and dirty, and then all of a sudden now here today, it's just turning into everybody's friends. Everybody's happy. Everybody's just going to hang out and
it's an off-center circle, right?
Flowers.
Not a lot of chaos to be happening yet. Wait for the second circle. Also, this is a lot of teams that really need points, so playing a bit more passively at the start is kind of what you see happen with safety.
Yeah, well, there's still a lot of people on the move, despite the fact that everybody's kind of made their way into the zone already. They're still kind of flexing out, seeing how much real estate they can take up and kind of secure position, find themselves a little bit more information if they can. PWD being the tip of the spear here for Geekay, doing a little bit of scouting. He should be spotting out these Virtus Pro boys and the rest of the squad coming in behind. He's just going to feed that information over. But it looks like Lucarux might have caught on to him here. Oh, the shot's actually coming through.
I mean, people inside of vehicles, see if we can get something out of it. No big surprise on it. VP, they should have a couple of areas to play, most notably Heaven, Sky Garden, whatever you want to call it. Looks like it's going to be available. They're going to play up on the southern section of that. I wouldn't be surprised. Yep, that's where Beamy's making the cut in. Nobody's taking shots at him, so maneuver in, get themselves into a safer position. A lot of focus around Death Road itself. Seems like a lot of teams think that that's going to be the focal point for the in-game positionings. But we still also have Prison School, Rajak, a ton of stuff that are going to be available for this one. Even Pachinki itself is still in play. So we do have Irina that's also playing right along the coastline. And pretty close to them is going to be New Happy. And New Happy has been having themselves a pretty decent run at the start of this one. 44 points on their one day so far. Puts them at the top of the present leaderboard for the day.
The dance continues on the top of Death Road as neither side really wants to fully commit to this because they know that it's a 2-2 split, and I don't think they want to fully commit to taking Death Road. I think they prefer both sides to keep this 2-2 as long as they can. So in order to do that, you can't really fully commit to taking a fight here unless you get that knock.
It's two teams also that are very nervous about taking a fight, so don't want to make any form of commitment until they feel like they've got something. That's the problem, though. Until they feel like they've got it, that means that there's going to be a lot of third-party harassment that can start coming into play. We already see BB. Looks like they're taking a couple of shots at what's going to be going on with Rock over there. Freaks, you can see taking a couple of shots into T5's positioning. This is going to be pretty far north in the circle. We also do have an emergency pickup that has been dropped by VP's Nixie. I think that might just be a safety play in case the circle cuts really hard to the south.
Yeah, it could be a scouting maneuver on his part because the rest of his team's already in Heaven. They're nowhere near him, so they're just waiting for the pop to come through. And yeah, I mean, this has been the nicest and kindest Circle 1 that we've seen in a long time on Erangel. It feels like I think a lot of these teams really realizing how much work they still have left to do, and they don't want to take any unnecessary risks just yet to start off the day.
And I mean, that's kind of the downside, right? If you're playing on the last day, you're now playing catch-up against everybody. You've got to make sure that you get the points. Your point generation is in there, so it makes it a bit more stressful. Yeah, the guys that are kind of sitting back and watching today, there's a different level of stress, but you've already done your job. Now it's on everybody to see if they can kind of usurp up. And oh, Geek is going to be running right into the thick of VP. Quickly jumps out, and that's going to be PWD that manages to get the knock on a 1. Has to be careful, juking around, but it's going to be a tongue move for 4 Angry Men that gets the drop on a PWD.
Isn't that always the way in these international lobbies? As soon as you start fighting, you think you're in a 1v1, but in fact, there are 2 other guns looking right down the barrel at you. 4 Angry Men in a perfect position to take advantage of this fight, and they will pick off at least 1 point for themselves. Virtus.pro down to 2, and Geek looks like they've got 1 knocked. We'll see if PWD can get back on his feet.
This is very far into the northeast of the safe zone, so everybody is just trying to do some damage control over here. Geek does have this hillside that they're trying to use for cover, but I mean, it looks like it's going to be a bit more problematic to get out of, as they have put themselves in a pinch position. With VP being down to just 2, they did manage to at least get to a control point to play from, but Beamy's got to try to regroup, and that's going to be Geek's Spyro taking a couple of shots at him, at least shooing him back over to Nixie's direction.
And looking at the map, it looks like Geek was able to get the res onto PWD and escape the fire from 4 AM. So back to having to reset.
Yeah, they had to leave the circle in order to regroup. This is an interesting play just to say, okay, that's a bit hotter than we wanted, so instead let's step back out. Let's see if we can reset and reapproach. They at least have an idea on where 4 Angry Men is based off of the shots that were coming out. So maybe that information can give them a bit more. Arena also making a rotate down around Potato. Looks like they're going to be shooed away by Na'Vi up on top of Potato.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where Geek decides to go here, and it looks like they're opting on going north, wrapping around to the north side rather than continuing on that eastern edge, knowing that 4 AM and Virtus.pro were already down there. So we'll see if they end up running into Theraton 5. That's about the closest one to him. Arena, meanwhile, Sizzy all by himself, just spotting out those players for Gen G off in the distance.
There is a bit of this situation brewing over here around Farm, where we do have Forest that's holding down 1 position. I mean, how apt is it the fact that we have Forest hanging around Farm?
Forest in the Farm?
Yeah, I mean, the new Happy is going to be very close running a 2-2 split, but this is a defendable position for both sides. So if anything, this is just trying to see if they need to make sure if they get a shift. This is pretty close to the edge, so there might be a potential brew that happens whenever the next circle hits, but oh, Aaron Gell, I loved your chaos, and now we're back into, okay, the chess match, right? Yeah. It's all about trying to feel out and figure out positionings, which is fun in its own different way. I mean, but it's a lot headier of play than we've been seeing the first 2 days.
It's true. It's true. Well, New Happy, it looks like they'll leave Forest at the farm. Forest, surprised, out of their element. They're out of their element, Donnie. But they get farm to themselves, as New Happy will continue to just kind of play off in the compounds off to the south side. Everybody really just kind of happy with where they're at, just waiting to see where the next wrap is going to be. And look at this, PWD now coming down far, far, far on the eastern side. He's going to run right into the middle of a Begopa split here. Needs to be careful, needs to have his eyes on. You can see, oh, he's got Haruzen with him, so they will hear the engines of Begopa rotating right in front of them. But Quizzy and Spiro still way, way off to the north. Geek kind of coming up with an alternative solution for how to approach this Circle 3 problem.
All right, so it is going to be Death Road with a bit of Potato still in play. You can see the condensing starting to happen. Petrichor Road's trying to regroup up to the north. Freaks already inside of their vehicles. They're going to have T5 that are going to be back behind them. There is the open compound that just got circled. Looks like that's going to be the sight line where we're going to see the Freaks trying to make a run into. VP trying to defend in. They're going to spot out Begopa in their rotation, but Beamy down. Nixie on Nero, no life, and he's going to go down. VP, the troubles continue.
Another fight happening there as Virtus.pro trying to go in their rotation. They end up losing everybody that time around. Begopa should be able to get their man back on his feet, but they do lose 1 in the process. Now there was another fight as well as Forest ran into Rock, and now E-Arena right on top of Divine. Hella the last one up. Hella is down, and Divine is eliminated. E-Arena should be able to get all these reses.
Death Road leaning into its name right now. Gen G did hear that. Looks like they're maneuvering pretty close to E-Arena's positioning.
They gotta go. Come on, Orca.
Gotta be careful. We have T5 also jockeying up position with 4 Angry Men. Let's not forget, we still have Geek that is separated out into a 2-2 that could be trying to broach into 2 different points of positioning.
I love this from Gen G. I love this from Gen G. They need to get in there. They need these points. Being from distance is going to provide some cover fire. and a little bit of Overwatch. They need to just get Orca in grenade range if they can, but they're being a little bit soft about it. There we go. Okay, Orca will try to get there. He's going to toss the first one. It's going to be a little bit too short though, and they've got that shelter around there as well. So if Gen G really, really wants this, they're going to have to commit a little bit more than it looks like they're willing to.
Americano isn't with the rest of the squad. He's holding the low ground positioning down along the road as it dips off of position. So now we've got T5. Looks like they were kind of maneuvering in off of this, but we can see that 4 Angry Men are still dipped down on point. 4 Angry Men seem to be aware of where T5 is playing from, and they're trying to shift down into the south. But that means that DK is going to be coming up right back behind him. Rustin is going to take a couple of shots right after HS, and that's going to force them right into the GK line. GK already has vision on 4 Angry Men. They're in a crossfire. Very few options to rotate from, so even if they continue on this pathing, that puts them in a Begapa. So GK now has to shift away from this point, with Hiruzen trying to shift out, maybe finding a path, but they have to be careful. They're going to be going on the opposing side away from Begapa, but that means that could put them next to BB.
Yeah, they got themselves a little bit of fortification here right on the edge of the circle, and that is going to be enough for the time being. They need to get a little bit more idea of what's going on inside this part of the zone before they try to progress any further. And I think they're already taking shots from Begapa. 4 AM, meanwhile, you got to give credit where it's due. They got the wheel shot off there, but I think it was Longs still managed to keep the US going straight and didn't end up spinning out. So well done by him. That could have been an easy knock for 4 AM, but they have 4 up still as Theraton 5 is starting to sniff a little bit close.
We also have BB that's lined up pretty close to Rock down into the southeast. There's not a lot of different ways to play around it. Solds is going to get the knock onto Phil first. This is pretty close up. New Circle's going to pop, and it is going to lean over into the east. It means the fact that you're going to have to work around these points pretty heavily. Rock is going to get a retaliation knock back over towards him. Phil first has to step away, or is down, so that means that the rest of BB has to step away and try to commit into the res.
All right, this is going to be really interesting. What Na'Vi decides to do. If they push right into E Arena, Gen G needs to get Americano up on Death Road as quickly as possible so they can third-party that fight if it happens. While GK, they're trying to send shots down range towards 4 AM. They're so low, but they can't afford to leave their compound just yet. It doesn't look like to go really engage in this fight. Long's the last one up. He's trying to survive in that smoke wall, trying to see if he can maybe get the revives off, but Godvi at least will be one to go down.
So this circle is mostly open as we see the recess sections from the northern side of Death Road. That means that Petrichor Road, Na'Vi already having to fight. Freaks are going to have to make a move of their own. 4 Angry Men under a ton of duress. They still need to maneuver into the circle themselves with GK holding down that one angle and Begapa already holding down the dip at the crossroads. It's going to become more complicated. Let's not forget about T5 up on top of the hillside, looking down into this, seeing if they have an opportunity to get the shots into what's going to be going on. But Salute for the Freaks are maneuvering into a point very close to where T5 is going to be at.
And that fight with E-Arena and Divine continuing is now Zizzy will go down. Jacob's going to go down. One more there. Larix will pull up. Can he spot out Hella? Jacob trying to do the seat swap. I think this is it's a replay. I'm an idiot. Good Lord. There's so many fights that I'm waiting for them to kick off, and this one was the one that E-Arena wins. But they have the biggest rabbit's foot in their pocket. This has been like the third time that E-Arena has been knocked down to like one player, and nobody has pushed on that. This happened to them yesterday, too.
See that now T5 having to shift back and look into the Freaks. Salute kind of leading the way right now, but T5's doing a very good job of using these recessed hills, finding some new cover. Petrichor Road also kind of extricated out of position. They're not maneuvering over here, so they're going to shift away from it. Gen G's going to be looking at Petrichor Road on their shots. Remember, they were playing more on the southern side of the hill, so it's just going to be Bean over here. Not a lot of shots that they can take just quite yet. So Petrichor Road going to find a stop-off, but it is so close to Gen G. Gen G needs to now deal with E-Arena in the close threat and Petrichor Road, both so close.
Come on, Gen G. Got to start flexing your muscles here a little bit. They are holding on to that western side of Death Road. They've got E-Arena pinned down. They've got Petrichor Road pinned down. Nice grenade from Tosi. We'll get the knock on Anon. But this is going to be time for the smoke wall to get laid out. Ming Ming will get healed up. Ike's left as well. But they've got at some point, E-Arena, Na'Vi, they're going to get involved as well. Gen G is just kind of shepherding everything off to the north.
Well, here comes E-Arena back behind Petrichor Road. They're going to have to retaliate against this quite quickly. Smoke wall is down, so E-Arena is not going to push too far, but Na'Vi is also kind of usurping position back behind E-Arena and forcing them into this path. Gen G still has Americano out trying to take shots into E-Arena, so that means that Petrichor Road has gotten some breathing room, but not a lot. This edge fighting has now kind of caught all the attention for the 3 squads over there, but with a new circle, that means that all of these teams are going to have to move. They need to finish these fights very quickly.
And you start wondering when that third-party variable of the Falcons might come into play. They can start flexing out here and get involved here soon, as Ferris will go down And now Na'Vi down to just 2. And now looks like they may have been spotted out as well. E-Arena, they have just been knocked and battered and bruised, but they're still alive. Jacob will go down in the end here, and it looks like Larix will as well. Sizian's Nurans will spot out Sosid, so that's opening up a little bit of a door. Now it's just down to Stade, but Gen G starting to be a little bit more aggressive.
I love this. Push down, you know the knocks are coming through, so see if you can jump into it. Looks like Petrichor Road also leaning into it. Bean tries to get some shots into Nurans, but he's going to maneuver. He's going to get away from that point. Gen G now lines in onto Na'Vi, but here come the nades on the backside of it. E-Arena with so few options. They have to commit into one of the fights, and it looks like they're going to lean into Na'Vi. They're going to step in, and now it is going to be E-Arena eliminated. Na'Vi has some area that they can kind of control around. Gen G, do you continue the fight? Do you go after Petrichor Road, or do you focus on trying to get control over Death Road and move after Forest?
Ooh, now I wonder if Stade can get the res onto Sosid. Sosid still has about half left. Nobody really pushing onto this. As Petrichor Road, they are down to 2, but the 2 are Ming Ming and Ike's left, so that is kind of terrifying. Okay, Ming Ming will finish off Sosid, so it's going to be just Stade, the rookie for Na'Vi, on his own. As the grenade, oh, that's going to be perfect. Yeah, goodbye, sweet prince.
Not much else you can do from that. So now Ming Ming, what can you do? He can get one knock in return. Some shots come out. And now Orca, the rest of the Gen G, has to follow in back behind this. It only feels like it's a matter of time. Yep, Petrichor Road is going to get eliminated. So Gen G has the positioning that they can now make their way into the circle, but Forest is still going to be holding on. While all this is going to be going on, we do have the Freaks up into the north. They're hopping inside of a vehicle, and they just have to send it into the circle right along the crossroads itself. Falcons get vision on it. T5 has some vision as well. Stop off going to be in a very small section of a recess. Got a bit of a dip that they can play from, so going to find some safety for now. Let's not forget, DK's on the other side, still inside the circle as well. Begapa also can't really look up into this point, so this is about as safe as you can be for the time being. It's really just T5 that has good angles, as well as BB all the way across the circle.
There you go. Na'Vi will go down in 9th, but not before they collected 5 kills for themselves. Not too shabby considering what they had to deal with on that western side. So not a bad performance for the first game. Then Gen G still trying to make their way in as Freaks just trying to survive. As he said, they've had the smallest of ridge lines to work with and a little bit of hard cover from the car as Deal, bravely going to go for the res, but Orca going to get popped out of the car. Forest really starting to show out here on this eastern side of Death Road.
I mean, Forest has got the high ground from Death Road. They can watch everything that's going to be maneuvering down below them, so they can just really handle anything. Tosi is just trapped over here. Blue Zone coming up back behind him. He at least has a position that he can play for just a moment. New circle pops. Kiss is going to be very close to Forest, but that means the fact that BB, how are you going to play around this? Are you going to go after Forest? Are you going to try to get control of the high ground? Or are you just going to shift in? And it looks like their eyes are on Forest.
Yeah, they got the initial knock on the Baron as Olympus and Kiss were all keyed in on Tosi. BB team came over at the perfect time. They get that initial knock, and that's going to open up a little bit of a door. Okay, Kiss will get the kill, though. So that's another point in the bag for Forest. They're up to 6 already, but now they've got to turn their full attention over to how to deal with this pressing matter of a 4-man BB team pressing down on them.
I mean, Forest is doing a great job on point generation off the first game. This is a phenomenal start for them, and if they can manage to rally, but they have to deal with BB. BB is chasing just 1 point behind Forest right now, and this will decide a lot for the leaderboard and the pacing in and of itself for the day. Gike looks like they're trying to come after Begapa, see if they can get him out of that dip. Notice Too Hard up on that high side. Looks like he's trying to line in the nades, drop them right on top of Ruzin, but not going to get it. This is how you can push down into a dip. Can you find it? Can you find the angle?
He's waiting for it, though. He's got the rest of the boys with him. You're going to stop down, heal up just a little bit. They've got time. It looks like Begapa still has a little bit of utility left. Park Pro just kind of holding on to that grenade. They can figure, that's a good grenade. Unfortunately, they were on their feet and they were ready for it. Moving once again, another good grenade from Park Pro. We'll get Quizzy knocked a little bit low, but that utility just not getting enough done here for Begapa.
I mean,
that one does.
Oh, finally connects in. Aruzin, the last one up. Here comes the Begapa push. Blinded, nowhere to go. He's going to go down. Begapa gets control over that area, but they still have to push into the circle, and that's going to be with T5 and Falcons both watching.
Not Park Pro wearing the ears, the headphones with the cat ears on them. Oh my God, you just got that almost feels worse getting wiped like that. You get double naded by a man with cat ear headphones. Well, that is exactly what just happened to Geeke, and now Begopaz still has that ditch line that they can work with before they have to deal with their Ton 5 BB team. Meanwhile, just finishing off what's left of Forest. A great game for Forest so far, 7 kills overall, but this looks to be the end for them.
I mean, BB has been quietly garnering more and more control over the south and the east. They're just going to walk into Forest, finish that off, and now they have a lot of this hillside that they can play from. Falcons don't have the best vision up from that compound that they're going to be playing in, and are far more focused on what's going on with Begapa as well as the remnants of T5.
I mean, Falcons... They knew what their win condition was here. They were sitting on enough points. They're like, you know what? We don't have to go out and get a bunch of kills. If we win, we're probably good to go for finals. So that's all they needed to do. So let's just hold down the compound until we have to leave. That's all we really need to do. So that is exactly what they're doing. So now they have to get that win, though. That could be a little bit more easy said than done, as Begopaz is still more aggressive here, trying to get rid of Fluky.
Fluky right on the edge of the zone. Falcons and Begopaz both wanting to kind of shift into the position that he's holding down for the time being. So both jockeying around on it. BB now starting to exploit that high ground, looking down onto Fluky as well. Everybody's got eyes onto Fluky, and he's just trying to jump around, find some form of cover from something, but there's nowhere safe. He's just got a tree and a car, so it's only a matter of time. Kickstart's going to take him down. So, BB, you've got vision, everything you can see, you have control over. Falcons, you've had the compound. Where are you going to go? Begopaz feels like the odd man out.
Good performance from BB team here. 9 kills, 8 for Begopaz. Falcons sitting on 3, and it's a 4v3v3 for the win. Begopaz trying to use that smoke wall to get to a little bit of cover here on the ridge line. Still only phase 7, so all these teams have to move and get in, and there's a couple of circles left that these guys could be waiting it out for.
Yeah, okay, so Begopaz moves into where Fluky was at. That means that Falcons are going to have to eye a bit more south. They've hopped inside of a vehicle. Looks like they're shifting directly into BB's position. But look how they use this hillside. Oh, no, it's Park Pro. He spots out H1, gets the knock. This positioning was great to assault BB, but was so weak from Begopaz sightlines.
The man with the cat ears striking once again from the silence. As looks like they're just going to try to go for the exploding car. No, Tingleton, he said enough's enough. We're going to go ahead and turn it back on you, and they will get the knock on the Park. H-Win looks like he will get flushed out by 2 Heart, and Kickstart going in for a little bit of a flank here while Shrimzy driving through to create a little bit of a distraction. This is all great news for BB team.
Well, on top of that, with BB now getting so much more control, this rock is just the highest value position. Look, there is no cover to be had. You can see all the teams are trying to shift away, get away from BB's sightlines. Tingleton has to try to find a way to open that up, but there's not much to be had. Kickstart going to go after Begopaz. He's just got a blind run directly in front of BB, but he's somehow surviving. Bullets are starting to stack, and finally he goes down. Didn't manage to get close enough, but with this, Begopaz has managed to go down. Tingleton, are you close enough to do something with it? Does manage to get still locked down. Shrimzy managed to find Molotov. 2 members up on one side. BB now down to just 1.
Down to just a doozy as he will use that UAS as cover, but nice shots from Shrimzy. Gets him low once again. Tingleton will have the time to heal up, and they're just collapsing as they know exactly where he is. Tingleton will get the shot. Falcons get the win.
Stacking it together, finding the kills at the end, and a ton of damage coming up from the Falcons. I think it was right around 1,800. So that was a very hard shift up that hillside, and to see Falcons split off, see Kickstart move after Begopaz, and then kind of send the other ones up after BB, and that open of a circle, and survive for as long as they did. Really, I mean, kudos to Kick for drawing so much attention down there. He did die for it.
He did die.
That was his job.
But yeah, no, he executed it. He's very happy about that one. No, I mean, that's obviously a huge win for Falcons, as that should put them in a safe enough spot with 5 games remaining for the grand final that they can pretty much do whatever they want for the rest of the day.
And that's always fun, because whenever we see them start stacking up, they can do a ton of great stuff. So let's throw it over to the analyst desk.
Well, 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 it is Falcons getting the first victory here on day number 3 of the group stage after holding down the compound for a while, admittedly, but then being able to flex out. There was even a moment where Kickstart suddenly stopped in open area, was then taking out Bagopar. I thought it was insane, but he took out Bagopar, and then they win the game against BB Team.
It was so unexpected. All the BB Team guys, they were like, okay, he's just going to keep running. So
leading
the bullets. They're already firing at him. He just stops, just shoots Bagopar, gets him down. Yeah, that's huge for Falcons here.
Yeah.
Obviously, also some supportive shots coming in from Shrimji. They took so many angles. I felt like I was too greedy from Falcons, but then again, they had that compound for a good 20 minutes, so they had to get out and fight to make sure they could maximize their points with that one.
No, definitely, definitely. As obviously for a long time, it was coming towards the compound, but I blinked and then suddenly Shrimzy was in the middle of the circle, and I'm like, eh? What did he do just there? He like teleported or something? But no, not to be the case. Bit of a bloodbath down towards the south as well as the east side of these circles, right? I mean, when you've got a circle like this, obviously a lot of people are fighting for some of that high ground, and then if you can't get up there, everyone wants to try and go for those rotates, but it's so open, so prone to damage.
Yeah, and it's a little bit scary for the teams that are playing obviously today, because this is actually the second highest teams in terms of the points that are playing today, right? So this probably puts Falcons in, 60+ points at that point, right? And again, that means that, okay, they now have some space to do some things, move third party. Could be a day trade situation where it's like, okay, we're just going to try to avoid Falcon for the next 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, no, you make a great point, because the boys are not afraid to start exerting themselves on the lobby, right? It's like, okay, well, we've been able to do this. We are basically through now. Let's take a look at some of the final moments of this as well. So, I mean, you were saying you were potentially concerned about all those angles that they took, but in the end, it provided immense pressure on even just BB Team up on that high ground to try and move off the top of there. There's no cover for them going downwards, so done.
Yeah, and Bagopar obviously still some good amount of kills. They had very important for them. They had 21 points after their 6 first games. And here, I think they're getting in like 13, 14, 15 points or something like that in that ballpark. So, yeah, that's huge.
Imagine if it's Bagopar. Hashtag the memory of P. No, he's not dead, guys.
He's there. He's on the picture.
He's over at grid in his military service. Now we got you. Now, of course, 9 kills go the way of Bagopar. As you say, that is a brilliant little game start for them. 20 smokes used to try and get them to where they needed to be. 13 lethals off the back of that too. But Falcons, 9 kills go their way. 1,700 damage as well from that compound. I think we were hopeful to maybe wrangle one of them and say, so how did that game go? But at the same time, you'd just be asking them, how did that compound go for a while, and then the last 2 minutes?
What did you do for 20 minutes? Oh, yeah, what are you talking about for 20 minutes? But yeah, the guys here obviously being able to get a lot. And you can see the good amount of kills here for Kick. Only 353 damage, but still 4 kills for him. Shrimzy did fling out a lot of damage there. H-Man, more damage than both Kickstart and Tiggleton, but they're last hitters. They're taking the last bullets. They're waiting. When then here, H-Man is about to reload out of bullets. That's where they strike. That's where they come in.
It's not his birthday anymore. No more presents. We'll steal them from you, But it will be Kickstart taking man of the match for this one. So, and again, his move towards the north side of the circle against Bagopar was just, I am sending it. I know I'm in the line of sights of BB Team, but he knew no fear.
If he did not knock them out, if he did not take that would have not been the Falcons win. That would have been a Falcons 2nd or 3rd place.
Yeah, I think
because they had the angles on Shrimzy, they had the angles on Tiggleton, but he enabled the other guys to lock this win in here. 19 points coming their way, 16 for BB Team. That's also huge for them. They had 29 in their first 6 games, so this also puts them up into a very comfortable spot within this kind of striking distance of the magical number of 60.
I think you make a good point, and it's something that is kind of like conceded in a lot of thought process when it comes to PUBG Esports, which is it wasn't necessarily man advantage, but every man is a resource, right? If you can send someone out, like a Kickstart, who was capable of getting it done for a 2-man in an overall position, and then know that your other 2 are in an advantageous spot against a BB Team, why on earth not do it, right?
Exactly.
If you know Kickstart's going to go down anyway, but you try and go for that, I think that's brilliant.
The commitment there is fantastic. Yeah, and that puts them into 62 points here, James. That puts them into safe terrain. They're basically qualified. They have now 5 games to do what they want. But here, our bottom 12 teams, again, some teams have a long road ahead of them here, James. Bagopar put themselves in 35 points. That's huge. They are now in the top 16, but they need to continue their campaign throughout today.
Never in my wildest dreams, with 7 games down, would I think DN Freaks was here, though.
No,
this is a shock to me.
Yeah. if you told no, there's just no way.
You were like trying to justify it in your mind.
No,
then you were like, no,
absolutely not. No, absolutely not happening here. Also, only 9 points for they got 1 point in the last game. So yeah, they're gonna have to step it up. They're gonna have to start getting things rolling. And 60 points is the magical point that every one of these guys are aiming for. Some big names still here that we know eventually is gonna pop up today. Na'Vi, I feel like is definitely one of them. Petrichor Road. Eventually, they are going to have that big game. They are going to have that game where Ixlev just goes Super Saiyan and goes unstoppable, drops, 7 or 8 kills. Boom, that's the qualifying game for them, and they can kind of relax a little bit because that's a team you definitely want to be seeing in the finals.
Yeah, our previous winners, they were just there on screen. Likewise for Na'Vi, a little bit more needs to be done. I think that what you say about some of those teams in that kind of Na'Vi pack is important, right? Because a lot of those teams there have quite a few more kills than some of the teams above them. And generally what I always say is eventually if you're getting the kills, the placements will come down the line somewhere, somehow. And 7 games, technically, it's a small sample size.
It is.
So things can go awry from time to time. So, any game could come along and easily project them and propel them into the upper echelons.
Yeah, if you haven't had too many placement points just yet, eventually, I should say here, we're going to see that big game where you are going to get circles. Like over the course of 12 total games, you are going to have one game where it's just like it's going to come towards you here. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. They're both hungry and cute. That's fantastic.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And all the other South Korean teams that need to be hungry as well when it comes to getting all of these important points. Gen.G is another team that's having a bit of a rough time.
Yeah.
But speaking of rough, I'm not no EMEA bias here. Speaking of rough, it is rough at the moment for these boys.
It is.
Well, let's get to it. It is going to be our second Erangel of the day. Over to our commentating team to bring you all the action from the grassy pastures.
Thank you very much, James. And yes, all the boys in the arena are very excited about getting into game number 2 here on Erangel after that big Falcons win in match number 1, Matcham.
Hey, did you like the last plane path?
Did you? I liked it. Did you like it?
I liked it. Good thing we get it again.
Okay. Well, this one's a little...
It's almost the exact same.
I think it's a little bit farther south this time, though. I mean, this could be a military island thing.
Maybe we get prison?
I mean, prison.
I'm a sucker for prison things, dude.
That's fine. I felt like we got close yesterday, and then it just kind of ended up pulling back down south. But no, the cliffs around prison are always entertaining to watch these high-level teams negotiate around.
I'm a simple man. I just want somebody up on top of Pride Rock taking shots at people around them, and my life is complete.
That's fair. I mean, it's always fun to watch, and I am a complicated man, and I like military, so I want to see all these guys get down there. I want to see once again like 5 emergency pickups in the air, everybody landing at the same time. Like that was the wheels offness that I really enjoyed.
Well, also if it does go Millie, Forest, Arena,
a lot more teams
already down.
A lot more teams this time. Forest,
no car for you.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. Well, it looks like nobody else is getting really close to each other. Despite the fact that we have that far southern plane path. And there you go. Okay, circle is going to pop, and there is a pretty decent amount of the military island in it, but a far greater amount of the mainland.
Look, okay.
But I've seen crazier things happen.
Bridge. Yeah. I'm down for any of that. We did also kind of see a shift over into Milta already, so opportunities for that. Again, I also really like Death Road. We just got the northern part of Death Road. Give me the southern part of Death Road, where you can get those like hillside firefights.
Yes. We got it? Yeah, that's good. We're good. H-Win lost 2 tires last time to a random Petrichor, so he's making double sure that he parks it exactly where he wants to this time. Again, Falcon's kind of doing this same thing where they send H-Win more towards the center of the zone and leave everybody else on the edges and make their way in.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Worked pretty well last time, didn't it?
Just do the exact same thing again, and everything's good. I do love watching, though, these like small modifications that teams make. Like the way he reset the car and moved it into a new spot, because like last time it's like, okay, well, let's not do that one again.
Well, we do have a little bit of an interview with Inuyasha from New Happy here, though, that we want to check out.
今天的成绩合格吧，因为我觉得我们还有很多能做好的地方。因为我们这个阵容也是第一次打世界赛，然后我们就想的是，我们就打好自己的，打好每一把就行了，也没有特别忌惮谁吧。 后天 C 组的话，我们狮城可能会跟 VP 有摩擦。但是我们也不怕他们，因为今天我们分也及格了。
Some good stuff there from Inuyasha, and I know that you're a fan of him because you've always said that by far your favorite anime of all time is Inuyasha.
This is a problem for me, Cora. Okay, I know that I'm known for making a lot of anime jokes, but I don't know Inuyasha all that well. So I've been pretty quiet on this one. I feel like we're gonna have to lean into paper thin from that one.
You think so?
Whenever I was talking to him about it, I was like, I don't know that one real well. He's like, you don't know Inuyasha? I love Inuyasha. So
look, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I might get flagged for it, but I hated that. I hated that anime. It was one of the first ones that was on Adult Swim. And I was always just, oh man, this is so lame.
I mean,
like,
you are definitely a more isekai trash, punchy guy.
I mean, I'm a simple man. What do you want from me?
Give you power fantasy, right?
Exactly. Well, well, I don't want to say speaking of power fantasies when we're looking at Theraton 5, but they're right in the middle of the lobby, sitting in 16th place right now. Oh no, yeah, you don't like that. You don't like seeing that. Genji picking off a boy from Navi, and what a player to lose early on, too.
That's big, but Genji was very excited about that.
They were.
Genji, you need to get way more excited about that like several, I don't know, dozen more times.
Yeah.
Get you some points generation, because right now it's the Freaks at 19 and Genji at 22. And yes, Navi is at 27, but Navi has been hot dropping a lot more, and they're still ahead of both.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that last game with Genji was playing on Death Road. I feel like they had a number of pretty good opportunities to go and be more aggressive and try to collect more points, and they just opted not to take them coming from that top side. So instead opting to play a little bit more defensively, and as a result, they didn't really collect a whole lot off of it. So they're still sitting in 21st overall, currently 22 points. I mean, it's a good start to get a kill off of Hackatory, but they still got a lot left to do.
By the way, I love the fact that they showed like the total points generated inside the last game. The pluses over there. That is a cool little feature that we've added in, and I want to see that more.
So much stuff on our leaderboards. Get to see all the plus minuses and where they stand from the cut line. You get to see exactly where everybody is sitting right now. Once again, a reminder that we are playing for the top 16. Those are going to be the teams that go on to the grand final. So you can see Theraton 5 currently in 16th place with 30 points, but we still have four and majority 5 left to go.
So looking out, we do have an emergency pickup that's coming from Forest. Looks like they're going to try to get themselves off of Military Base Island and maybe try to make their way up along a pathing that could put them along kind of that farm Lippo route. Speaking of farm and the southern side of Death Road, we presently have Apr-4 Road, Falcons, Genji, Navi, New Happy, Freaks, Rock, and BB all playing around there. So Forrest, if you decide to drop on the southern side of Death Road, good luck, man.
Well, for the most part, it does seem that all these teams are thinking that this is going to cut back to the north, but they're not nearly as spread out in that circle as they were last time. Like, they are still kind of playing angles near the coast just in case it does come back to the south.
And can I say, I don't like the bridges being all nice and painted with the blue for the 8th anniversary and stuff like that. It throws me off every single time I see it.
Does it?
It's just like I've gotten so used to just the gray. It's like, can you imagine being the guy that has to go out there and paint everything on the map whenever there's just like constantly like death and destruction that's happening on Erangel and being like, oh, look at my beautiful paint job.
I'm going to leave that one to you.
This is the way my brain works. Look, okay?
Yeah, like you have empathy for the common working man.
This is true. I do.
The common working man that would have to go out there and do bridge repair post-combat, as we see Irina has made it across the bridge. And now worth noting that Forest had an E-pickup, and they sent looked like they sent Scappy up, and then none of them took it. So they're going to be cutting across on that western bridge, maybe running into Divine. Right now, Shrimzy spotting out Longs from range as Godvi has eaten a bullet once again. And Long's just going to throw him in the whip and get on out.
Roll off into the distance this is pretty much our most northern team right now that's inside the circle, so they've got some places that they can kind of shift away. Probably get their meds back into a better position. Looking to see where we saw Forest go. It looks like They're doing a bit of a drop-off over into the west, so there's nothing really going on over there. That's just going to be Divine. That's going to be pretty close. Teams that not yet made it inside the circle are going to be VP. That's coming in from the north, maybe along that Mansion, Lippo route.
Yeah,
T5 already has Fluky inside, and Geek K is also doing a big wrap down next to Milta Power.
I get to see a little bit of an insight to Kickstart's pro setting. What are your settings? Do you know offhand?
I don't know all of them, but I just run 400 DPI.
400? Okay.
So
you're an elbow gamer.
I'm an old man.
Okay.
So I can't aim the sniper rifles unless I have the low DPI.
That's fair.
I do find it interesting though whenever we look at like it says a lot about like a player based off of like their DPI, right? If they have the like 1600 or something like that, they're going to want to go for like I guess a lot more like spray control shifts and stuff like that. Whenever they're lower DPI, they tend to go for more ranged firefights. That's not always universal, but whenever you aim for the 800, it's like I could just do it all.
Yeah, I think I've always just been 1200 just because that's what I've always been.
That's an interesting one, 1200. How'd you settle on that?
I didn't. That's what it was out of the box, man. I don't think I've ever changed it in my life. I mean, I have adjusted the settings in game a few times just to see if I could get a little bit better control. But you know what? I've always had terrible aim. So
look,
it's going to take a lot more than DPI to fix this. Is all I'm saying.
Well, it's going to take a lot more to DPI to get lyrics out right now as he's kind of roaming around trying to get some more information over the channel right now as he's kind of eyeing out what's going on with Geek. They're pretty all right over there in the east. The new circle is going to be kind of the deciding factor. We've let everybody kind of brew and simmer, but once we get to the next circle, I don't think there's going to be no options.
Please let this thing cut south. Oh, I'll do anything. Just let it cut south. Well, Virtus Pro, they have made their way into the zone on this eastern side. So everybody's in, and everybody's kind of right around the same general location. Everybody.
Ooh.
Okay. I mean, that's still okay. That's still probably going to go north, right?
Yeah.
It's got to. But the interesting part about it is that all of a sudden 50% of your circle is just completely unplayable. So now all of these teams that are left are all fighting over the same real estate.
Well, luckily, southern sections of Death Road Farm area have all of those small compounds, those roads. There's a lot of dips. You even have the tower. So there's a lot of options for these teams, but they have to condense in fast, and that's why you can see so many people hopping inside of vehicles. Over to the west, we've got Forest. They have to try to regroup over there. They're going to have Navi that's getting in pretty close to them. Meanwhile, over in the east, T5 has a bit more options of what they can rotate around. Begapa is going to go ahead and make their way down to Milta itself. Entirely open except for Geek right now, but they also have BB that's got a bit of a foothold in there. Rock's going to be very close to Falcons in their positioning, and this is going to be in Farm itself. T5 looks like they're going to be rotating down into it, and that's going to be Falcons taking shots at 4 Angry Men up on the higher end of that hillside. That means that it is going to be T5 at least managing to get far closer than I think that Falcons wanted them to get.
Yeah, T5 actually entering inside of the farm as well. So Tiggleton will go down, and now it's just down to 3 for the Falcons. Rock might be able to get their man up once again, but this is all fighting happening around farm. Everybody just trying to keep the farm safe. Protect the farm, men. We don't want anybody else coming in.
Meanwhile, Gen G's having to try a stop off. That's allowing a bit more options for 4 Angry Men. They found themselves a position. They got a foothold in a bit faster than Petrichor Road. So Petrichor Road kind of got gate kept out. They're going to have to stop off. T5, they have a building, and they still have their glider, but they have a building that they can hold down for the time being. The issue is it's just going to be about fortifying it. They've got 2 different teams on 2 different sides.
Out here. They're just driving around. They've driven around in circles around on this western side of farm for the past 30 seconds or so, and all of a sudden now they find this compound completely open. Now it is on the far northern side, and it does have a Death Road looking right down on it, but it's safe for now.
This always feels like the epitome of PUBG compound to me. Like anytime I think about like PUBG in general, the compound that 4 Angry Men are playing from on Erangel, it's just like classic PUBG to me. So the fact that it's still open, I think, is kind of a symptom of everybody wanting to try to get control over points much further down in the south because of expectations on how circles are going to shift. I find it kind of interesting that we already do have Begapa, Geek, BB, and VP all kind of holding out around Milta itself. So if we do see this kind of go a bit more into the north or the west, trying to get out of Milta is going to suck.
Yeah. Other interesting thing that I see a couple of teams doing, E-Arena has Lyrics way off on the south side on Military Island. Geek has Haruzen looting a crate in the middle of the water way off to the eastern side. And then Navi, they have a compound, but they've sent Fairest way off to the north on Potato Mountain, just kind of looking around Death Road and just kind of, I guess, figuring out what's going on up there, getting more information, looking out what the next move might be. But it's just really interesting to see all these teams sending that lone player out to gain information.
Divine, meanwhile, is going to go ahead and shift in using the western bridge, wrap in, and then come down back behind everything on the eastern bridge. So they should find themselves pretty open for the time being. We got Lyrics kind of doing the wrap, I believe, in a glider still. So he's just kind of scouting out whatever is going to be going on around him. Petrichor Road looks like they've spotted out, or at least have an idea of the solo coming up back behind them. Fairest. So they now send themselves down the hillside. Circle's going to pop, and it stays pretty much right on bridge itself. So Arena in a strong point. Not surprised to see them regroup very quickly. Petrichor Road, 4 Angry Men, Na'Vi all need to regroup, as well as Forest.
I mean, look at Freaks. They had a 2-2 split right in the dead center of the circle. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get their guys together again. They're going to try right now. And Gen G had their eyes on. They're going to go ahead and backfill that immediately. Petrichor Road just sending it right near that farm. Once again, we've already seen how violent this farm can be. Rock was ready and waiting. RBN will find the knock on Anon. They're going to find Chewy as well. Rock defending their house as well as they can.
There's just too many people on the outsides. Gen G was taking shots into it. We also saw Falcons leaning into this as well. Rock in some trouble. They have to be cautious. Nan down. Akeslift down. You can see it is just Ming Ming, but he's going to go down as well. Petrichor Road out early again. That's going to be harsh.
Spray from Biel, the last player left alive for his squad. Now, can he get over to the building that RBN is in? I don't think Falcons are going to let that happen. They are immediately sending it in, and they are going to take over this compound and spread their influence throughout this farm.
They still have Gen G that's taking shots right back behind them. Also, it's going to be New Happy that has some vision in. This is going to be very difficult. Has already lost one of it. So can they come into this one fast enough? They can get some points off of it, and this is just playing. They've got points in the bag, sitting at 63, already feeling good, feeling like they have a decent chance of qualifying. So now they can start asserting some of the authority inside the circle, playing a bit riskier. Can we see Kickstart try to take out Rock, though? It looks like the res is going to come out. Blue Zone not going to come out just fast enough. No! It actually does connect and get the knock.
Really nice timing on that Blue Zone grenade from Kickstart. As RBN, he got the Biel got the res, bravely sending it over here to get that, but immediately he goes down and gets taken out once again. H-Wing going to get taken out by New Happy. December 12th off in the distance. Biel will try to spray through the smoke, but Kickstart will take him out, and that will be Rock Esports eliminated in 15th place.
Oh, while this is going on, now it's going to be T5. Looks like it's going to be Fluky shifting in, seeing if maybe he can take down H-Wing, get a point to work around. Can I just go ahead and nade in? I don't think that they know exactly where Kickstart is, so that's not the biggest of surprise. So now most of control for Farm is T5. All the other people are playing around the outskirts of this one. We can see that Freak's also trying to reset a bit more. Divine is going to be coming in from the bridge down to the south, as Forest looks like they've shifted into maybe a bridge camp position to try to hold it out. Baron might be trying to catch somebody, as that is an aggressive stance for him.
Yeah, this is a really sneaky rotation from Divine. They ate a lot of blue zone damage on their way to coming in from this southern wrap, just deciding that the west just wasn't for them. And now they have to deal with Forest, but I don't think Forest is in a really good position to gatekeep. And in fact, I don't even know if they know that they're there. Baron, he's positioned, and now they're going to get shot at. And you can see all of Forest's triangles start looking down to the bridge like, oh, wait, there is somebody down there. And now Divine has to figure out how they're going to get their way. Oh, no. They're actually, there's no way, right? Can they do this?
This is, I don't know where they're going to land, but it does allow them to leapfrog this. I don't think that Baron's going to be in a position to really take shots as they're getting lifted. I mean, it could be a bait. It could also just be maybe sending one up for a scout. There's a lot of options that they can go from this play. Begapal looks like they're also going to shift in on the opposing side of the bridge, so that means that it's going to become even more entrenched. But
look at their pings. They just showed it on the map. They had the pings. They are going for that spot where Begapal is currently moving in. So unless they have somebody that has eyes on this, they're not going to know that Begapal has that spot has taken that spot while they were on this bridge.
Okay, Na'Vi is going to regroup. You can hear some shots at distance, and that's going to be what's going on with that. Begapal with this 2-2 split. I'm kind of curious to see if they're going to regroup. So. All right, and it's going to be Barpo, the only one up. He's going to be scouting out and see if maybe he can see anything for the team, lead the pathing for them, but the rest of Divine is going to be running into it. This is a cool replay, but I'm caught up on what's going to be happening with Divine as they make this approach.
Yeah, it looks like While we're catching this replay, Barpo did decide to land right on Forest, and I think he got taken out. And now Divine, the rest of Divine sending it over to the other side to take the fight to Bagel Pie. Hella going to get taken down. Wonderful and Dayon now the last two left alive as the utility will continue to send on over.
All right, Divine trying to see if they can rally back. It's just Wonderful holding this for himself for the time being. But notice Baron starting to get more aggressive behind this one. Looks like he's trying to see if he can flank back behind Divine, and he could spell their doom. But Begapa should be able to spot him as well. So it's a bit of a risky play, but it could have a massive upside and allow him to pick up two members of the squad, finish them off, as well as getting a foothold position to try to hold off Begapa and allow the rest of his team to shift in. So it's all about how Baron is going to get this. Can he line up fast enough? Shifts out, spots out one. He's playing this one patient.
This is such a brave play from such a new team. Maybe getting a little bit of getting a little bit of aggression in them. Oh, good spot there by Dayon, and they will spot out Baron. But yeah, after Forest won their fight against Twisted Minds for the final victory of day 2, maybe getting a little bit more confidence, sending their man over there, and it almost paid off. But great eyes. And actually, I think it might have been Bagel had spotted him out and was shooting back, and that might have given the ghost away.
GK was taking some shots at Baron as he came through. Oh, Divine, they're just going right after this gas station and instantly jump out of it. I love the fact that they're at least getting some elevation so that way their feet can't get shot as they're running around on it. New circle is going to pop, and yep, leans into the outskirts of Farm, and now Forest, what are you going to do? You've got Divine right up on top of you. Scrappy isn't anywhere that he can support from.
Looking for the toesies. Wonderful not spotting anything just yet. As he said, Scrappy on that low ground, and he's about to have a little bit more of a problem to deal with as he got Navi coming back behind him here. But Dayon and Wonderful playing this as slowly as they can. They're continuing to just recycle these smokes and slow things down for Forest. Let them at least climb this wall and get in there for a face-to-face confrontation. But these deployable covers could be brutal for Divine.
Play it slow. Lots of smokes down right now. Kiss just waiting to see if anybody lines in. You can see Divine, they don't want to overextend this. They know that they're in a vulnerable position, but the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be. Beautiful shots coming up from Kiss. Lines in, right onto one. Lines in, doesn't get the knock on the second one yet, but it's going to be quick. Olympus is going to see if he can maybe follow up. Going to go instead, shift in, doesn't want to run right inside the gas station itself. Instead, it's just going to be a quick stepping around. Meanwhile, Scrappy is actually holding out Navi. It looks like Navi was thinking about trying to get involved in this. Nade's going to be rolling out, not going to connect the way he wants it, but Thayer is going to be going for some shots. Does connect onto it, so now Forest still in trouble.
Really, really well played there by Forest against Divine, but now the Navi, I mean, they are just ready and waiting. Stayed will get flushed out, or will bleed out rather, so Scrappy will at least get one more point as Olympus going to get knocked low enough to go down to the blue zone. So Kiss is the last one up here for Forest, and he's got a long way to go to get inside that zone. But Navi, they're not any better off here.
This is all just a lot of teams that really need any point that they can get, and that's why we're seeing so many firefights down here over it. It's a couple of kills, maybe they can shift in, then get some control over a circle, but I don't know. E-Arena has a 3-1 split where they've sent Jacob up, and they'll be the gatekeepers on whatever happens here. So Kiss out inside the blue zone, this is just chunking him down, but Navi really can't make a move into the circle either. Meanwhile, Begapaz just hopped inside of a vehicle. They're just going to send it.
They try. They try to send it in, and it looks like they get at least 2 heart. Will get right into the Freaks compound. It's going to be right on the first floor. Heaven hears him coming. The grenade will be prepped and ready to go. The rest of the team are going to come on down. Has 2 heart. He's just like, come on, man. Let me hang out here. And okay, Salute will take him out there in the end. So that's good news for Freaks. They've had a really, really rough go the first 2 days, and they're in a good position here with 4 up.
Over here into the southwest, it's going to be New Happy. Playing right along this road makes him a bit vulnerable from Gen G's positioning, so not too much else they can do is just really try to get across, using covering fire to see if they can buy the space to work with. Smoke's going to be good enough to get New Happy at least across. New Circle's going to pop. Going to go back up there, yeah. So Kickstart still going to be alive, feeling good off of his positioning for now. T5 also going to be over there, but down in the south, it's about to get a bloodbath. We're going to have Gen G, New Happy, E-Arena, and Freaks all on top of each other.
Yeah, this is really, really rough here for New Happy. 16K going down. I don't know if they might be able to smoke it out and get him back up, but while this is going on in the southwest, there's another fight going on in the northeast as GK trying to make their way past BB Team and 4 AM, but a lot of splits up there. As we see, okay, New Happy will be at least able to keep Gen G at bay for long enough to get their man off back on his feet. Haruzen will knock Phil first, and Phil first had a grenade in hand, so unfortunately for BB, that's going to be them losing one.
Okay, Gen G's had a lot of this territory that they've been harassing people from, and now they're having to move into a much more open zone. That's a big problem for them. So they have New Happy that's trying to get some retaliation back. E-Arena does have Jacob that's already got that foothold point, but it's so close to Freaks that it does not feel comfortable. But look at what Gen G's working with. They've got a shack. They've got a couple of cars.
Much, man.
They're inside the circle, though. So New Happy looks like they're just going to go ahead and send it along this side, and it's going to be Deal that gets knocked onto 16KK. Quick flush to follow. Where are you going to go? Just send it right up into the face of Gen G, but New Happy is going to get punished for it.
Oh, they're going to lose Bean, but Americano will at least be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Kickstart getting involved there as well, collecting a few more points for Falcons as E-Arena starting to make their way in. BB Team will be eliminated by GK as they still try to fight their way in from the northeast. It looks like they're going to have to leave PWD behind.
We're seeing a lot of teams low on the leaderboard starting to find some kills, and it's given them a lot of space to work with. Meanwhile, Kickstart's just taking long-range shots at E-Arena. You know,
just everybody.
Might as well see what you can get out of it. So E-Arena, 3 kills right now, but they've been pumping out a lot of damage and getting control over this area. GK trying to shift in. They're trying to run right in between 4 Angry Men and T5, and they're going to lose quite a few of their members trying to accomplish that. 4 Angry Men, I wouldn't be surprised, plays low side of the hill.
Kickstart is the angry farmer maggot keeping all the hobbits out of his carrot fields right now. He is the last one left in farm, just spraying down anybody he could see. As Padampong will do the same for T5. They have 4 up from that north side, and Geeke now all of a sudden 2 knocks later, they're down to just Spiro.
Yeah, I mean, what do you even do? He's kind of caught out over here. Luckily, 4 Angry Men saw themselves this crate down here, realized that it's a pretty decent covered position, going to shift their vehicles up. So God V is going to be coming in back behind this one, see if he's just going to follow the same pathing. T5 really can't get the shots onto Spyro, but with this Spyro having this high ground, at least has some safety for now.
4 AM looking pretty nice here. Only no kills yet, and all of a sudden, okay, a trade there. Heaven will find Tongmu, but Longs will find Heaven. And I think there's very few teams in the lobby that had higher expectations on them that need a win here more than the Freaks. Heaven has been knocked. Humans should be able to get the res. The rest of the boys are going to have to leave that building eventually, but Godv staring it down, sending shots downrange, none of them hitting just yet, but the fact that it still might be slowing them down from leaving their compound just yet.
This is going to be so hard for the Freaks. With this, they're trying to commit into a res while they have 2 members that are not yet inside the circle. It's going to be Salute. He's left his building. He's starting to run. See if he can find an outside angle right on the edge of this to spot out what's going to be going on with 4 Angry Men. God V is still caught up with Sparrow back behind this one, so that's allowing the Freaks to get a bit more space in this one. Salute now starting to get harassed a bit. Spyro just doing a good job of being a distraction that 4 Angry Men is having to deal with, and we still have T5. They have a big movement that they have to make, and it's going to be problematic. Salute does manage to survive through the nades that are landing up on top of him, but the distractions allowed the other 2 members for the Freaks to get even closer to 4 Angry Men.
I mean, this is rough for 4 AM because Godv has to be basically on his own right now. The 3 other members for 4 AM are going to have to be focused completely on Freaks as Heaven will get knocked. Americano does go down, so Gen G will get eliminated in 7th. The rest of the Freaks now trying to spread out a little bit. Salute has that long angle, but now Theraton 5 coming in from the north as well. So this could get to be a 3-way fight here very shortly.
Well, the Freaks are afraid to play this too aggressive because they know that they have E-Arena back behind them.
Yeah.
But it's Kickstart, the solo for the Falcons, that's holding back E-Arena. So Freaks have space. Longs, though, wants to try to remove any space that's going to be up in front of him. 4 Angry Men, though, starting to have some issues. Too many different angles that they have to try to control. Finally starting to get the knocks that they so need. But it's going to be HS, the last one up. It's going to be T5 coming up right back behind Spyro, but Spyro's going to slow them down, buying some more time for everybody to work on the lower sections of this one. GK is going to get eliminated. Freaks, Salute, last one up. He's going to go down. 4 Angry Men survive for the time being. T5, do you chase it?
At the end of the day, it was E-Arena that came over and caused Freaks problems. They were the one that get the last rounds into Salute and knock him out. E-Arena 4 alive, playing from this south side. They've managed to just survive into the late game, and now they've got themselves a beautiful position to try to get this victory.
Kickstarts now finally left his compound, moving up after Rosted. Small firefight could be happening, but Lyric's going to spot out Kickstarts and take some shots in. With this, smokes are now down, stalled out positioning. Rosted has to focus in on this. That's allowing E-Arena to have a lot more space to play from in this low section. Nade's going to go out, bounce a bit too far, so not going to connect with Rosted. Kick's just kind of throwing these one blind, but now he's going to know exactly where to drop this one and get right on top of Kick.
Yeah, the first one did have HP. Unfortunately for Kick, he lost track of where Rosted had moved to once he moved downhill. But 4 AM managed to get all three members back up here. E-Arena, while pushing, they weren't able to do any more damage, but that's a good grenade.
So close. E-Arena having to play this one safe for a very long time. And let's not forget, Rosted right back behind 4 Angry Men. He has an opportunity to really play spoiler on them. E-Arena, complete control over the circle except for the smidgen that 4 Angry Men have to work from. This dip is all they have, and the circle is not going to stay here. They have to shift out of it very quickly. Rosted has already shifted back behind them, waiting to backstab.
Let's see, 4 AM looking at their pings on the map. Some of those might be a little bit old, but it looks like they're very concerned about what might be happening into the southeast. And I'm wondering if maybe they lost track of Rosted and they think that Solo might still be hiding out in that field. It's hard to tell, obviously, without any context, but Rosted will get spotted out by E-Arena, and he's going to get knocked low. He might not be much longer for the world, but 4 AM going to use that as their dinner bell, and they're going to push right in. But E-Arena was waiting. Sizzy and Nurin's combine to destroy them, and Theraton 5 will die to the blue, and E-Arena gets the victory in game number 2.
Oh, they played it patient a lot. There was a lot of big pushes that were coming around them, and they had to weather a lot of secondary and tertiary firefights that were going on around them, and they played it very clean. Kept everybody up, and where everybody was just suffering from a war of attrition, they managed to come in strong.
That was, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. You were kind of like shaking your hand at the screen. As soon as they took the shots over towards Theraton 5, you could tell 4 AM's like, oh, they're distracted. Let's try to go now. Unfortunately, E-Arena was not distracted at all. They were so ready for that push to come through. But that is going to do it for game number 2. Let's throw it over the desk to see what they have to say.
What was a south position in the circle turns into gold for the Rabbit, and they leap into the pole position. We've got ourselves E-Arena finding themselves a victory here to round out our Erangels for the day.
Yeah, and what a way to do that. The south control in that zone and kind of controlling that whole, that whole top bridge, it split everything in two, right? You had to fight on the north side, you had to fight on the east side. Vast majority of the teams were fighting east side. You saw 4 AM, of course, also fighting Freaks. Freaks got kind of deep here. They got 7 kills, James, and 3 placement points in 5th. So that's actually double digits for them. Is that the resurgence that you're expecting for Freaks, or what do you see?
No, but it is nice to see that one of the best players in the world, Salute, is using my favorite gun, the MP5. It's really fun. Nice. It's really nice. I enjoy watching that. That's good.
I thought you were going to say that it's very nice to see him start shooting things, but yeah.
That also, yeah, that's also kind of a boon of that. They do need to shoot more. Let's be real. Shoot more.
Good advice from us. It's kind of coming back to it feels like they're still taking too much space, right? They send a few guys out to the fields rather than taking control of the southern side. There it is, yeah. We did get an MP5 build. Steel also getting into things here, but that position they had, it was a position of power, but they kind of gave up power on the west side to them, right? They should have controlled. I felt like they should have pushed in the arena at a point before even taking more space on the eastern side there, because they opened it up themselves to multiple angles, and that's really what I don't really like seeing that. You can't do that as much here at PGS as you can maybe in your home region.
Yeah, I mean, at this level, we're used to this problem, right? Of like, okay, everybody thinks that this is a good spot to try and play from. Therefore, there's so many teams that are going to congregate in this area, and you kind of have that crunch down occur. And then on the other side of things, you've got a team like E-Arena who's like, okay, we were chilling in the south. We're going to be able to move into these fields eventually once everybody's kind of fought amongst themselves. It's the 7 kills that they walk away with there because of the denial towards the end, and they walk into the victory.
And they actually, in that engagement with 4AM, they won every single battle with that. They're like, 4AM didn't get a single knock, and the E-Arena really pushed so strongly there. So that's fantastic to see, obviously, that they're able to step it up like that.
I think they hit the nail on the head when it came to the commentary, right? They're also very apprehensive. Where is that snake? How are we supposed to deal with that? That's going to slow down our progression and deal with what is going on. So 4AM, as much as actually, I mean, it's a very important extra points for them as well, I would say, all things considered, because their first day of groups, aside from that last game, was just a bit of a disaster. So they need a lot more.
Yeah, they need way more points with that. And yeah, 7 kills for the win, 17 points total for that T5. Getting that second place to be able to kind of survive the +4 is going to back them 10. So not like big bangers and everything's kind of going ham here.
Not Freaks, big bangers.
No. Freaks also getting the 7 plus the 5th place. That's 10 points for them too. So it's huge. But then again, as I talked about, it was a game of where you're kind of sitting on both sides of that ridge that's kind of splitting the circle in the middle there. But it's going to be E-Arena that's going to be grabbing at the points here. 4 kills for Sissy. That's you.
I want to pick your brains whilst we take a look at the man of the match for this team as well at the same time. Obviously, they were here last year. They got themselves an opportunity to play at PGS, and yes, we did see them go far during all of those. After that, we honestly saw nothing from them for the rest of the year.
Sure.
Do you think that they've been able to get over the hump of what was a very rough end to 2024, or are you still skeptical about how far they can go?
They are one of the teams for me that is benefiting hugely for APAC being as chaotic and difficult to play as it is.
Okay.
Because it's kind of coming back to we're playing the group stage here at PGS, and it's also pretty difficult. It's pretty chaotic. We see a lot of teams doing quite unexpected things, and all the different metas of the regions and kind of how still it has been is kind of shifting to that. Yeah, 3 teams are going to have a tie, basically 10 points for all of these, but 17 for E-Arena. Is it going to be the resurgence that we kind of see? Because they had some really good performances last year in a few of the PGSs, but yeah, I want to continue seeing them building on that last year. And the question is, do we kind of see that starting today? Maybe.
Yeah.
Do I see that happening already in the PGS 7 finals? No.
I think one thing's for sure for the region, though, is that they have all leveled up together, right?
Yes.
Like in their region. I think it's undoubtable when you actually watch it. And they now will jump into 10th position here with 54 points to their names at E-Arena. All important points to try and shore up their defenses as all of these wolves at the doors are trying to break it on down. Now they find themselves at the top, aside from Falcons, of those teams that have played the 8 games so far. Beyond that, though, let's take a little further look as what's going on here, because, of course, it is all important. The cutoff point, with only 4 games remaining, you still have Apr-4 Road there, 37 points. Geeky has joined them at 37 points as well. And I do have to ask you about Geeky. A similar question, actually. Have they surpassed what you kind of expected with Hiruzen, or did you think that Hiruzen would slot in nicely? We know that he's experienced, very experienced, but we have to echo what other people have said in our talent roster. He is not DiffX, for sure.
He's not DiffX, and it's also when you spend time doing PEC and the regionals to build your synergy, and it's a new team. You kind of have to start over with the third guy. He doesn't really slot into it because it's going to change the dynamics a little bit, because he doesn't slot into the DiffX role. I would see Quizzy stepping more up and being more of a fragger, and Hiruzen kind of stepping into Quizzy's role. That's what I'm kind of expecting to see, right? So, but still, they're only 25-ish points away from breaking into that 62-point mark, right? Where we're kind of hoping them to be. But yeah, there's a lot of teams right now here that needs a lot of points to get into that 60+ points.
Are we saying for VP it's 2 out of reach? That's
no. 2 back-to-back games with massive kills like it. Unless it's getting, very unimaginable, I don't really see it like being called out on here. It's not enough points, but we know that they're capable of being able to go in and get double-digit kills a win or a top 2, and then
I mean, do you remember their last game on this stage last year?
No, I don't want to remember that at all. No, I don't want to.
Okay, well, if you say so. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to go to a break now, and when we return, we have 4 more games here to determine who is going through into the grand final here of PGS 7. See you in a sec.
Powered by the most advanced wind force cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aorus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
Yeah, there is.
How much have you looted?
And see if we, like, hit players. Get them. Got good mollies on them. Got good mollies on them. I got them right here. Oh, he. Nice. Careful. Heal up if you have to.
This one's low.
Corner him. Nice. One left. Nice, guys. Nice. No. Don't mess it up like that. We have to pay attention to the mobs, too. The mobs will definitely get us. He's trying to run away. He's in the corner. Right here. Hang on. No, get away, Canamir. There we go.
W.
I think that might have been everybody. Let's go straight towards the stone.
Bro, wait. I saw a legendary stuff.
Yeah, this guy has a legendary. Whoever killed them gets...
back, everybody, and we have 2 games in the books. Falcons and E-Arena making their mark on this final day of the PGS 7 group stages, but we have 4 left to play, Matrim, before we determine who will be going to that grand final.
E-Arena.
They're
in the game.
They are in the game.
All
Well,
right.
they were in the game.
Well, we've also been seeing a lot of teams that were really, I guess, struggle busing it, trying to find some points, which, if anything, is going to make the total points that we need at the end very interesting. There's a lot of math that's going on right now, but I'll leave that to the analysts to work out because, you know, we're Americans. We're good at math.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not doing caster math. Like
Nope.
they call it caster math for a reason because it's always wrong. That is why it's a meme. Memes don't come out of nowhere, right? So I will just let the leaderboard do its thing. But we did see a couple of teams that are in desperate need of points try to start to find their way a little bit there. As we saw Freaks with 4 man up. Although I will say, I feel like the Freaks that we watched in the Korean Weekly Series, that was a Freaks that should just run over 4 AM.
But this is the first time I felt like we've seen the Freaks try to be more in control of a situation. I liked the fact that they kind of sent Salute out on one side. They were trying to do like a renegotiation of positioning with the other 2 that were further up into the north, getting very close to 4 Angry Men. It felt like they were trying... I don't have anything else to say. It felt like they were playing scared in a lot of the other games, and this one finally felt like they were trying to do something.
Look, if you're gonna run out and try to get into grenade range of 4 AM, then you better have the utility to land, and you better land it. And if you don't land it, you need to be expecting the instant return of utility to come back in your position. And it seemed like Heaven just wasn't expecting that. But it doesn't matter. We are on our way now over to Tago, another map which looked to be, for the most part, pretty free and clear as far as drop spots go. And these guys are getting into it, man. They are hyped for these Final 4.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but every single time the plane takes off, these guys get excited. And it's like just like a guttural scream that most of them throw out. It's a war cry almost.
It is. I mean, hey, that's the best thing you can come up with for it, isn't it? Is you gotta hype yourself up somehow, and if you can't hype yourself up by screaming with your boys in a room full of other screaming boys, and
why'd
you know
you gotta
what? I don't
say
know
it
what,
like that?
You know,
You
I don't
were
know
on a
where
roll,
I
and
don't
then
know
you
really
make it
where I'm
all
going with this.
awkward.
I'm just gonna say that this plane is hugging the West Coast a little hard here, and we're probably not gonna see any terminal. Maybe not. No airport.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like whenever we get this plane path,
looking like
this swamp gets some attention. You know, Godot could also be a play that we can see a couple of teams eyeing for. A lot of late drops, though. I mean, you can see that's going to be VP, Forest, E-Arena, Petrichor Road. Oh, Petrichor Road. I don't know.
Petrichor Road.
Find something good is all I can say.
Well, they don't have anybody anywhere near them, so they should have books and style all of themselves, which is nice, to say the least. Na'Vi also looks like they should have points around terminal to themselves, so that's a pretty good get, especially considering they've had a little bit of a slow start here. And when they had that rough day 1, going back and forth with 17, kind of putting them behind the 8 ball a little bit.
Yeah,
definitely wanted them to start a little bit hotter, maybe is EK. I'll let each other know they're right close to dead center circle off this first pop.
Also, Divine. Divine needs something to work. So them, GK also very in good positions. BB, who has been having... Besto has racked up a ton of kills on their first day of play. And, I mean, off of just a pretty strong solo performance where he was trying to survive out and get some... just whatever he can and scrap it together. So I would love to see them manage to string together a bit more. E-Arena also going to get themselves Prison. I mean, just after coming last game and then getting Prison off of this one with the way the circle popped, that's got to feel good.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all.
What was going on with that?
Oh.
Doing a little dance, Ixleft?
Yeah, why not? Hey.
No rush, right?
Ixleft, look, whatever Ixleft wants to do, Ixleft can do. That man has earned the right, to say the least. As we check in another team. Oh my gosh, Park Pro, these headphones, man.
Look, I like them.
I know you do.
Look, character. Let him do what he wants.
Okay. You know what? I'm not here to shame. If you can land headshots and get kills whilst wearing the cat ear headphones, by all means, man, do what you got to do.
Falcon's going to be regrouping pretty close to RBN for Rock. I think that he's going to go ahead and get out. Yep. Teams that are not inside the circle, pretty much looking at Begopa, going to have to get a smidgen closer. 4 Angry Men. T5, Freaks, New Happy. Apr-4 Road has 2 of their members not inside of the circle, and then we've got VP down to the southeast, and Forest has 2 of their members outside the circle. So a lot to look at, but we have ourselves an interview with Park Pro.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm here joined by Park Pro from Begopa. So you're glittering today, and back to the first match, you had a double kill with a single grenade and ace GK. Can you just walk us through what was happening in that moment?
혹시 그 첫 매치 때 이제 수류탄 하나로 더블킬을 하셨잖아요. 그때도 GK 팀을 전부 다 잡으셨는데 그때 어떤 상황인지 설명 부탁드립니다.
일단 GK가 이제 오는 걸 알고 저희가 이제 수류탄 많은 거를 이제 서로 이용해서 그냥 다 같이 던지자고 해가지고 제가 이제 끝에 숨어 있다가 던져서 이제 더블킬을 한 상황이 나왔습니다.
So it's like I know that GK was looking for us. They were coming in our way, so we're talking to each other that let's throw as much grenade that we can at them. And I was hiding at that moment, and then I show up, throw the grenade, and got a double kill.
Ooh, great strategy and good use of grenade. Let's back to the game.
Look at the cat ears, Poro. Look at them and be jealous that you can't pull off the swag that he can with them. Although I want to see you wear those.
Hey, I could pull them off too, I think. I think
so.
I could. I'll make them cool. It's cool. Hey, we're not going to talk about the fact that he missed 3 grenades before he finally found the one that got the double kill.
Hey,
but
look, accuracy through volume, my friend. It doesn't matter if the first 3 misses. It only matters whenever the final one hits.
That's fair. That's fair. And this is
until you run out of nades and you need them later. But anyway, different story.
We didn't get to catch this on camera last game, but this is how Geeke managed to dispatch of BB Team, and yeah, that just looks like Geeke kind of caught BB Team a little bit split there on that northern side here as E-Arena. Well, that is what happened to 4 AM. Indeed. Yeah. That was very quick and very efficient stuff coming out from them. Easy things to do when you keep 4 up all the way to the end game, right?
Well, I love the idea of what 4 Angry Men were trying to do. It's just the fact that Rosted died so fast that he wasn't enough of a distraction to really let them get the shots that they wanted, and E-Arena was waiting for it.
Yeah, it was tough even before that because they had 3 up against the Freaks. They had Godvi kind of in the back playing around that tree trying to be long distance Overwatch, but then Godvi got kind of distracted, I guess, by the last member of Geeke. I think it was PWD on the top of that hill. And you know, you see for a second he called for help. HSM came back to try to assist him and get rid of that guy. And while that was happening, that kind of opened a door a little bit for Freaks to get a couple of knocks there. And although Freaks end up going down before 4 AM could get back on their feet, E-Arena perfect position to take advantage. So it was just one of those things where, you know, getting that briefest moment of distraction and pulling the shot calling in 2 different directions resulted in losing a fight.
Oh, Apr-4 Road, Xlift, Ming together. Give me more points, man. Give me more points.
I mean, this is supposed to be scary.
This is a team that should be generating far more points. And again, they were on track on day 1. They had like 33 points, I think, that they managed to generate. Don't quote me, chat.
It was average. It was an average day.
But so far in 2 games, they've generated like what, just like 4 points, somewhere in that range.
But that's what I'm saying. It was
what they need to do.
It was an average day.
Yeah.
But this is not an average team.
Yeah.
Right. So this you know, obviously expectations are going to be a lot higher for these guys because of what we've seen them do in the past. So I don't think it's really asking too much for them to want to go there. Now they are sitting on the cut line right now too. So like at the end of the day, nobody's going to care what you did in the group stages. All that's going to matter is what you did in the grand final.
As long as you can make it there.
As long as you can make it there.
So we've got Gen G lined up against Begopa, just taking some shots right around a fishing camp. Gen G's a bit closer to center, but really Begopa doesn't need to make too big of a... There's no desperation coming out from them, so this is more just, hey, don't come over here. We kind of want to hold this area. You stay over on that side of the hillside. We'll stay over here. Life will be good. Down over into the east, it's going to be New Happy. They're going to be kind of close to Na'Vi, and that's kind of about the only moving factors. We also do have VP that is making a rotation down the south. They are kind of running along the pathing of E-Arena. Nurens has spotted the mountain, taking a couple of shots, but nothing to really stop them off.
Yeah, talk about a team that could use just any luck whatsoever to go their way and get this ball rolling in the right direction. VP has just had a tough couple of days so far, And so far today, it hasn't really been looking much different. But we'll see if they can turn it around. We still got 4 games left. They still got plenty of time to try to make that cut line. But they've got to get going here pretty soon.
I mean, hey, it's the first PCS out of the 2, right?
Sure.
So it's not until the second one that they really enjoy playing.
Yeah. If history is any indicator, yeah. But
random patterns.
They're a terrifying team. Like they are a very, very good team.
Yes. To not have 9 points in what is this now 9 games?
Sometimes it just be that way. You know, that's the way PUBG go.
Yeah, but like you were talking about luck a second ago, at this point, make your own luck, man. There's a team that can definitely make their own luck, and they have an opportunity with it. They've got some space down to the south. Looks like they're getting kind of close to Forest. T5, one of the few teams that, actually the only team that's not inside the circle right now, so they finally managed to get 2 of their members in. Not a lot going on to the south of them. That's just going to be Navi and New Happy that we were talking about a moment ago. So VP finding Pathin is going to be getting very close right next to Baron, but Baron doesn't want too much more of this either, so going to kind of let them go on their merry way.
Yeah, speaking of, you talk about 4 a.m. and Theraton 5 kind of
respect.
Playing.
Respect 4 Angry Men.
Yes,
that's how you
sir.
cross that bridge.
Yes, sir. That's how we like to do it. That's clean and easy. Well, maybe not so clean, maybe
pretty
not so
certain
easy,
I hear
but
them
we
laughing.
like it.
Yeah.
Well, Theraton 5 and 4 a.m. maybe running into each other here. Rossitid, they heard the engines behind them, and Rossitid kind of calling the boys back on over, but it looks like 4 a.m.
Yes.
They sniffed it. They sniffed it out. They saw the glint in the scopes off in the distance, and they managed to avoid danger here, and we'll try to pull in a different way.
Well, it's going to force them to the north, which is outside the safe zone. So now they've got the blue zone that's going to be coming in. Yeah, it's an early blue zone, so it's not the worst thing in the world. So at least stop off, get themselves a bit more prepared. Looks like they're kind of looking around in there as well, seeing how the looting was inside, see if there's anything that they could pick up that they needed. T5's not going to stay in this position for too long. New Happy is also shifting down south.
Okay.
Hard shift down to the south, though, so that means the fact that everybody that's in the vehicle going to have to go quick. Freaks, odd team out. They're going to be running into a death funnel right across those bridges where we're already going to see Divine, Jin G, Begopa, all of them shifting in. Back behind this one to the south, we also see, kind of more to the west and the north, it's going to be where we see Rock as well as Falcons already going to be on an intersection point as well.
And I think the arrow was right. I think Theraton 5 will try to look to do that long wrap down to the south side, but the question is, will they be the first ones there? You see New Happy already sending it in that direction, and then they're going to have 4 a.m. right behind them as well. So, and then if you look at the western side of the circle, Falcons have just been hugging the coast ever since C1. So they have just been kind of biding their time, and now they're running a little bit close to E-Arena, but E-Arena a little bit split here. We'll see if they end up running into each other.
Look at this. We got Falcons leading the pack right into E-Arena's positioning. Begopa right back behind them. Falcons have at least they're the lead of all of this, but there are so many targets that are roaming in with E-Arena, and E-Arena is kind of running a 2-1-1 split, so it's going to make it a lot more complicated. Looks like a lot of these teams are going to have to do stop-offs right next to the swamp, and it's an okay place to play for now, but with the amount of threats that are going to be coming in back behind this one, it's going to be very hard to survive. You just got to pop somebody in the face to get them to stop looking at you, and that's exactly what Kickstart does.
Boy, Kickstart just saved Tig's life, but unfortunately Park Pro had the other angle. And this is what happens when you're forced to stop down in the middle of the rotation. You just have no idea where these guys are. Everybody's surrounding you. Every angle is dangerous. And Park Pro coming out on top that time will steal away the fragger from Team Falcons. They still have 3 alive. They're still right on top of each other. They can still make moves here on this western side of the swamp should they so choose.
Yeah, Begopa, I mean, they're exploiting this the best they can. There was just one member for E-Arena and Sizzy that is kind of what stopped Falcons. And I think that Falcons is starting to figure that one out, that maybe they can get in a vehicle, shift a bit further away. Yep, that's what they're going to try to set up for now. Rock also needs to come in back behind this one, and they're being gate kept out by Jin G. But Jin G actually stretched out. Now they're getting shot at. Yeah, Orca has kind of revealed himself, and he put himself in a bad spot, so he has to get out of there. But this is what stopped off Rock. Rock still needs to go into the circle, and they could just kind of shift in right back behind Begopa and kind of do to Begopa what Begopa's trying to do to Falcons.
Yeah, these edges are very, very tenuous at best. On the north side, on the northeast, northwest, and all the way down to the south. Theraton 5 eating blue, going through Songam, trying to come in from the very far south side. Looks like they should have a way in. As we see Divine just kind of sharing across the road with another squad here. Okay, that was Jin G.
this is going to be pretty interesting. So we still have School that's in play, Hosan Prison.
Yeah, School's completely empty.
Hosan itself, but the swamp eats up a lot of space inside of the circle, and for later stages, it's a bit more navigable. But with 63 still alive, I mean, it's really hard with that much space just kind of gone and becoming a no man's land that nobody wants to set foot in. This made this a lot smaller of a circle. So depending on how this next shift comes into play, if we see it lean into swamp, it's going to be a bloodbath. If we see it go south down into School, that's another bloodbath because we set up a new death funnel. If it goes to Hosan, Lord only knows, but it is going to keep some of the swamp and keep School in play. So VP, you said that they needed some luck. Looks like they're finally getting some.
That is pretty good stuff there for VP. But like you said, School completely empty right now. I don't know if New Happy is aware of that. They might be forced to go and play at least on the northern side of that compound as they see 4 a.m. coming through. Gen G going to go ahead and leave Rock, make their way down that road just past Bagel Pa. Unfortunately for them, Bagel Pa and Falcons are too busy squaring off with each other to even pay attention to them.
Gen G just scooted right by all of this. E-Arena used the distraction of Falcons earlier, and they've got themselves a foothold, so they can take a couple of shots into Gen G. But this is just the first wave. Nurens is going to try to regroup back in with the rest of E-Arena. Falcons has stopped off Bagel Pa, but we've got Rock that's come up back behind Bagel Pa. This has turned into a giant mess. E-Arena doesn't even manage to do a ton of damage at Gen G. They just snuck this one out, but they're going to be running right into T5's position.
It's actually kind of huge. Falcons took a knock, but Bagel Pa had to turn their attention back over towards Rock, so Falcons should be able to get that res back up. We'll see if they can, Bagel Pa can get somebody over to Akon. It doesn't look like they will. He'll go down. Park Pro now has been spotted out. The grenades come through. The shots will be it, and that will be it for Bagel Pa, going out in 16th place as BL picks up a kill.
Rock has to make a move. We can see it's going to be GK as well as Na'Vi. This is very far up in the north. GK was taking shots into Divine, so Divine has had to stop off, but it's going to be Na'Vi that runs right up back behind him. Haruzen goes down. Ferris picks that one up for Nero on free. Tons of targets that are going to be available in front of this one. Petrichor Road hears this at range. They're going to try to use the opportunity to shift down into the south. BB also in gatekeep of whatever is going to be going on with all these squads. Divine going to use this opportunity, try to sneak by. They're going to be playing right along the swamp. While all this is going on, remember what was going on with Rock a moment ago. Freaks are going to be coming up right back behind Rock, and that means that Falcons are going to be holding another gate kept position.
Boy, a little bit more EU on EU action as Na'Vi will finish off PWD. I think Spiro now the last player left alive for GK, but Na'Vi has to work their way into the zone, and BB, as you said, in a perfect position to gatekeep on that northern side. Divine up there as well. That is who Na'Vi is shooting at right now, and that is who they are getting shot at by. Wonderful just going to send it in, but Maladuct is going to pick him out of the vehicle itself. Patampong, you can see a number of fights breaking out. I think this is on the western side as well.
I mean, it's just a target-rich environment. Divine manages to find a path to get through for the time being, but VP is going to be the next ones lined in. It's going to be very hard to hold. Given this Beamy, too many targets, lines it, he's going to go down. Hella manages to spot him out. Nixie looking at the new targets, but Hella's just kind of roaming around Virtus Pro, trying to see what they can pick off. The firefight still brewing over into the west, so it's going to be EB that has to try to see if he can secure. Hella has to run away from the nade, narrowly getting into cover, but that's going to buy space for Barpo to get his vehicle in and maybe provide some support.
Both teams really desperate to get the smoke walls down as they're getting peppered from range by New Happy and by Forest. So they'll try to get those down before they eventually go over and try to get the reses. Dayon will get flushed out. And now Falcons again, Rock. Now after dispatching with Bagel Pa, they're going to run into Kickstart, will go down. And I believe it's down to just Shrimsy, who's still playing out from the swamp.
But he has to hold the line against the Freaks, coming up right back behind Rock as well. They see kills. There are sharks in the water right now, and they are hunting. Salute, seeing what's going on in front of him, and it's just on to Shrimsies. Try to see how many more points he can secure. They're pretty good qualified. They're not too worried about that. It's more about they just want to set some type of authority on position and firefight. Shrimsy, you know that this guy can do it. Meanwhile, back over here with Salute, up on top, spotted out RBN, and you can see it is full on damage control for Rock and Shrimsy both. Na'Vi is actually going to be the one that spots out Shrimsy.
Yeah, Na'Vi had to avoid that BB 2-2 split. Unfortunately, they lose one in the process, but they come in at a perfect angle to kind of third party onto all this craziness going on the west side of Swamp. RBN still alive through the grace of the smoke, but Freaks still just kind of hovering around, waiting to see if they can maybe take this player out, but they've got to be more concerned about where they're going to go next inside this new zone.
Petrichor Road making a send around Forest, but that means that they're going to be right in the sight lines of 4 Angry Men in just 1 second. They don't want to go any further than this. This is good enough for now. That means that Forest could have a couple of pathing options. Rock is finally going to go down. That means that the Freaks do get control over the West. It's a couple of shots coming out from Na'Vi on them, but now Petrichor Road, how do you defend up against what's going on with Forest just to your northwest? 4 Angry Men, Golden Beast, you can see stopped off. They really wanted that tasty treat of Petrichor Road to run right into them.
4EM's been doing a good job of getting, in positionally at least, getting into the late game with 4 guys up. This is a good spot to play just to the south of this Petrichor Road compound. And Petrichor sharing it with Forest for the time being, but New Happy down in school, they've got so much room to play around. They can kind of see everything. Meanwhile, Freaks, after finally giving up on Rock, or I guess taking out that final player from Rock, now trying to find a way in. They might run into Na'Vi right now.
Right as Na'Vi managed to finish off Barpo, the Thorn in their side. Human lines up. Lots of nades look like they're coming his way. He has to be careful. Beautiful bounce off of that one. It's going to be Save that manages to get the knock. Na'Vi finding some more over here, lined into 7 kills for the time being. There's a lot of threats. They've got BB that's back behind them, but they still have Heaven and the rest of the Freaks. They've got a crossfire position. They land right on top of them.
Heaven with the 2-piece from the grenade and the spray. He will get taken down by Jacob as E-Arena starting to come alive. They're coming in from the southern side on that western edge. DL and Salute, though, still up. Na'Vi will go down in the end in 12th place, and maybe Freaks can reset here.
Starting to find the points. E-Arena, they had the inside track on so much of this, but the circle keeps leaving them behind. They're now down into the southwest, running a 2-2. They've got T5 that's going to be down to the southeast of their position, but they've got their eyes set on what's going on with Salute and the Freaks. Meanwhile, VP, there is a ton of targets in front of them. They just have to focus up, pick whichever ones they want. BB's got to find a path into the circle, but they still have Spyro for GK that's going to be back behind them. But yes, down into the south, man. Look at this. New Happy has to move. T5 has to move. 4 Angry Men has their dip, and Petrichor Road did manage to force Forest up into the north.
BBT finally, as you said, leaving their compound. They've actually got mortars out, and they might be sending them over towards Virtus Pro. They had this wide open area. We see the arc. Let's see where it lands.
Not a lot of cover.
And, just shy of Nixie. They've got the distance. They just a little bit off on the range. Nixie just dancing around looking for where it might come in next. Here's the next one. And he gets damage
forced
from
him out
it.
of cover. Forced him out of cover, so they got some damage on him, but that's a lot of burn for a very little return.
This is gutsy from BB Team. Like, they were able to get that down, but unfortunately, Salute and the rest of the Freaks are going to spot out BB Team as they were propped down, trying to send those mortars, trying to open up a door for themselves. But Salute will get spotted by Jacob as E-Arena is just a thorn in everybody's side right now.
T5's in a lot of trouble. They're getting shot from New Happy on one side. They've got E-Arena on the other. BB having to contend up with the Freaks over here. Freaks are inside of vehicles. They're just roaming around them. See Molodok trying to see how they can handle it. Virtus Pro still trying to hold the line and realizing that they need to neutralize these teams up into the north. And it is just a stack of dominoes falling all in front of VP, and they can't quite find all of the points that they want to get out of it. BB, though, in trouble. Nowhere to go. Heaven on one side of it. And meanwhile, Spyro's still just going to be sneaking in back behind it all.
All these grenades from Heaven doing good to flush them out, and that's 7 kills for Freaks, despite the fact that they are down to just 1, looking like they might be going out a little bit early here. That is a pretty good step in the right direction for them, and a doozy with his back against the blue. Spiro still up there for Geek. As he said, he's just been munching on blue for the longest time, and he's actually going to spot out a doozy and get another point for Geek. That's what you want your solo player to do.
We haven't even hit placement points yet. There are so many like solos and tattered teams clinging to life right now. Heavens looks like he is still going to buy some space for himself, but Spiro is going to be creeping up back behind this one. He's been watching and hearing all of what's been going on in front of him. Meanwhile, New Happy looks like they're going to go ahead and hop in vehicles. They're going to shift a bit more into E-Arena's positioning, but Spiro, does he see it? Does he see it? Nixie's just taking shots straight in onto Heaven. I mean, 1 bullet will be enough to get him, but hey, a nade will do it too.
Oh my goodness, he's going to send it right in there. No! He got him before he ends up going down to the blue. And the snake on snake crime ends up destroying them both in the end. But Virtus Pro, we talked about the fact that they really, really need something to go their way. They do lose Beamy early on, but they have the entire western side of this new zone now that it's hard shifted off to the north.
So with this, now we've got E-Arena, New Happy, 4 Angry Men, and Petrichor Road all having to make moves. New Happy trying to see if they can get rid of E-Arena, who's been firmly entrenched. Lined in, Jacob just trying to hold the line for his squad. Looks like he's got a beautiful line on that nade. He's just going to go ahead and drop it off, but retaliation nades look like they're going to be coming back onto it. Can't quite connect past that rock. Meanwhile, the longer they stay entrenched here, that means that Gen.G can start getting more of a foothold, hold down the circle, and really try to hold them out. But New Happy doing all the work right now. December 12th, just absolutely punishing on one line of angle for this one. So 16KK just going to try and mop up whatever's left. As I think it's just 60.
Yeah, got to get those points, New Happy. Get it what you can. As they have quietly been having a really good tournament so far. That kill is going to bring them right up to 50, which is good enough for 11th place overall right now. As we cut over to Petrichor Road, they finally had to take the fight over to Forest. Trades on Nox so far. Is Scappy just trying to hide low? Akesleft going to get spotted by Kiss. A Panzerfaust for Baron will find the jaw of Ming Ming. And now it's just down to 2 for Petrichor Road.
It's going to be Kiss leading the way up on. Get some support from his teammates. You can see it's going to be on the outside wall. Ming Ming down right now. Chewy trying to get the res. Scappy, do you go for it? It's going to be a dangerous angle to peek. There's a lot going on the outside of this one, but instead, he's just going to huddle down. A lot of utility coming out. 3 different points. Chewy tries to go for the shots on Baron, but he's now revealed in position. He lost his body block. Petrichor Road is going to go down. And now, 4 Angry Men as well as E-Arena need to regroup in the circle.
Wow, man. Forest starting to earn a little bit of a reputation in this lobby as giant killers as they take out Petrichor Road. They took out Twisted Minds yesterday, and they have now found themselves with 52 points in 11th place overall. A shock to, I think, a lot of people, but they have been proving themselves time and time again here today.
They're in qualification range. Can they continue to hold it together? Scappy trying to scrap together his own spot inside the circle. Forest coming into this a bit late, going to use the hillside. 4 Angry Men seeming like the fact that they're a bit hesitant to run up that hill because they don't want to reveal themselves. That's going to be our eastern lane. It's going to be Forest versus 4 Angry Men. Meanwhile, over in the west, VP versus Gen.G.
Yeah, VP really needs this to go their way. Ibby holding that anchor position. But unfortunately, I mean, as soon as Gen.G comes across that ridge line, they're going to see a vehicle standing there, and they're going to know, let's just spam that with his utility as quickly as we can. But fortunately for him, he's got Nixie off on an angle and Lucarux right nearby. So Gen.G does still have to be careful about how they approach this. And now that the new circle has popped, actually Nixie doing a really good job of preventing Gen.G from just pushing over this ridge line.
EB holding that line has forced Gen.G on the other side of the hill. 4 Angry Men now stepped in. Scappy does get the lead in onto Godv, and he goes down. Scappy has unlocked the door. 4 Angry Men with those shots now in a very vulnerable position. Tongmu has to take down anything going on with Gen.G. Gen.G, though, is just going to send it right into the face. They just drop out and instantly go after 4 Angry Men, and it's going to be Forest that then swoops in back behind, seeing how much more of this they can get. It's going to be 4 Angry Men down to just 1 Angry Man, and that's going to be Longs while all of Forest is on the hunt. Gen.G shifted out, now inside the circle. 4 Angry Men go down, and Forest still pumping out the kills.
Beautiful work from Forest here to take that fight to 4 a.m., and Gen.G instantly read the situation, as you said, and 4 a.m. is dispatched with. They are down to just the top 3 teams, 1 alive for Gen.G. Americano slowly bleeding out as VP, trying to get everybody together to take this fight over the top of this mountain here, or the hill rather. Tosi will get spotted out by Ibby, and that'll do it for Gen.G. And now it's a 3v4, Virtus Pro versus Forest for the win.
Forest just making it look natural as they've managed to shift into this position like it was destiny. VP had a hard-fought set of fights to get into this stage. Now the Nixie has been spotted out, but he's got a lot of crates, a couple of pieces of the hill that he can kind of use. Lucarux realizing that maybe he needs to get into a bit of a better position to try to hold out. He's going to shift in, but Olympus doing the same thing, mirrored on both sides. They both jump out of the vehicles. They've got the rocks. They wanted to see if they can kind of set up a pincer cold, get a crossfire situation going, but that's been a bit neutralized by both these members. So shifting out, It's got to be Olympus that manages to get the drop onto Lucarux, and that means that VP's in some trouble.
Beautiful shooting there from Olympus, and it was a smart play by Virtus Pro. They knew they didn't have the position. Now it's just down to Nixie. Nixie will find Kiss, but it won't matter. Forest gets another win here in day number 3.
Forest, man, they are just cutting down everyone around them. I was a bit worried whenever they let Petrichor Road into their compound and they just instantly shifted away from it and said, okay, you can have it. I was worried that maybe that hesitation might come back and bite them, but no, it did not.
Forest executing the bend but don't break strategy of defense against the push from Petrichor Road. They gave up position, they gave up a little bit, they gave up some of their health bars, but at the end they didn't even take a knock in that push. And Petrichor Road, I mean, that is a team that we had a very high expectations of for very good reasons, but meanwhile Forest, the newcomers, they're showing that they belong, and they get another win here during these group stages.
Well, there it is. They could see the points through the trees as Forest gets the big points on the board here for Taego, vanquishing Virtus Pro towards the very end. Avenger joins me to talk about that deal right there.
Is that a passive buff, do you think, here in the Forest-ish ending that they get?
Oh, yeah, for sure. At least 3 extra points.
3 extra points. Yeah. I love this, though. The silent pull up on the bike. Hiruzen didn't hear it, and boom, he strikes. But yeah, boom. We've seen a few circles in this area here. Well, I feel like it's been a lot of tendencies on Taego that we are, you know, in the southern area, south of the swamp area, in both in Europe, in the region, but also played it in ranked. I've seen it in other tournaments.
Been more common, yeah, for sure.
It's been very, very common, and that's kind of the tendencies we've seen from the players, and that's also why we had so much action in the compound. That's why so many teams have kind of played around these edges here off the side here. Freaks able to step it up a little bit, a few kills here and there, but they still are not really delivering up to this kind of big expectations we have for them compared to what they're able to do in Korea.
No, a little bit extra, as we saw the big crash forwards against BB team, who were trying to play some edge play. Deal and turned around on that and was able to do some big damage. And at the same time, as you look at towards the later moments of this game, I really want to get to basically Forest versus Pro, because you have
the variant,
the 4 going up against 3, and it's kind of important. Obviously, you were talking to Nixie just before and thinking, asking him basically, was it winnable?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's maybe a little bit too much space given at one point, but still, your Forest 3, you lost Luca there. Nixie could have said that maybe could have stayed in the kind of anger position that Luca took, but he also lost that against Olympus. Olympus has been very impressive so far here for Forest. Like, they've now had 2 banger games. Winning this here probably puts them, I would say, into the finals for the weekend.
Yeah, you'd think so. You would think so, all things considered. Still got those 3 games in hand as well here for something like this. We see as all of these teams trying to react to what was going on. It looks like Freaks still kind of content with the points that they got there. I think they believe that, you know, just get a little bit more in these 3 games, going to be okay. How are they at the moment?
I think they're going to be ending in the mid-high 30s. But yeah, 11 kills going for Forest, coming their way. The first good game in a series of many bad games for VP. That's good to see, being able to get both the 6 kills here, but also the 2nd place for him. Kind of silently being, like, slowly consistent here, right? Yeah, and they've been in there. And for me, for 4 Angry Men, sure, now here with both getting some placement points and some kills, it kind of just widens up our mid-pack. It's kind of the teams that's either in the bottom or our mid-pack getting a few points here and there. So it could actually pull the kind of crossover below that 60.9. It could even be T1 is safe with 56 games. But Forest Gaming here, tons of points, tons of kills for all these guys. Here, Scabby managed to get 4. Does he get the MVP though? It's Baron because of the 600 damage.
Yeah. Now, actually, I'm kind of impressed by them for this game in particular. Of course, as soon as you have that barn fight go down against Petrichor Road, after that, it felt like they were just shooting at everything. Yeah. It felt like they had a huge kind of aura about them moving forwards into some of these fights, and they felt unkillable. So, gotta say, very impressed by that. I'm impressed by Baron to be able to take it. For me, though, yeah, Baron does the damage there, but it felt a little bit like the Scappy show at some of those moments. He was really laying in the boot in this game.
I think multiple of these guys here, they were able to. Olympus also popped off in a big matter there for them. But 21 points total for them, 12 for Versus Pro, as you said here, 9 for Foreign Men. Also puts them in a decent spot too. They were on 34 before, right? So they're going to be ending on 44. So within, again, this 10, 15 more points, we might be safe here. But it is all these teams that are either kind of in our bottom 8 or in our mid-pack that is getting points. It's pushing them into a situation where it's like, okay, it's going to be safe. And yeah, E-Arena with 60 here and our best here 63. T1 not playing, obviously have already played their 12 games. That is really the cutoff point you want to cross. You want to get into that 57. 60 is, you know, probably also going to be quite safe already here for the arena, so that's cool.
You'd think more teams are going to be taking over T1 in the next one, that's for sure. As all everybody's kind of been gaining momentum, catching on up.
50-50 both,
and yeah, 50-50, 44 if Foreign Men's able to do something as well.
Only 3 games though, James.
True, only 3 games.
It's looking likely that T1 could actually keep it here. If it's not, you know, if they're not getting the kills, if they're not getting the kind of mid-placement packs here for some of the teams in the middle, Navi's, they got to make 20 points in 3 games, and they have not had that big bang game. They've only gotten 4 placement points so far. They're fragging out, sure, but they're not getting into these center positions. They're not getting into the late game positions that is getting them the average of the kind of placement points that we kind of like to see. You cannot just continue to frag out unless you go absolutely ballistic.
A lot of the kills are being spread out pretty evenly in a lot of these games, which means that there's not massive moves happening for a lot of these teams.
We also got to note 39 points here is our current cutoff, right? So we have the other teams that are chasing. And the kind of worst position right now for Versus Pro is it's only 18 points. It's 1 good game.
That's true.
And you're literally caught up to 16th, right? So that is really the aim we're setting for our bottom 8 teams.
I guess prior to this game, I asked you, are you giving up on the idea of VP?
Absolutely
but no,
not.
Apparently not. And apparently it could come to fruition if the boys here on screen are able to do something about it. Again, I kind of want to focus a little bit on some of our GPT teams, 4AM and Gen G. For me, and I'm not going to mince words, they are the 2 GPT teams that I've got my eyes on. Like, can they improve their stance coming into this year after gaining GPT once again? And so far, it's looking a little bit tenuous about if they're going to be able to get into those finals, especially Gen G, these boys here.
Yeah.
Things aren't coming together just yet here on the battleground.
They're only 7 points behind Petrichor Road. 1 big game again for these guys. As you said, because we have so many points being spread out quite evenly on our bottom 10 teams, it's going to be quite easy to kind of jump in. And because we only have these 3 games, if you have a big banger game, if you win a game, you're going to be putting yourself quite deep into that top 16 and making it quite safe for you. Right now, you cannot rely on having the averages. You cannot rely on doing the salvage. You got to have a big game. You got to win, or you got to go double digits on the kills.
Does make me think, actually, going on to Rondo, I wonder if 4AM now pivots into, because there's a little bit of room over Neox and Test Track, I would say, actually, not Neox, because we expect Na'Vi to be the Neox team as a whole. So maybe that could be good for 4AM if they do pivot. We haven't seen them in this tournament thus far really dropping over that way, because of course you've got you Twisted Minds, you've got you 17 wanting it. But anyway, let's get to it as we are ready to Rondo, and we have got ourselves the commentators on the way for the 4th game of the day. Let's figure it out.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are now down to brass tacks. We are down to the final 3 games. If you're going to make a move, if you're going to make a run for that cut line, now is the time to do it. Or forever hold your peace, Matrim. You'll be sitting there watching the grand finals from home.
Yep.
Or the hotel, I guess.
This is a very southern plane path.
Very.
Not passing next to Test Track, but it is Rondo. So you never know. We could still end up at Test Track.
I feel like we do know.
But, I mean, we also did see that the 2 Rivers fight that was going on yesterday. So
yeah, that's true.
First day? Yeah, first day.
Yeah. Yeah, we've actually managed to avoid test track pretty consistently so far.
I'm pretty excited about it. Knock on wood or whatever you need to do.
I don't know if this is actual wood or if this is plywood counts. Let's call it that.
Okay, so 3 games down, we started to see some of the teams that we were talking about that really were struggling, finding some momentum, but it hasn't been enough just quite yet. A lot of our teams that are much more comfortable have now starting to assert authority on the circles, really trying to, for lack of a better term, screw over some of the other plays that are coming out. The unexpected factor for me today has just been Forest, man. Forest has been playing really good, and it's not like they're lucking in or doing anything else like that. They are just playing very clean games and firefights.
I mean, look, our 3 winners today are Falcons, E-Arena, and Forest, and that in and of itself has kind of meant that the cut line is very, very manageable for a lot of these teams that are still in the fight. And right off the bat, there you go. A nice circle test track in it for sure, but way, way off to the east. Yulin a little bit more centralized here.
We were talking about the fact that this could be a very high cut line going into this, but since we're seeing so many teams at the bottom pick up so many more points, there's a chance that this could be one of our lowest cut lines as well. So it's really interesting to watch how this is all going to shake up. And that's one of the reasons I love PUBG Esports so much. There are so many variables, so many different things that are coming into play, and the evolution of any team at any time can really throw off so many regimented plans that have been developed for so long.
Well, you look at it, so traditionally that cut line throughout PGSs has been around that 55-56 area. Right now, Petrichor Road in 16th place with 39 points, but look how many teams are just right around that same spot. 4 AM with 44, T5 of 42, and I mean, even Begopa, Geeke, Freaks, Navi, even Gen G down with 32, and Divine with 31. Everybody's still easily within range. And then, I mean, Virtus Pro, they had a pretty decent game last game. They only had 8 points going into that. Now, or 9 points. Now they have 21, and no, Shrimzy going to get picked out by Two Heart. And that's another point going in the way of Begopa. Now, all that being said, Falcons, 74 points. They're fine. They don't have to really worry about anything. But when you have that top team that's going out early and not just siphoning up, sponging up points, that keeps that cut line kind of within range.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how it all stacks up, because this is just so compacted. You can't call anybody out yet. Like, while VP is at the bottom of the leaderboard, if 3 games left, if they can string it together, you can get enough points to get, what, 40 points, somewhere in that range, maybe 45 in 3 games. It is very doable, but that means the fact that you can't let off the gas. You have to make sure that you're securing kills. You have to make sure that you're making it a late game. Every single point matters, and it's not a stage that you can be coming into passive. And it feels like everybody that's at the bottom section of the leaderboard realizes that. And they are the ones that are presently setting the pace. I mean, Falcons are our top team on the day, and they've already lost a member not even 4 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way this thing has been for the last 3 days. And, you know, there's a little bit of a interview, I think, here with Heaven. So let's hear what he has to say.
저희 팀에 딱히 문제는 없었고, 그냥 저희가 좀 간만에 또 다시 대회다 보니까 감을 못 잡은 게 좀 있는 것 같아서 좀 아쉬운 성적을 냈던 것 같아요. 일단 저희가 오늘 좀 안 됐던 부분들을 좀 피드백을 최대한 하고 내일 좀 열심히 할 예정입니다. 완전히 PWS랑 똑같은 모습은 보여드리기 힘들 수도 있지만 그래도 최대한 감을 잡고 비슷한 모습을 보여드리려고 최대한 하겠습니다.
And I think that brings up a really, really good point, is finding that rhythm, right? Finding that flow state that you get in when things are going the way that you want them to go. And it's everything. It's not just, you know, mechanics. It's with your communications. It's with your rotations. It's just everything. Once you find that flow state and get back in it, everything becomes that much easier.
Well, I also love teams whenever things are going bad that actually just do hunker down onto that, and they don't try to hide from it. Like, no, today sucked, we need to show you the better version of ourselves.
Sure.
Versus like the, unlucky day, keep it going with the strategy. I like the fact that they're like, what we thought we were going to do isn't working. We need to change, and we need to figure out what's going on. And
it's different for every team, though, right? So some teams, I think, are better about being able to make those on-the-fly, day-to-day adjustments. But I think some teams, they have a good plan. And sometimes it's having that knowledge or having a coach that's right there to let you know, like, hey, the plan is good. It was just the execution and the situations that didn't come through this time. So let's stick with the plan.
Every plan works well until somebody starts shooting at you, and then everything comes apart. And
everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yep.
Famous quote. and there's been a lot of teams getting punched in the mouth here so far in PGS 7. But there you see that is the historical cutoff point. So you're looking 55-56. It's looking pretty well within range here.
I just don't even know. As close as this is it's just absolutely crazy. This is going to be a nail biter going through.
Oh, absolutely.
And you guys buckle up. We're going to be figuring this out in a minute. Navi rolling through the wrong neighborhood, or maybe the right neighborhood. At least gets the knock onto one, but Tosi does manage to get the return knock back onto Sosed. So should be able to get rezzed. And do we hear anything else going on? Nope. No other reinforcements coming. Well, looks like maybe Navi might be committing into it. They were thinking about it anyway. Looks like they're going to pull off.
Another game now where Navi loses a player early on just in rotation, and just no real opportunity to do any trades here or anything else. So that is that sucks, especially for a team as good as this one, as they are currently sitting 5 points below that cut line at 16th place at 35. But I think that this is a team. I mean, this is obviously any of these teams really that are below the cut line could find some success here on Rondo, but once you get to Miramar, that's when everybody is in their element, and everybody's got a plan for Miramar, right?
Oh, I mean, it tends to be pretty forgiving, right? With the footpathings and all the other stuff that you can do, Miramar gives you opportunities and also gives you a chance to, whenever the cards are dealt to you are bad, you have a couple more ways to deal with them. So on this map, though, we kind of have Test Track that's in play still. Jaltin's still in here. Stadium. You know what? I would love to see some Stadium, so that'd be kind of cool. But
I was saying that yesterday.
Most of everybody looks like they're pretty much inside the circle. We still have the Falcons that need to get in there. Forest is kind of roaming around to the north. Looks like they're doing a long wrap, and T5 is doing a similar wrap just about, I don't know, what, a kilometer to the south of them?
A lot of free space on that western side of the zone right now, though.
Oh,
most of these teams really kind of favoring that southern side, as Lyrics will get into the glider and provide a little eye in the sky for the rest of his team. Now
He is half a map. He is half a map away from the rest of his squad because glider, bro. And I respect it. This is they're really strong on this map. I mean, they're really strong on every map, but on this one, since there's so much ground and there's not a lot of extra, like there's so many ways that people could be sneaky and hide off cars and do all this other stuff. Getting this aerial information is just so big.
Oh yeah, and to be fair, E-Arena, they're already inside the zone, and they've got a okay spot just kind of to the south of Test Track. Now they do have Freaks starting to come in behind them, but Lyrics hopefully will get there in time to feed that information over to the rest of the boys as we get a little. It's kind of a calming eye in the sky, just a little calm before the storm here on Rondo.
Just taking the sights, see everything that's beautiful.
Yeah.
A couple of shots are going to T5. Therathon 5 should be fine, though. That is going to be Geek that's kind of separated out. They're running a 2-1-1. I'd be a bit worried for PWDD as he is playing in Stadium, and it looks like that's kind of where we see everybody being herded into, as Fluky is going to have a couple more shots come after him. But Forest is kind of sneaking in back behind the other side of Stadium while this is going on.
And they're taking their time with it, and they also have Bagopah up there as well, so if Bagopah and Forest keep on their current trajectories, they may end up running into each other as we see Fluky just kind of circling around and above his team, just feeding that intel over. But for the most part, everybody in their spots. So we see a few teams still in vehicles, still trying to find a spot to play or set their splits the way they'd like. But for the most part, everybody kind of hovering around their spots for
This is interesting because we have Bagopah that's making a rotation right next to Falcons, and this has happened several times. It feels like they have very similar prioritization on location and position and how they read the map. So that could be something to watch as this continues to brew, as Bagopah also has to be careful. They've got Force that are going to be back behind him. Circle does go down the south and moves away from Test Track. Yes!
Everybody's happy about that one. Well, like, with the exception of the teams that are kind of off to the north, but you see them already in vehicles on the move. Once again, Petrichor Road, even though they are in dead center, they have Yulin. That was their drop spot. They still have Chewy in a vehicle. They're gonna just go ahead and kind of hunker down in one corner of Yulin, in that southern corner. It looks like that'll leave the northern side of the city open should any team decide to crash there. But not trying. I think Petrichor Road making the right decision here, not trying to defend the entire thing by themselves.
Yeah, and I tend to prefer that area of the Yulin itself. It feels like it's more defendable specifically. So I like where we're seeing that, and this could be a big game for them being so centered. Up to the north, a lot of rotations, man. A lot of rotations as we were watching Kick get a bit aerial information for his team. GK is going to be coming in underneath of him. Freaks making their rotation, as we also do have VP rotating. There's nobody near the Freaks right now, as Rock is having to contend with Divine. That's going to be very close to them. Forest is also needing to make their move into the circle. Na'Vi, T5, Begapa, all of them, as well as E-Arena, who's going to be wrapping in pretty close to where maybe BB is going to be.
This is the first problem we're seeing. Rock pulling into the compound. At least one half of the compound is owned by Divine, but Dayon immediately hopping in the vehicle and getting on out. And Wonderful going to provide some overwatch for his teammate, making sure that both of those guys are able to drive away from the compound. So they'll give it up for now, and that is good news for both, really. Both teams getting out of there pretty scot-free.
Yeah, and that means that also two pretty strong positions, fairly close to the center of the circle, so shouldn't have to worry about it. Geometry could be favorable for him. Oddly enough, the empty fields are kind of creating problems for a lot of rotations. Begapaw's kind of gotten stopped off with it. Forest doesn't want to make too much more of a move after back behind them. They're going to drop off now, so maybe those rotations can continue. Divine still just taking those shots in at Rock right now, but that's kind of the bigger moving factors. We also do have T5 that's going to be rotating in pretty close to 4 Angry Men, but I think that they scouted that one out, so going to give them a bit more breath. Stay away. Just keep the hill in between us. Everything should be fine, but once they get past that hill, it's where a new set of problems come in because there's a flat land, and New Happy should have vision on them.
Yeah, this was another one that we were looking at. I think Kickstart may have spotted this out from the glider in the sky, the eye in the sky. Geek had sent Haruzen into the northern part of Yulin, but they left PWD and Spiro out here on the edge, just kind of keeping track of everything that's going on, gaining information. So they'll go ahead, they'll move in, they'll meet up with Quizzy. We'll see if they move into to Yulin proper, if they'll just kind of hold a 3-1 split for the time being. I think that might actually be the better play here for Geek as we sail Olympus. Well, sometimes you fly a little bit too close to the sun, and unfortunately, no more eye in the sky for you. Boop.
Yeah, but I mean, they've been kind of lined up against Falcons for a while now. So with this, Falcon's actually going to throw down an emergency pickup just in case. No surprise. This has actually got a lot of flat land in it, and it could be pretty difficult to navigate if you're playing along the edges. So going ahead and use an emergency pickup, get themselves in position for it just in case. New Happy is also going to be taking some shots at BB. This is going to be the closest line between BB and New Happy, but with New Happy now spotting out BB and shifting in for this, means that T5 might have a bit more space to work from, as well as E-Arena. So now with the new circle popping, I'm very curious to see what Falcons are going to do with that E-pickup.
Yeah, I am too. I'm also very curious to see what Yulin's going to look like here in about 3 minutes, because there's a number of teams on the north that is looking like the easiest rotation path in. Geek already arriving. Remember, Petrichor Road had set up shop there on the southern side, but they left the northern side open, as Molodok trying to trade shots back onto New Happy. Meanwhile, Geek, they have arrived, but they have arrived into Petrichor Road territory. Haruzen will be the first one to go down. Ixlef finds PWD. Ming Ming has to pull away from that peak line on the wall, but Nan will find Spiro. Can Nan get two? Yes, they can! Petrichor Road holds strong.
Just a solid defense, every single section of it. Now Falcons are also going to be airborne pretty close to it. They probably heard that firefight. They're going to be going for a bit more of an eastern lay whenever they make their land. Down to the south, a couple more problems are going to be brewing, and the fact that we've got T5 that's going to be running into E-Arena at roughly the same time the Freaks are going to be making path over. Looks like Falcons have managed to make landfall, but Gen G was also making a move for the exact same position. The aerial approach just got them in there a few seconds faster.
Man. I feel like Geek is going to be kicking themselves after that one. They had just a perfect spot. They were free and easy on the north side of Yulin, and then they just tried to get a little bit more for it. And unfortunately, just run into a buzzsaw at Petrichor Road. And that now has left the north side of Yulin still very, very much open for anybody who wants to come in late. Salute spotting out Lyrics in the sky for E-Arena. Jacob on the ground, as well as Freaks coming in with the blue.
T5 heard this. They've shifted over to the east from there. Force is going to be bumping into Divine right all up on top of each other. Na'Vi is also going to hear this one. So Divine, Hella, got the nades, going to be prepped up. Throw them out, and if anything, that's just going to try to shoo them back over into some cover. Barpo is going to be dropping down a ton of utility. Look, we got blue zone nades over there, a ton of smokes. Na'Vi with that outside position that we were talking about just a moment ago. Akatori gets spotted, though. Hella gets a lot more space to work around, so Divine going to go ahead and now have to just turn back around, deal with Forest, and Forest is, man, they're on momentum. They're feeling it right now. E-Arena, though, has to deal with Freaks running and run after him. Nurens is going to go down. Rest of E-Arena, you can see making landfall. Lyrics realizes he has to get involved.
Yeah, and Sizzy is nowhere near this as well. Nurens looks like he's just going to go down for free. The rest of the boys for E-Arena, or at least the duo, still out on the edge of blue zone, while Divine was trying to see if they can maybe catch Forest as they run away. He's got the M249, he's got the bullet hose, but it looks like Forest, they're still going to be a little bit lucky and, well, at least lucky enough to push right into Rock, who's ready and waiting, but it doesn't matter. Olympus with the seat swap onto Souls.
And this isn't over. Rock is trying to reinforce and regroup. Barpo's hopped inside of a vehicle, and he's running up right back behind Forest. Forest is in a ton of trouble. They're getting pinched. Rock has managed to survive for long enough. Forest is trying to hop back in their vehicles, realizing the fact that there is a massive problem. New circle has popped, and it's going to be down into the southeast. Begopa is going to have to shift in, but also notice Na'Vi is going to gate kept out. They're going to go ahead and rotate all the way around. Rock has slowed back down the pacing, but that just means that Barpo has an even bigger opportunity. The rest of Divine sneaking up right back behind anything that Forest can try to get going, and they do jump back in the vehicle, but that means that they're going to have to send it all of Forest right into Rock.
Everything that's happening on the West right now feels like all of these teams deciding the circle popped away from us. We've got to get as many points as we can, as quickly as we can. Forest will take out 2 more from Rock as they continue their reign on this lobby. They've, okay, got to retreat here just a little bit as, unfortunately, it looks like Beamy and the rest of VP have an angle onto this. But look, Divine, they continue to push through. Looks like Santastico, the last player up for Rock. Na'Vi, they were just kind of, they're down to a duo. They were just trying to find angles to see if they could maybe find a way to snake a couple of knocks off of this, maybe get some points, but they just weren't there. And so now they have to turn their attention towards Yulin and finding their way into this new zone.
So it's going to be Divine hopping in vehicles. They're going to leapfrog right over Rock. Forest is going to use the breathing room to kind of shift in a bit more to south. Actually, it looks like they might be wrapping along the same road right into where Divine's going to be at. So Forest is going to stop down right below them, just taking shots right into the butt of Wonderful. And that means he's got to be very careful. And it goes to go down. That's going to be Forest just jumps out, but they're going to get instantly punished. It's just back and forth all over the place. Baron's going to go down. Barpo's trying to run for cover, but it's going to be Scappy running up. Tons of bullets, tons of ways to work up. But Petrichor Road, here's this. They're now running down. Inkslip's got goals, and those goals are set onto Barpo. He goes down. There are a ton of points waiting for Petrichor Road if they can come after it. Scappy now all by himself over here has to deal with Santastico as well as Ferris getting involved in the fight.
5 kills for Petrichor Road. Divine does get eliminated by the Forest in the end. Scappy, though, the last player on his feet. Santastico from Rock also third party onto this, but it looks like he got spotted out by Petrichor Road, so he's going to have to make a run for it as the blue zone has arrived. Na'Vi, their last player, or at least one of their last, they've sent Stead into Yulin. They've sent Ferris down over here to see if he can maybe get some points.
Okay, now we've got a couple of solo lined up with Ferris back over in Santastico. Scappy is going to have to shift away. He's going to hop in a vehicle, make a move down to the south. VP also in movement. Beamy's going to be very close to this, going to hear it. Looks like a couple shots from VP is going to force Scappy to just have to send it. There's not a lot of good options, so sometimes you've just got to go, and that's what his eyes are set on. He's just trying to get past all of this, but VP really wants to scavenge in what's back behind him. They're also watching what's going on with Begpa down into the southeast of their position, where it's going to be Freaks as well as T5 set up against each other. Falcon's still holding up the line over into the north. Jinji's right up on top of him. New circle pops. Scappy does get a good position inside of it, as well as BB, E-Arena, New Happy, VP, and Petrichor Road, who only has to take a couple of steps.
Really liking New Happy's position here. If they can get the duo of 16K and Inuyasha back over towards Zilong and December 12th, they should be in good shape. But the problem is they are getting shot at from just about everybody. All these teams that are still in the city itself, Gen G 4 strong, Falcons 3 strong, they have not left just yet. They also have not run into each other just yet. So that is all going to have to come to a head here very shortly.
Okay, Petrichor Road, 5 kills. VP to the south. VP needs a big game for themselves, as there's a lot of teams that are just they need to feast on this circle because it's going to be very wide out in the open. So they want to get these kills early before they step into it.
Oh,
Freaks
wow.
wanting to pick those
down.
up. They have to deal with Bigapal right next to him, and that's going to be Zhang. That does manage to drop a nade right on top of him, so that means that Human is now out. Freaks in some trouble. T5 holding one line against them, Bigapal on the other, and they are just gate kept.
Yeah, they are in a lot of trouble. The smoke wall. And, oh no, good grenade from Songjang will take down Salute as now Bagel Pie, I think, just trying to get everybody together and try to find their way inside this next zone, but they would love to be able to get this kill here first, but Deal's going to find a con. Deal's going to find Songjang. Deal's going to find a con as well, as now they are getting picked away, though. Freaks not getting the credit for these points. They needed these desperately, and they are getting robbed right out of their pockets.
I mean, if they could at least get the space to manage to make it in the circle, that'd be enough. Deal now the last one up in the blue zone, has to run back over to the crates of his teammates. Begapot does go down, but T5 and E-Arena are both looking this direction. VP's Lukerux also knows that this is going to be going on. He's caught out here. There are so few options. 4 Angry Men inside vehicle is going to be running right next to New Happy, as well as BB. Multiple members in a ton of trouble. There is nowhere to go. This is such an open circle. Just a rock, a couple of cars, and that's all the cover you have. There is nowhere to go.
I mean, all things considered, they at least have a rock, right? Like, they got something, and it's not great, but as you can see, it looks like Larix and Arena also going to have an angle on this. Godv now the last player left up. The grenade's going to fall just a little bit short from BB Team, and now Marathon 5, they're getting pinned out by BB Team as well.
Gen G, Falcons, both trying to separate out of the last compound inside the circle. You can see the damage done to 4 Angry Men. They are now removed from the lobby. Gen G's just trying to hold out the line from Falcons. It's going to be New Happy. They're taking shots right into their backside, though, and that's going to force Gen G right into the face of the Falcons, and they are loving it. They're going to exploit that opportunity every single day. Let's not forget, though, there is still a member of Na'Vi waiting to backstab into anything that's going to be going on over here, and they have got to be careful. New Happy manages to line it, gets the knock on to Tig.
Tig just peeked that corner for the briefest of seconds and got absolutely roasted by Shalong and by New Happy. We'll see if they can get him back on his feet. Kickstart still kind of playing over in that general area. Bean will go down to the blue. Unfortunately, not able to get that heal off in time, so it's all down to Orca as H-Win and I think that's H-Win and Kickstart. Yeah, still. Actually, they're going to get the res on the take, so they'll get back up to 3 strong here, Falcons.
Oh, Petrichor Road doing some damage control of their own. Not very many options for them to work with either, at least trying to see if they can regroup. They do have themselves to spot right on the edge of the zone. Scappy just watching all the bullets from the shade in cover right now. T5 making a shift down to the south, and Falcon still having to contend up with Orca right up on top of him. And I mean, this is just stalling out anything that either one of these squads are wanting to do. Orca's just playing for any kills that he can find, but Falcons want to get this over and done with. Shotgun's going to be coming out, but H-Win goes with the drop shot and takes him down.
Wow, that was close, man. Orca, hey, that was a perfectly thrown flashbang, but H-Win somehow, some way, just the 5-head plays from the Falcons captain, and he stays alive. Tiggleton back on his feet, so Falcons 3 strong once again, but New Happy have started creeping up there as Ike's left and the rest of Petrichor Road. They have eyes on just about everything here.
Here comes the steamroll potential. T5 at 46 points. Petrichor Road at 46 points. 4 Angry Men at 44, all right on the cusp point. Petrichor Road still up with 4 members looking down into the entirety of the circle. Their eyes are going to be drawn down to the position where T5 is going to be playing from. Scappy now coming a bit more alive, taking shots in T5, while BB is trying to see how much damage they can get in. Petrichor Road has to be cautious. There are 2 members from VP right up on top of him, and let's not forget the Falcons that are going to be a bit more into the north.
This could be huge for Na'Vi if Stead is able to do something magical as the rookie. You see the grenades coming through, but Petrichor Road, that is not a gun that you want to see coming at you, Chewy, with the P90 in hand. But, oh my goodness, Ike's left,
man.
And Ming Ming combined to take out Beamy, and VP down to just Lukerux. He's trying to survive on the side of that hill, but you got to imagine he's not much longer for this world.
Where you been, Petrichor Road? I have been wanting and waiting for this one, and it looks like they're finally defending up.
Of course it's Tiggleton again. This guy's been eating so many bullets.
At this point, does he even have any body armor? I feel like he's just like limping out there, like one leg missing, one arm missing. Nade's gonna roll up, doesn't connect on Petrichor Road, but the bullets do. Lucarux does at least get the knock on Ixleft, but Nan is gonna get the return onto Lucarux. Now Petrichor Road with some space to work with is New Happy and BB both jockeying for center position of the circle.
Man, New Happy tried to be aggressive there, sending two out over to the city to try to get everybody that was coming out, and they end up losing one. So December 12th is able to get back to the rest of his team, it looks like, for the most part, and they're going to get a little bit of circle love to go along with it. But they have about the only hard cover left in this zone. But you got to imagine BB team, they're looking real strong right now. 7 kills in the bag. They have control over the south. And Petrichor Road and Falcons, they have to move. They've got to go somewhere.
Okay, Petrichor Road's going to hop in a vehicle. Looks like they're going to try to send it down as close as they can get. But best of luck. Been left back behind for BB. He's got a good beat in. Ixleft is going to go down. So BB solid in defense, but Ming does manage to make it in the circle. Falcons do hear this. Looks like they've got their eyes a bit more set into the line with New Happy. So 2 independent fights, squads lining up against each other, kind of in the north and in the south.
Huge game for BB team here. They've brought themselves up to 62 points with 2 games remaining. And they might be able to get more if they're able to finish this thing off. But they saw they were sitting pretty low on ammunition. Don't know what they're sitting on in terms of utility, but they could really go to get a wipe here on Petrichor Road. Not only would that open up a door for them for late game, that might also fill their pockets with some more much needed loot.
Falcons have managed to sneak their way into the circle using covering fire, just kind of leapfrogging as they go. Petrichor Road trying to do the exact same strategy that cost them Ixleft a moment ago. Looks like it's also going to cost them Nan as he gets shot out of the vehicle. Easily picked up. Best of luck just putting in a massive amount of work back here. He is demolishing anything that Petrichor Road is trying to set up, and BB is exploiting every opportunity that he is providing.
810 damage so far from Aladoc. And 4 kills, and it looks like he might be looking to add to that total as he has spotted out the Paro boys on the rock. Chewy down to less than half HP, and now that he's got some friends with him, now comes the utility push. They're going to find Chewy. They're going to find Ming. They're going to find 10 kills as BB team is running through the lobby.
Cool guys don't look at explosions. Just throw it, walk away, vehicle sliding down the hillside. Petrichor Road's bodies alongside of him. BB continues their sweep. Looks like they're now shifting in. They've got their eyes set on Falcons positioning. This hillside's going to buy them a lot more space to work around. Falcons have to be cautious about that. They've been kind of held off on position. They at least managed to get in here, but it has been coming at the cost of repeated knocks. And I'm just curious. I don't even know what their med situation, their armor situation is like, while New Happy has just been raining terror on them.
Yeah, this is going to be... You got to figure a slow burn, especially when you see that new pop. It's just going to donut up in the middle. BB has pretty much control over the south and the west. They know how to. They know that they can easily avoid whatever lines of sight that New Happy have. Falcons, they've got. Well, they don't really have much. This is going to be rough for them trying to move in here because they are kind of dead to rights to New Happy as soon as they leave their cover. But look at BB. They're not wasting time. They're going to be the aggressors here.
How do you hit that shot onto him? He is so defended in using everything. BB is using the hillside. It's got a bit of a dip on the southern slope for it. So that's how come we haven't seen BB really step up and look into Falcons. They're afraid of the vulnerability of angles coming up from New Happy. So BB instead just going to shift in, be in control of the south, but that's allowing, you can see Falcons Tiggleton to start trying to creep forward, get a bit closer to BB's line. New Happy, though, they've got vision for days, man. They're just kind of letting everybody shift in, but they can't allow these smaller movements going around them, but they also can't really stop them.
I feel like Kickstart is trying to get into a peak battle with these guys, but Sidelong has him absolutely dead to rights if he peeks the right side of that tree.
Oh, look at his armor.
Kickstart may have figured it out, but yeah, they are just absolutely busted right now. December 12th, I don't know if you want that right. This isn't really something that you need to do.
I mean, at least being a distraction stalls him out. Blue Zone's coming in right back behind him, so he has to be cautious. A doozy has managed to sneak in pretty close to New Happy. Kickstart, though.
Why risk that? You have no helmet.
Going. BB looks like they're lining in and wants to go after Falcons, but they don't want to step over that hillside until they have to. Doozy's going to have a lot of work cut out for him, and best of luck maybe as well combined. And Phil First has revealed himself. It's going to be Falcons instantly responding onto it. Quick exchanges between the two of them. Falcons down to just one member. It's going to be Kickstart. He's all by himself trying to go for some juke shots on it. Still just trying to cling to life, near on nothing to work with, but BB Team can't peek over that hill. They can't finish it off, and New Happy doesn't want to either. Kickstart being a threat to kind of scare away both.
I don't know how Kickstart managed to survive there. You can see he's sitting on about 5 HP, and he might not even have a health. Yeah, I don't think he did. I think he might have been trying to get some from his teammate, but he will get spotted out by Inuyasha, and that is going to be now 3 kills for New Happy. They've lost December 12th. Can they get him back on his feet before BB Team? The push comes through, the cover's coming down. This just feels like it's all academic for BB Team here.
Okay, a doozy down in the south. Eyes on Inuyasha. December 12th. Z-Long lined up into the north. Those are the 2 members that are up and alive for New Happy. They have to hit the shot, but oh, December 12th is going to go down. Just 1 member, and BB Team makes it clean and efficient to pick up the victory.
That was about as lovely as you'd like to see from that squad. They absolutely dominated the south side of that circle towards the end game. And both of these last games, they've been just in really, really good position. And then they've done as much as they needed to make it work, to get themselves the most amount of points, to make sure that they find themselves in that top 16.
Yeah, I mean,
they are secure.
BB has been having some big pop-off games and solid performances in firefights. And they've been doing it with such fast firefights and control. It's been so hard to catch them on camera a lot. But I mean, this is the guy over there on the left. Besto had himself a big kill count, but we've got to go ahead and send it over to our analyst to break down everything before we move into Miramar.
All right, BB Team takes the center, takes control, and takes the points. They were on an absolute rampage at the very end of this game, and it is a big win to solidify themselves in the top 16.
Yeah, this is just making sure that they're in there. And also, what a difficult game to kind of finish things off, right? We have this top things where it's like it's moving in, and it's, yeah, teams are fighting at the top. Teams are putting themselves into a situation where they're third fighting. Also, the emergency pickup coming in too.
And you know what? We've got good old Besselosh here to talk about this win, so why on earth not? Hello, mate. So, talk to me about that win. What were you thinking during the game? What was a threat? Talk to me. Aye.
We got all ships on us.
You're still fighting a lot. Like, you're beating a lot of teams. Yeah.
We feel the tournament. I like it to play it. I don't know. I like China.
Nice. You like China? What do you think?
I don't know what.
What do you think about the kind of the teams that you're meeting here this year compared to some of the teams you were fighting last year, or maybe even the teams that you fought regionally? Because last year there are some situations where it's like, it's changing a lot. It feels like APAC is getting very strong now, and are you feeling that too here?
I mean, I don't like to think about the last years. I just making
improvements
from the last year, and like I'm just enjoying to play the game. That's good. Like, of course, a lot of attack teams are strong. And we'll see who's stronger.
Nice. That's good. Yeah. One more question. I have one more. Yeah, okay. So first of all, here, like, you probably qualified with this game.
Yeah.
Is this gonna change your strategy, or is there some teams you're kind of looking to not wanting to have in the finals? Because a lot of teams at the bottom they have a long way to try to get in.
I guess we just will loot Montenegro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of Genji right now.
Yeah. And so you're pushing them out.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
We will. But it's probably Aduzi's call.
Okay.
If we're gonna make it or not.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way you don't make it now.
I mean, yeah, put the boot in,
Yeah, probably.
Final question. Final question. What do you like about China? We found a really good chicken skewer place last night. It was tasty.
Yeah, we actually saw you. Like,
yeah. It's very good.
We were going from PC Club.
Yeah.
And we saw you like eating.
That was very good.
We ate a lot.
Maybe not eating.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we will take this away. All right. That is it. We've got ourselves Besselosh you can head off now and get ready for your next game.
Yeah, they got more games to play. You gotta go talk to the guy.
Yes, awesome stuff. Loved being able to wrangle the players in here for the analysis desk. You know, and good answers overall. I mean, for an interesting insight into what they can potentially do now that they've been able to solidify themselves. That's a big damage game coming out from them.
It's huge. 14 kills and a win. 24 points here, James. That's huge for them, right? And now they kind of have this power in their hand. And we're like, yeah, 1-0 was ours.
Yeah,
get out of there, Gen G. We don't care. Or they can hot drop them, and Gen G can take their chances. So, but yeah, as you said, up to Doozy, they're gonna have to go talk about it. The cool thing is we're able to grab him before they go to the team chat, right? So it's just like his initial thoughts, it's his kind of feelings for it. But one look at that.
Yeah.
2 guys above 900 damage. That's
huge.
Crazy.
Yeah, Moldog, of course, obviously the kind of newest member to this roster, and we saw him regionally doing so well on previous rosters where it was like he was the star player. Right, and everyone's like, okay, well, Moldog, where is he going to go? Where is he going to land? But it will be Phil first taking that #1 spot. As I mentioned before, prior, they were on a rampage in this one. It felt like those final fights, they could do no wrong. And it kind of goes to what we were saying before about BB Team, where it's like, okay, they've gotten so much stronger from center positions when they've been able to hold them down. We saw it regionally as well.
And also, what I really love from this is they're staying 4 guys strong. Even through all this, like you're going through 14 kills, you're going through almost 3,000 damage, but you're staying 4 guys strong all the way. So then that amount of power and that amount of control that they're able to have, they're doubling the points from the second place team on Petroca Road. That's just huge. New Heavy also being able to get second place here, but only 3 kills for them, James. The question is really, is that going to be enough? I feel like that could be the push into it. They're going to be, what, on 59 now, I believe, right? I think that's going to be enough. It feels like it's the rich getting richer here in terms of the points. BB Team was already looking good. They were already looking in a pretty safe spot. They were already in the top 16 before this game here. So now pushing it into the 70s for them is going to make it safe.
Well, there's the total leaderboard as BB Team moves into 6th place. And as Baslosh says, they know for certain they are safe, which means influence can be exerted on the rest of this lobby. We were talking about it with Falcons prior. And for BB Team, it's the perfect opportunity to say, get out Gen G. Because Gen G is floundering at the moment. And when it comes to a group stage like this, it's only a small sample size of games. You've got to hit the ground running. Gen G hasn't done that. Otherwise, then you become under threat from things like this.
And that's exactly why it's scary on Miramar, right? Because there is, there's plenty of places to loot, but still, Miramar's loot spots are way more impactful than, for example, looting on Rondo. Right? We're playing it twice. Here, the bottom 12 obviously being into T1 still in, James, with 2 games to go.
Wow.
Navi with only 38 with 2 games to go is also scary. We could see some changes from the other teams. Navi is a scary prospect in the finals. We could see some teams maybe come and commit Picado to kind of mess with them a little bit. But as he said, Gen G, 34 points only. That makes it, scary for them. Again, the cutoff, 44 points. That is the current running cutoff, but it's moving. The line is continuously moving every game, and every team is trying to get in there. Only 3 points for Freaks. Could they make it, you think?
You'd like to think so, right? It would be a bit of a shame to lose Freaks looking oh so good in their region. We know that they looked fantastic at PGC as well. It would be a shame to lose them for that grand final. However, there is no moving static goalpost yet until 3 more teams take over T1. So for now, that moving goalpost will continue on. And so far, they've not produced, as DN Freak, they've not produced what they need to get into that final just yet. It's very, very close.
Yeah, it is. And again, as I said here, it's the rich getting richer. The teams at the top are continuously also getting points here. And it's kind of crazy to me that, 56 is the worst A team. 56 points was the worst team out of Group A. That is, I was expecting, one of the teams only to be in the 40s maybe. But here, T1, 56 points, and that's what you want to aim for.
All right, time for a break here at PGS 7. When we return, we have 2 more games remaining to determine who gets that final. Let's figure it out.
right, rookie, listen up. You're about to learn the basics of survival in Rivals Hover League, so pay attention. Step 1, hop on your hover vehicle. Soar, glide, and drift your way around the arena. Hover high and strike hard. Soar and dominate everything beneath you. Step 2, boost. You want to escape danger or catch a rival. Hit that boost and zoom across the map. It's all about timing. Step 3, remember speed is key, but you can't outrun a bullet, so make your shot count. Hover, boost, shoot your way to become the MVP.
Big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all Battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramo. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Two games remaining to determine who will be going to the PGS 7 Grand Final. As we head into our penultimate match on Miramar, the stakes are very, very high. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Matchroom. And Matt, we are here to bring them the last two games, but look how close it is at that cut line, man.
I know. I love this time. Every single time.
It's the best time for us. Worst time for them.
I know, it's terrible, but that's how it kind of works sometimes, right? Evil Circle, we're happy, players are unhappy.
True.
Neck and neck to see who
These
can
guys
qualify.
are happy.
I mean, yeah. If I was BB Team, I mean, Falcons also feeling really good. BB Team is just, it kills me how efficient they are, because it means a lot of times we don't really get to see how good they are.
Yeah, they don't get a lot of camera time, it feels like. But then you turn around, all of a sudden they're 4 alive late game, have 7 kills, and you're like, wait, when did that happen? Goodness gracious. Well, you know what? I think they'll be all right with it as long as they make it to the grand final, as we see a number of teams that still have a lot of work left to do. 4 a.m., they're holding on, I believe. I'd have to go back and we'll see when the leaderboard comes up, but I know Gen G, they've got some stuff left to do.
Yeah, 2 games left, dude. What do you even do? And the point sponges of the day in Falcons, really, they've been doing a good job on getting themselves into a more secure position, as it is time to go into Miramar.
I'm excited.
I
know you guys are excited at home too. Let everybody know who you're cheering for. Slam those emotes in the chat and let us know who you think is going to win this penultimate game of the group stages of PGS7. The plane is in the air. We're going north to south, right over the top of Los Leones.
Oh, this could be pretty fun. Means that kind of the western area you could stretch over to it. Chumacera has been a location that we've been seeing get a lot of contention going for it, specifically the areas around the outskirts of it. So, see how that lays. A lot of teams jumping early. So we've already got Gen G, Forest coming out there. Forest has been extremely impressive today. I really like their playstyle.
Yeah, no, and you wonder with teams like that, and then the teams obviously that have secured their spots, i.e. Falcons, Bet Boom, those squads. I think they touched a little bit on the desk about the possibilities of trying to maybe influence what that grand final lobby looks like. Now, we always talk it up, and it feels like we don't see it happen very often, but Gen G in a little bit of trouble right off the bat, as he's going to have to make a run for it. No, you're not getting away from Ranger X. Orca will go down.
Hey, at least you got shot down instead of run over. I feel like getting run over, going for the car early, is like the most disrespectful way to die.
That feels really bad too, because especially when you consider where Gen G is. Like, they are off in space, and that doesn't really help matters, because we are going all the way down south of Los. Look at their top 5. They're like, fantastic.
Yeah,
we are very happy to see that.
All right,
Great.
So lots of water. Yeah, Partona's in it, but that doesn't matter. Los Leones being the key factor in it, but we did see a circle that kind of went down and hung around Resort earlier in the event so far, so that actually led to a very crazy ending where we managed to see the cave battle that was going on between, I believe it was Bestia and Twisted Mind.
So long,
that was so
right?
cool.
It was wild stuff, and maybe we'll see it again today. Who knows?
I really like the addition of Resort down here in this area. I think it's made it to be a lot cooler of a location to play from. And also, really, the territory that's east of Los Leones and that very, big drop-down hillside as it goes makes for a lot of really cool firefights. So anywhere that we see in this is going to be a treat and a lot of opportunities for our teams to play around.
Well, there you go. There's the leaderboard on the left. We're going to have to be watching on that. But before we do, let's get an interview with Baron from Forest Natural Gaming.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm here joined by Baron from Forest. So back to the Tego map, you wiped out Peril, 4am, VP, and GNG and secured the chicken dinner. It's actually your first time in PGS. How do you feel to have such a strong debut on the stage?
ก็ในเกมที่3นะครับทีมเราซัด 4am Gen G VP จนเกลี้ยงเลยแล้วก็ปิดไก่ไว้ได้สำเร็จแล้วก็ครั้งนี้เป็นการเล่นใน PGS ครั้งแรกของเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับกับการเปิดตัวอย่างยิ่งใหญ่ขนาดนี้ก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นดีครับแล้วก็สนุกด้วยเพราะว่าเป็นครั้งแรกแต่ก็ได้ประสบการณ์เยอะครับที่ได้เล่นครั้งแรกในระดับ global แล้วก็สนุกครับ I'm really happy. I'm really excited, and it's such an honor to play in the international tournaments. I'm really happy.
Okay, keep going, Forest, and back to the game.
Oh, I'm glad we got to that one. You know, he can be a bit shy, so it takes a second to get him to the interview. But, I mean, delivering tons of information, and, I mean, dude, they're playing so well.
No, it's always fun to see whenever we get a team that has never been here before, right, to the international stage. And we get them all the time, right? Almost every tournament it seems like we see. But it's not often that we see a team come in with so little international experience, just come in and just, you know, start off with so much success and having so much fun. So it's great to see Forest having. Hopefully they can continue the success that they found here in the group stage in the grand final when there's so much on the line, as we get a look once again at that historical cut line for these PGSs. And you can see right now 44 is where it's at, with 4 AM holding on right there, barely holding on. I mean, look how close everybody is behind them.
Average of 5 points per game is usually what most teams, well, it used to be that, but I mean, if you're wanting to just qualify, that seems to be where the lines tend to fall sometimes. So looking out, we can see that, hey, if we're on track for that, then that would be pretty much on target. I don't know. I feel like it's going to be lower than that.
What do you think? Does T1 stay in the top 16?
56 points.
They're 12 points clear of the cut line with 2 games remaining.
Potentially. I mean, we haven't really seen 4 Angry Men really do put in the work. It depends on how much Freaks can put out, or Begapop. Begapop has some options. Divine up on top, spotting out 4 Angry Men. That's going to make it more complicated, but good retaliation coming out from HS. That's going to connect on to Barpo. He's going to go down and get flushed. God V in some trouble, though. 4 Angry Men on that cut line like we were just talking about. They cannot risk losing God V early.
And Divine needs the points. Look at him in 21st place right now, 34 overall. They're going to immediately go for this revive on to God V, get him back on his feet. But that was really, really heady play from HSM to make sure that they took out that man as quickly as possible. As they, as you said, they are holding on to that cut line for dear life.
Oh, and Divine realizes that this is the team that they might need to try to jump over and get him point. But Tongmu walks out.
Oh my goodness.
HP manages to secure it. 4 Angry Men coming alive when they need to the most. But Divine, they're not done. They're coming after it. They're going for the spray. Does get the connection onto a Tongmu.
And Tongmu was able to flush out Hella before eventually going down, so Divine will pick up at least 1 point here. They're causing some problems for 4 AM, but 4 AM, they want to finish this thing off. HSM going to send it down low. He's not going to spot him out, though. He's going to try to go for the seat swap. It's not there. God V and Longs pushing from the high side. All gain a hand. God V will try to take the shots. We'll get one into Wonderful. Wonderful will go down with the assistance of Long, and now Dayon in the 1v1 against Longs.
Runs up, nade on the other side. Longs tosses it out, but Dayon just walks right into the face, trying to see how much more damage he can do. HS prepping up. He's trying to see if the nade's going to get ready. Switches back over to the gun. Wonderful is going to be down in that position. Might be able to feed over information. Dayon doesn't even know where he's at.
That's a good one.
Nade going to roll over. Cuts out any form of kill. Now where's Dayon's going to step in? No! HS manages to secure it. 4 Angry Men pick up the points.
Oh, Godvy's on second bleed, though. He's going to go down before he gets there. Oh! The hero plays from HS, keeping his captain alive.
Look at that. 2 kills and keeps him in with 2 players up. That is big coming up from 4 Angry Men. That sets them up tied with T5 now, and some free loot as well.
And that also pushes that cut line up by another 4 points. So Freaks was right on the doorstep with 41. They have to see that in the kill feed, and they have to know that they're going to have to be active this game. Currently, Freaks on that coastline. They see Theraton 5 parachuting down from the E pickups here just in front of them. Deal has an angle, but it might. Oh, Patapong doing some somersaults on the roof there. That's active. I like that.
All right, Freaks, you're presently in 17th. You are 7 points out. You've just watched T5 make landfall, who's presently in 15th. They don't know it's T5, so they're just going to have to make some assumptions. Whenever we look at the way that the circle has laid and where all of the players are going, they're all on the map down into the southeast, and T5 is in the thick of all of them, trying to see where they can find a place to kind of hunker down and wait this out, at least get some level of control.
All right, we have 1 E pickup that's on its way. Bagel Pa coming from La Cobreria. They're going to be making their way down here shortly. Gen G still way off in the north after losing one of their players early. I'm not sure if they've come up with an E pickup just yet, but it looks like they're very intently looking for one here as Bagel Pa will send it on through. Park Pro has his ears on. He's going to be listening for anything that may be shooting at. Hopefully they'll find some. The funny thing about this circle is, Matt, nobody, not a single team in Los Leones.
I mean, I can't blame them at this stage, right? It's a bit scary to go into it, so you kind of want to lean away. But there's a lot out in the outskirts of Resort. Nobody's in Resort either. Everybody's kind of avoiding the main points of interest because they know that this could be contested. They know that this is going to be close. Teams on the cut line don't want to risk having to get out of a point of interest and have 3 to 4 teams keep keeping them.
Na'Vi, about the closest to the city itself. They're just kind of holding on to the high ground. Big split coming through, but they have a lot of information. They know that these compounds are free. They know that they're clear. They have one already down in there. And now a few shots being sent in their direction, so that might force them somewhere else.
Look at this. We're at 15th and 16th. They're tied at 48. 17th and 18th are tied at 41. 19th and 20th are presently tied at 38. Then 21 and 22nd are tied at 34. This is neck and neck all the way through it.
What a spray. HS with the M24 shot, immediately following up with a spray to keep that guy out of there. And what a fight here for 4 AM. That was very close. Now, they do lose 2, but at the end of the day, they still managed to collect 4 points off of it and get that much closer to holding on to the top 16 spot.
Yeah, I like the idea of what Divine was trying to execute.
I mean, they had to, right?
Yeah,
they've got to get points.
Taking down the team that's at a cusp position so that way you can usurp it by getting the kills. The idea is sound. It's just the execution didn't go their way, and they made a commitment, and the commitment backfires sometimes. That's just kind of how it's going to go. T5 is going to spout out E-Arena. 2 members already down for E-Arena.
Wow, E-Arena. That's unfortunate, but for the most part, you look at where everybody is, considering this new circle popped, everybody's already really in it. There's only a few teams that are still making their way in, but those were teams that were already making their way in before. So everybody kind of assumed this was going to go south of Los Leones, and that's exactly what it did. Unfortunately for E-Arena, that just means that every spot is already occupied, and there's just nowhere for them to go, and they're going to go down in 15th place. But they are currently sitting with 61 points in 11th, so I think they should be okay.
It depends really on how many points we see 12 through 16 pick up, right? That's where it's going to start getting scary because
very true.
We've been seeing New Happy, T5, Petrichor Road, and 4 Angry Men nab a lot of points in these last couple of games.
Well, the fact that Divine's already out is pretty good news for them as well. As trying to keep track of everybody here. Oh, Falcons. Looks like Stade gonna spot out H-Wing from range. The spray's coming through, but they're just not finding the flush that will at least blow up the vehicle. But Na'Vi not really in a position to really want to push that to flush it out. Shrimsy will find Santastico and RBN as well. We'll try to follow it up with a grenade. Not going to find where it needs to be. Maybe can at least get the flush on a Santastico. Yeah, that should be a secured point.
Falcons playing for fantasy points as well as respect at the stage. Already pretty much secured in position. 84 points going to feel pretty good, but this is a squad that you know is going to take as much practice and eyes on the prize in the future as they can get. Rock, though, bottom of the leaderboard. This is, I mean, rich getting richer while the poor get poorer.
It's been an educational experience for Rock, I think. You know, a lot of those guys is the first time they're getting any international experience, and yeah, that's
no tires.
That's what happens when your tires go down. Godby, just suffering.
Just please
put him out of his misery, man. Yeah, there he goes. All right, it'll be Lucarux that does it. So that's a point over to Virtus Pro. But yeah, Rock, I think, you know, I think they're going to learn a lot from this tournament, and I think they'll be ready for PGS 8.
T5 also picking up those kills, or that one kill on the 4 Angry Men is impactful because that buys more space from them on the leaderboard. T5 already at 5 kills right now. They're on their own independent climb. So, I mean, the position that they're playing isn't necessarily the strongest, but they're making it work.
Yeah, and I mean, despite the fact that 4 AM was able to get those kills that they did and push themselves a little bit more in safer position, it's still very early on in this game, and there's still a lot of teams that are in the chase that are full strength that are right, you know, chasing them down. So you looked at the last game we were going in. 16th was, I think, 39 points. That cut line moved up by 5 after that game. So if that trend kind of continues, the cut line was sitting around, what was it, 44, 43 points, and if you think that it's going to bring it up to 50, then maybe 4 AM's not in as is still in a little bit of trouble here.
So with the new circle pop, that means the fact that Gen G VP it's going to be BB as well as Rock, all on the outskirts. Technically also Falcons, but they can kind of shift a bit more to get into circle. This is going to be kind of hard for the teams up in the north because there's pretty much just a wall right along the zone. It's going to make it very difficult to try to find a way into it. Yes, you can wrap all the way down the south, use that coastal road, try to sneak in, but even that, you've already got the Freaks that have kind of hold down a position down here.
Yeah, Freaks definitely seem to be favoring playing with their backs clear right now and just trying to wait and see, more of a wait and see approach as we've got an E pickup coming in. I believe that might be BB Team coming out from the north. We'll see how far south they do decide to go, if they decide to take it at all.
You hit on a good point with Freaks playing with their backs against the wall so that way they don't have to worry about anybody encroaching on them. Man, this has been a third and fourth party fiesta today, so I do not blame that mindset in the slightest.
Well, Miramar's just been bloody to start here. I mean, we're already at phase 3 and it's only 49 players left, and it was a fully open circle that everybody had a chance to go to. So I think you're seeing that a lot of these teams that are playing with nothing to lose at this point, they're starting to send it and starting to take more high-risk plays, high-risk, high-reward type plays, as we see Gen G just trying to send it.
Okay, Gen G sending it right underneath of the helicopter as BB is going to jump back next to the wall. New Happy is going to be mirroring this just a bit to the west, but that means that Geek is going to have to contend with New Happy right up on top of him. That creates a new opportunity for Gen G. Quick spray is coming out from Geek. Stops 2 down in December 12th and Inuyasha both. On the opposing side of it, you can see it looks like trying to set up a high ground position, but Geek is just too entrenched.
Beautiful positioning here for Geek, and they were holding the line as the charge comes through from Z-Long, but that's not going to work against the drop shot from PWD, and now New Happy down to just 16K.
When did drop shots become the new meta? Because everybody is doing them
I'm
now.
here for it, man. I love it. I love a good drop shot. They know. I mean, look, Spiro knows exactly where 16KK is. You know, like he's looking over in that direction. He's like, is he gonna do anything? Is he gonna, or is he just gonna try to survive? Okay, Horizon will finish him off, and that will do it for New Happy. They go out in 13th place, and right now currently sitting in 12th overall with 60 points.
Yeah, and that should, if anything, give Geek a bit more to work with. 42 points, 4 kills for them. That's going to put them right back behind 4 Angry Men. So, could start the snowball, could start the roll. Off into the west, we've got Petrichor Road running a 2-2 split. BB Team, after making landfall, has to deal with VP right up on top of them. They've got their eyes set a bit more into where we can see that's going to be Nixie and everything like that, but Lucarux is actually right next to Molodok.
You can see they really like that Geek position right dead center, and it's still looking pretty darn good here in this new zone, but so much happening on the west. A number of teams, Falcons, Rock, all going to have to make their way in. Na'Vi, they need to be ready for that eventual push. Petrichor Road as well. That eastern side, that northeastern side with Forest, Theraton 5, Virtus Pro, BB Team, all of them are going to have to find their ways in while also avoiding the eyes of Begopa.
Okay, to the west, we've got Falcons that are trying to make a move. Rock also trying to make their move. Petrichor Road's already regrouped and left resort. North, we still have BB lined up against VP. To the east, it's going to be T5 Forest line. T5 is going to have to try to hold this one for the time being, but Petrichor Road looks like they could be in a position where they could find themselves pinched. Falcons are going to be coming in with vehicles, and it looks like Petrichor Road already has an idea that that's going to be going on. H1 did get left behind for Falcons, while Falcons did shift into resort itself. So, looks like they're going to try to go for a bit more of a safety play. Forest, this is going to be a hard push, because even if they do engage with T5, they're going to have to be worried about VP up into the north, and VP is being kind of forced along this line due to BB, and Lucarux has been spotted out for VP, so that's just going to get even more problematic. Well, maybe not, as Lucarux has already got 2 down, and he is just pumping in some work. Finally, Lucarux is going to get removed out of this, but VP looks like they want the points. They're going to be coming after it, and they're going to roll right into BB.
They've got to make this move right now. Virtus Pro will make sure that they collect the points off of Lucarux's sacrifice as they will continue to chase that play and ring around the rosy right now, and then eventually they will find him. BB Team does go down, and that is 6 points picked up for VP. This is exactly what they needed. They now have complete control over that northeastern side of the map as well.
That opens up a lot more movement for Forest as well. They were kind of forced along the line, being right up on top of T5. With that shift coming up from VP, they now know maybe there's a bit more of an opportunity for them to shift down to the south. issue is T5 still has vision on this. This ravine is a problem for them to deal with, as well as the Freaks, who are going to be entrenched in the compound. Well, actually not in the compound itself, just a bit further west along the road itself, outside the compound, as well as on the compound to the south, and in the compound, not even in the circle, all the way to the south. Freaks,
compounds.
They want everything out here.
Say compound one more time.
Compound.
No, I really like the Freaks' chances right here, but I gotta worry a little bit about how split up they are. It looks like Salute will finally come and rejoin the rest of the boys. Forest gonna go ahead and continue to take shots back towards Theraton 5. They need to realize, though, that Freaks is right in front of them. They can't just overextend. They can't freely peek from wherever they want, because they just don't really have a good read on the angles that Freaks has just yet.
So Petrichor Road has to contend with Rock that's sneaking up down to the south of them. And they also have to deal with Falcons, who've been taking shots. New circle pops, and that means that Forest are already in there. T5, who is also in a cusp position, way closer to the circle. So T5 on one side needs to move in, Petrichor on the other side needs to move in, and they need to do it as clean as possible, as they are in 14th and 15th respectively.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what Falcons decides to do here, and or what Na'Vi decides to do as well, because there's just nothing but open farm field right in front of Na'Vi. And I think all those teams on the west are going to be looking for those hillsides just to the west of the Gike compound. And that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that are all going to be looking in that direction, especially now that Rock is not looking at doing the long southern wrap. But that might change their minds there.
Petrichor Road just said, I dare you to look at it again, right? That's all that shot was. So while the focus onto Rock is going to give some more movement potential for the Falcons to come in from the west, Petrichor Road very much realizing that they're pinched and they still need to shift out. Na'Vi also has some vision in this, taking shots at the tail end of Petrichor Road. So they're trapped. They have to fight their way out. Na'Vi, though, spotting out Nixie, should be able to finish him off, and does finish him off quite quickly. So VP just damage control. That's all they can do. EB's just trying to find some way, somewhere to hide, but he's going to go down as well. So I think that leaves just Beamy way outside the circle.
There's just nothing for VP to do there. Like, there's just no good spot. They had to send it to something. And unfortunately, that forest field that we were talking about just moments ago for Na'Vi, that's what you got to look forward to. But at least for Na'Vi now, they can. Bagopah is free to just kind of stay in their own compound. So if Na'Vi even goes to that field, then the Bagopah would just kind of free farm them. Gike would farm them as well. So it's all looking like this western hillside is about to be what everybody blows up on.
This is a big firefight. We've got Falcons, Petrichor Road lined up right next to each other. Gike also looking like they want to maybe get involved. Na'Vi is moving in from the north. That means that Chewy is going to get flushed out. Hakatori is going to be the one to pick it up. 20th place right now. Left is going to get a quick shot on H1 and get the drop onto him. So has to be careful with that one. Actually, no, sorry. That's Beal that managed to get the shot onto H1. Quick flush out. So now Left has to be careful. The pinch is coming in. Na'Vi is making a concerted effort to go after Gike, though, as well as Rock. That's made this its own isolated fight. Rock still has 2 members back, looking into Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road, very few options to deal with. Finally managed to take care of the Falcons, but they have to get out of here quick. The blue zone is ticking hard, and they can't afford to go down this early. Left gonna go down to the blue zone. This is a problem.
Absolutely, and Na'Vi is the beneficiary. 5 kills so far for themselves. They are climbing the leaderboard. They are making a run for that cut line. They are at 43 points right now, tied with Gike. But now you've got Rock to deal with as they have the smoke walls laid down. They're going to slow things down just a little bit, but Rock has not gone anywhere. The circle is going to fall right back on top of Gike once again.
While this was going on, we did see Bagopah get involved in a fight with T5. T5 lost a ton of their members. Forest also trying to shift down over to the south. Got to be careful around it. Na'Vi coming alive. 5 kills, but they've got to be careful. 2 Hearts going to get the knock on a Hakatori, and Fairest has to be cautious. Rock is right up on top of them. Gike waiting to see how this is going to play out. BL trying to maneuver a bit further down into the south, see if maybe Rock can firmly regroup off these angles. Hakatori is isolated. He can't get res just yet. With all the smokes down, it's just hilltop to hilltop. Everybody is trying to navigate the valleys to see if they can find an angle to take down the opponent, and Rock, every time they peek, just get instantly punished.
Every single point matters. You can see how close it is at that cut line. 3 teams tied at 43, only 5 points away from where it is, but Rock, the wild card in here. They've got 3 up, and they are a very capable team, as Sold will spot out Ferris. He'll get the knock, he'll get the flush. Another point picked up for Rock.
navigating the smoke, just jumping through them, trying to dodge out all the nades that are being thrown back. You can see that Na'Vi is realizing that they might have some trouble. They want to get State to a bit of a better position. He was playing a flank angle, but he has been kind of isolated for this time. Solt's doing a good job to stay alive, so instead, it's going to be all of Na'Vi trying to regroup over here. Na'Vi presently in 19th, tied up with GK right now. GK holding center compound. They need to clean this up, and they need to get it fast. Rock is managing to hold up, but finally does go down. Na'Vi picking up the points, presently at 8 kills.
And that is huge. That jumps them 1 point shy of the cut line. We talked about how rough of a day Na'Vi had on the first day, getting hot drop after hot drop with 17. Now they've managed to make it into their second day, and they're collecting more points. Forrest going to try to make a send for the... Oh my goodness!
Heaven!
Freaks just decimate Forrest, and they have collected more points, and now they're making a run for that cut line.
Okay, it is neck and neck. The guys that need to step up are stepping up in a big, big way. Gen G could be a new target. Begapod, though, has to deal with a whole bunch of solos trying to sneak in. Beamy still alive. Pathenpong for T5. And the longer that T5 manages to keep a member up out in the blue, they are buying more and more placement points, but they're eventually going to have to navigate, get themselves inside the safe zone. That one last solo in Pathenpong has to put in some work because there is a chase coming after him.
OC gonna get spotted out by Park Pro. Begopa still not done yet. They've got 4 alive, and they are ready to move their way down into the south, start clearing out the edges. Pathenpong taking shots from the blue before he goes down. He will take out 2 heart, so I'm not sure if that's if it should be resable. It looks like Beamy trying to be sneaky, but Akan was ready for it.
Just instantly flicks back over to it. Freaks, they've got an opportunity ahead of them. Begopa has one as well. Begopa presently sitting in 16th. They've managed to step up into the top, maybe make it to the grand finals, but they've got to stay alive. Freaks realizing on the hunt, chasing after them, presently in 18th place. It is 51, 50, 49, and then Geekay at 47. Every time somebody drops, Geekay buys more placement points. Here come the nades.
And Geekay is in the perfect position. They have the only hard cover to go for the win here. That could be what secures them a spot. As we see Freaks still working around the edges, they've got to reposition themselves. They didn't like where they were in that fight with Begopa. They got the knock, but they weren't able to get the flush onto 2 heart, so that might be Begopa getting their man back up and getting up the full strength.
Freaks are only playing with 3 on this approach. They've left Deal back behind to secure somewhere down in the south, keep an eye on what's going to be going on over there. That means that he could be in some trouble. The rest of the team could be in some trouble as they're playing pretty outnumbered. With this, the Freaks look like they're just trying to hold the line, as we do have a replay that's going to be playing, watching what's kind of got us to the stage. Na'Vi, while this is all happening, is making a big wrap down to the south. Deal should be able to spot this and feed the information back over to the Freaks. He has already taken some shots, and can Na'Vi slide through this one? I think that they might be able to sneak by and get into that dip. Yep.
Oh, they found themselves a nice little ridge line to play around, but Deal, he is on the clock. He's got to do something here. Just make sure you don't die more than anything. He's stopped Na'Vi and make sure that that Freaks can't get wrapped any further. So Deal just kind of holding the line right now, but he knows his team is coming. He's got 4 grenades. He can make something happen here.
I love the confidence coming out at this moment right here. Na'Vi knows that they've been tracking. They've got 8 kills. They have to know the Begapa's been stacking up a ton. Geekay has the compound, but it looks like Begapa wants to maybe get them out of it, realizing that is a very strong position inside the circle and could buy them a lot, but it's so risky to go after. Smokes now starting to come out.
Push it.
They just want it. They know who's in the lobby. They have to be tracking this kill feed, and this is so crazy. We're in the second to last game. 16th, 17th, 18th, and 20th are all still alive. 4 angry men have to be watching this nervous, biting their nails every step of the way.
T1 as well, as we see everybody, all these teams that are in the chase, all adding to their total. Now they laid the smokes down, but they may have laid them a little bit too low. They didn't give themselves enough of a ramp, as Songjiang will get taken down, but at least 2 members have made it right onto the Geekay compound. Spiro, Quizzy, and Haruzen holding off every angle that they can. Quizzy on the outside. He's going to get spotted out by Akan before he can turn around. And now Haruzen trying to hold the angle from the building and slow things down.
2 heart comes running in providing reinforcements. Everything's collapsing down around the compound. Freaks have stepped up. They're trying to see if they can get some new angles, and they are trying to take shots at what's going on with GK as well as Na'Vi, both inflicting wounds on both sides of it. So Freaks, the way that they're playing this outer eastern front is so strong.
That knock on the Hackatory, though, that immediately turned all of the Freaks around. They are going to focus their full attention back towards Na'Vi and let this situation between Begopa and GK play itself out. You've got Haruzen holding the smoke. Just keep on cycling these things. Just slow things down as long as you can and hope that somebody else comes to help you out.
Human goes down as the rest of the Freaks are on the hunt. Spot out one, juking around, but Na'Vi using the cover, staying alive, bouncing between everything, finally goes down. Can we see Na'Vi continue to hold, or are they going to go down? There are so many Freaks coming after him, there's nowhere to hide. So Sid's in trouble, he's going to go down. Na'Vi manages to pick up some points, but that's going to shift them down quite fast. Begopa now on the move after Haruzen.
Haruzen just continually lay those smokes, cycling them, and Begopa, they know they don't want to risk losing anybody in this. They're going to go ahead and rush the room, look for wherever he might be hiding, but Haruzen, the sneakiest lad, hiding in the corner, but he will get spotted out in the end by Akan. GK goes down in third.
That means we are in a 4v3. Begopa presently in 14th place. Freaks in 16th. They've managed to make it to the cutoff, but they need more points. There's still one more game. They need space. They need breathing room, and it is stacked 56, 54, 54, 53, and even Na'Vi in 50. There is tons of opportunities. You've got to pick up every single point you can in this game.
This last game is setting up to be absolute fireworks, but right now we've got to finish this one. And Freaks, if they can manage to pull off the win, if they can manage to pull themselves a little bit farther north of that cut line, they will be feeling great considering how slow this group stage has started for them. They could find themselves back to blank slates going into the grand finals, but they have to get rid of Begopa playing from that hard cover, but they can bide their time here. There's no rush. Begopa is going to have to leave first.
Freaks got control over the circle. Begopa backs up against the blue zone. Looks like they might be realizing it's too risky. They're going to feed the points over the blue instead of giving it to the opponent that they're competing against, and it's smart. You have to say, it could be 1-2 points. Let's just not give it to them.
I mean, for such a wild game with so much on the line, there was so many teams that had so much at stake in the end. That was kind of a
anticlimactic,
yeah,
but it's
ending,
smart.
But
it's
it
smart.
is indeed smart. It is exactly what they should have done. But I cannot wait to have the desk kind of break down what we're looking at going with one game left, because it is so close, matchup.
Dude, we started off with so much craziness, and it isn't going to stop. We still got one more game. I mean, God, this is going to be absolutely crazy. We'll throw it over to Avenger and Kalaris to break down everything we need to know going into the last game.
Well, it's about time here. DM Freaks get themselves a big, important win on the board in the death throes of the day, as they are able to eventually, well, force Begopa to sacrifice himself to the blue. There was no getting out of that for Begopa.
No, and you gotta, exactly with this, you gotta make it count, right? Because here, these points, giving it up to Freaks, that could have been the difference maker once we get to the cutoff point, right? You saw how close it was on our leaderboard. And there effectively is going to be like 5, 6, 7 teams fighting to get across that 56 points mark that T1 is currently looking at for the static goalpost. But I think, as we talked about it before, the goalpost will be moving. I don't think we're going to see T1 in. I think they're going to be 17.
Yeah, these teams engaging from each other on the east side as well. I think it was very smart as we watched these highlights from this game. Obviously, you had Begopa in the north side of those hills. DN Freaks was down towards the south of it. And they were embroiled in a bit of a fight with utility. Neither of them thought that it was going to be a good situation for them. So Begopa's moves north, DM Freaks moves south. wrapping on those other teams. Very, very smart.
You know, though, what? In this situation here, do you think PK was like, we have to send a cup and we're going to win? Do you think that was the communication
For
going?
a good portion of that, yes, I think so.
And it's good to see Virtus Pro also step up here. They put an aggressive position onto BP. They took advantage of the knock. They got 6 kills and then deployed Beamy, and he managed actually to get them into some placement points too. So that was good for them, but they still have a long way to go for them. They need to have an insane last game to make it count. I think they need like 20 points or something like that. They've done it before, had that last game where they absolutely pop off, but yeah, we'll see what happens with it. But Freaks, yeah, perfect setup here to defend from Forest. And then they took control of the eastern side and started just laying the hammer down.
Yeah, absolutely. Obliterating Forest on that move, you're right. And Salute really kind of popping off towards the little later ends of this. Shutting down the rest of Na'Vi on this south side, looking as this for the angle of attack. Na'Vi couldn't believe it, apparently.
Like, why are they here?
Wait a minute.
Why aren't they fighting Begopa? Why are they fighting us instead? Well, they knew that you were hurt. They knew that they had a better position, stronger position in the high ground to take advantage of that. That's why they aggressed on them. So yeah, good to see Virtus Pro a little bit more happy here, but still, they have one big game ahead of them to make sure they go into the finals here for our weekend.
Yep, and I mean, the idea that we proposed at the beginning of the day of is career in the bin is not just yet, apparently. We are getting a resurgence coming out from them, and it's exciting to see, especially considering there's a lot of hope from a lot of fans about DN Freaks and how they are going to fare. All they need to do is get into that final. The first is the same as 16th. You're getting into that final, and from there, you can see if you can actually challenge for the championship. As we take a look at those top 4 teams coming in from this one, 2 from Korea, 2 from EMEA, to round things out.
Yeah, and along with the 10 points you get for the win here, Freaks, 17 points is going to matter a lot. They were in that lower mid pack. They might have been enough to kind of push them across here. Good to see Begopa also step it up here. 9 kills and shoots for them. Not that high damage numbers if you look across the board here. Only really Na'Vi that really fought and kind of deployed all the smokes in the world to get deeper into this. And yeah, it's kind of good to see here. But yeah, for Freaks, we were hoping for this to be their kind of first couple of games, and now we're like, oh, okay, good to see them kind of step it up. And I think it's a change of mentality and mindset when you're playing so many games regionally to then, you know, 4 months later, 5 months later after PGC, go in and then play global kind of style again. Yeah, and it's working out. We know that these guys are extremely capable of fragging and also play around really smart in terms of their macro.
For sure.
So yeah, good to see them being able to close out a win here and potentially see them in the final. And look at that!
It's good old Salute. I mean, I absolutely want them in the final. The PUBG fan of me wants them in the final. We know that this group stage has not been kind to them. But they are capable of a lot more than this. I don't want to see Salute and the boys in the mines. I want to see them getting to that grand final here and making a challenge for it, because we know that they're capable of winning it all.
Do you think this was just the game that they felt the pressure and like, okay, we're going to turn up now? Because they've, when you look at them, how they walk around,
they've always been in good spirits.
They've been in good spirits, not really looking too worried. They're like probably just confident enough saying, we're going to make it, we're going to do it. Well, although 4 teams is going to be in the double digits here, James. 11 points for GK, 12 for Na'Vi. That's huge. These two teams are going to be either within side striking distance or just on the cusp here. Begopa might be the cusp on the tie, I think. I think they're going to end up on 56 points now, actually.
Well, that's the thing, right? As you're saying, these 4 teams especially were just so close to eking things out and getting into that top 16. As we take a look at overall at what is going on so far, it does feel like our cutoff might be a little bit lower than we were suspecting.
Yeah, and it's because we have, you know, the teams that could go in and have insane days. You know, Falcons could have had a triple-digit day. BB team could have had a triple-digit day. They have not. And all the teams that have been in our bottom 10 have kind of sponged up quite a lot of points, which means that the cutoff is kind of lowering down now. With just 1 game to go, again, T1 is the only team that have not played or not playing anymore, 56 points. And I think we're going to see here, once you get to the second page,
this is the spicy one.
For the bottom 12.
It's the spicy one.
How close is it going to be? Yeah, look at that. Begopa tying up T1. Just 1 more point for them because they actually have more placement points. 1 more point for them, James. That means that they're in safe territory ahead of T1. But Freaks, now on 58. They're in.
It feels very unlikely T1's going to survive this onslaught.
Yeah. That's not happening.
That's very difficult.
You have Begopa 1 point. You have T5 2 points. And you have Petrichor Road 3 points. Na'Vi 7 points. So yeah, that's very doable. And then we have kind of a little bit of a drop-off, right? Like still EK 49, 48. We have a drop-off down to
close.
Virtus Pro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams, 6 teams fighting to get ahead of T1.
It does raise the question, though, for T1, obviously. I mean, towards the latter half of PWS, they felt kind of not vacant, but just like not there, right? Like there was a bad performance.
If it wasn't for Heather, then they would have been way lower down.
For T1, yeah, if they do not make it into this grand finals, and it looks like they won't, then
big question here, though.
Tough.
Does Virtus Pro, Divine Gen G, or RC make it?
No. I mean, looking at the challengers to that 16th place, not only are they going to be able to jump up, but then the goalpost will be propelling itself forwards as well. I don't see them making a run for it. However, something insane could occur. We have seen crazier things on this stage, actually.
If, you know, teams like Begopar, T5, Petrogrod, Navi, and Geek, even
that's a
foreign
sideways keyboard. Holy moly! Like,
if these 5-6 teams make it, right, we could have a huge cutoff. We could have if these guys get kills, we could have in the 60s. But it's looking likely that T1 is going to be that 17th or 18th team even, depending on. And if that has been your goal for the day, you're like, we need to get 57, we need to get ahead of T1, and then multiple more teams, they go in and kind of drop off. That could be our second highest cutoff ever if we see 59.
Well, as the camera pans round, it's not really much smiles anymore for a lot of these teams. A little smile there. But the point is that
they're good. They're tied.
We're seeing a lot of concerned faces, I think is fair to say here, going into this final game, because there is just one more chance, one more opportunity on the Dusty Dunes to try and get yourself into that grand final. It's very, very close.
But it's also, do you get 11 days of vacation in Shanghai, or do you get to play for a bigger share of the $300,000 and the PGS points that we have here online?
Yeah, we have talked to a lot of players over the last year into this one as well. Ain't nobody want the prolonged vacation.
No.
They want to be in that grand finals. They're already like, yeah, we're here for a week. We can see the sights and stuff like that. But beyond that, they want to be on the battlegrounds here. It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be down to the wire.
You're looking around, seeing around, especially here in the camera, as you can see, there's a lot of focus. There's a lot of kind of worries because, again, some of these guys, first time they're here in LANs. Some of the big representation coming in, you want to be in that final. You want to be looking at it. Worried faces here, especially for Gen G. Second last place right now, 35 point, James. It's looking undoable. We've seen 27 points with a 17 kill win, so it's doable. We know that the points are available there, but you need to go absolutely ham and ballistic from the get-go. You need to win the majority of your fights. You need to make sure, close that off. You're not going to be able to see the others. Falcon's chilling. I asked him, are you going to hot drop? Are you going to do something crazy? Are you going to move something out? And
they didn't like the hot drop, did they?
Shrimsy, he said, yeah, we're not in the business of karma, and we don't like losing, and we lose when we hot drop.
They did say that. I think it is a little bit more concerning for all of those teams on the very cusp as well, because DN Freaks just popped off. And the fact that this team, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. We saw it during PWS, and for all of these teams, if that is bearing down upon you, it's not easy.
It's like, for how careless and how kind of not worried these guys have been looking, it feels like they're just like, yeah, it's 12 game. We're gonna have one big game. We're gonna be able to kind of.
We know we're eventually gonna make it.
We're gonna make it eventually, right? But for it to come down to the second last game and for their kind of setup, it's like, it's gonna be crazy.
Well, let's get to it. The final chance to put the points on the board. Your final chance to get into that grand final as we head over to Matchroom and Poro for all the action.
The stage is set, the players are ready, and there's one chance remaining to see who will go to the grand final, and we are set up for something that is sure to be absolute cinema here, Matchroom. Will there be a hero coming out from nowhere? What will happen? I have no idea. We have seen so many wonderful things so far in these group stages.
All right, it's time to step up. If you're the guy for your team, it's time. Xlep, where you at? Salute, where are you at? Barber, like all these guys, you gotta step up. You gotta make something big happen for your team, because whenever the chips are down, so much can rest on your shoulders. Yes, this is a team game, but sooner or later, somebody has to step up and say, no, we deserve to be in the grand final, and I'm going to be the guy that gets us there.
This is where stars are born. If you want to be known as a clutch player, well, there is no situation more clutch than this. With so many teams all fighting for that last little bit of cut line, everybody's right on top of each other. I don't think we'll see any hot drops here to start off with. I mean, as it is, even the teams that are safe, they know they've still got another PGS to play here. I don't think they're trying to make anybody mad.
That's the downside of it. Is like, oh, again? Okay, plane path, kind of similar. Going back down south again. I mean, it was tasty. I liked what I had. I'll take it for dessert.
That was a really good game last game. I wouldn't hate running that back, honestly.
I mean, I'm about it. But are we gonna get resort? Are we gonna get to go back down in the mines?
Not the mines.
Okay, so
in the mines.
Pressure mounts, and I always love to see the cameras at this point. Whenever it's just like, okay, can we manage to get there? So we can see this is our top 16 team as present. And there is a no Petrichor Road on there. So Petrichor Road, what you got? You're presently pathing through maybe Na'Vi, maybe Geek, depending on how fast the rotations come in. Rock's going to be pretty close to you. This is a mental game right now.
This is where you find out what you're really made of when the pressure is really on. And boy, it does not get on more than this. As you see just how close things are. Even E-Arena in 11th currently with 61 points, only 7 points clear of that cut line, and so many teams below within a single digit.
Look at Na'Vi right on the edge, 18th right now, 50 points. After all of the hot drop shenanigans for a full day, there is a world where they can manage to fight their way back up into the grand finals, and you know 17 has to be sitting there just cussing right now. Like, please, no. Please, I don't want to deal with this anymore.
Oh, and I know they'll have to deal with it, too, because Na'Vi is not one to back away from a fight. They think that this is their place, and they will fight for it. But 17, well, many others in the past have said that they're willing to fight for it, and they have put each and every one of those teams down as well. So Na'Vi still has some work left to do to get to that grand final. Only 4 points removed. Geek also 5 points removed. So very close. This is considering what this team has gone through with missing out on their I guess arguably their top player really in Diffix, and having their coach have to Haruzen come in and fill in for them. It is amazing that they are this close to qualifying for the grand final. If they do it, that'll just be even more impressive.
You can see positionals going to be big. 4 Angry Men, God V jumping in the vehicle. He's going to go ahead and start the send down to the south. Everybody should be familiar. We just saw how it all went. Rotations and what you learned is going to be the factor on it. And that means the fact that while the variables are similar, there's going to be enough differences that are going to make it a lot more complicated. Most notably, you can see that 4 Angry Men, when they're going to be rotating, looks like maybe through Minas, it's going to be the Freaks hopping inside of a vehicle just a couple of seconds ahead of them. I mean, if Heaven had managed to stay for just another, 5-6 seconds, he might have spotted out 4 Angry Men that are going to be in front of him. There's going to be a lot of those moments in this match where just a couple of seconds could totally have dictated the whole game.
Most importantly for 4 AM, they managed to avoid Divine this time around, at least. As Divine, it looked like they were thinking about maybe doing a little camping on that El Azahar Road. Barpo on that high side of Minas Generalis, just kind of looking at everything pass by. But 4 AM is now in Cantera Crater and making their way into the north side of Los Leones. Gen G, meanwhile, it has been a very forgettable group stage, but 19 points. This is a team that's capable of pulling off some magic, but it's going to take a lot.
Well, it takes 19 points with none of the other teams that are in the qualifications getting it. And that means the fact that you're really aiming for closer to, like, what, 25, somewhere in there, which is doable.
I mean, you know, you got to look at the first step first, and that is just getting all 4 players into this first zone.
Or just murder the world.
Or just murder the world.
Somebody into those circle of sight, right? I mean, we've seen that happen before. Get 12 kills and then manage to go out in 13th. Life's better.
Yeah.
Not 13th, but like 3rd or 4th. Sorry.
Something close enough. Well, they've got a lot of work left to do. Meanwhile, Divine, they are kind of in the same boat. It's just been a lot of wheel spinning. I know Virtus Pro is they ran into a little bit of difficulty with just general strats, I think, in the first part of the day, but they've adjusted great going into today. Unfortunately, still just a little bit far away, but again, still doable. But it's, I don't know, I mean, just given how these teams that are hovering around the cut line have been playing so far in the latter part of today, it is just, it feels like it's asking a lot.
Realistic to me, it feels like 4 Angry Men up is the factor. Unless we start to see all of those teams that are, what, I guess 15th through 20th, if they all implode and all die very fast, then yeah, we get more of an opportunity. But it feels like everybody that's in the cusp position is like, nah, this has got to be it, and I'm going to step up, and they have been. And that's got to suck for T1, just sitting there and watching all of this go down.
Man, things were looking good. 1 game ago, they had a 16-point cushion. All of a sudden, that point cushion is down to 2. And not what you want to see here for Petrichor Road is Geek has spotted them out on the roadside. They were just trying to go for a vehicle swap. Sometimes it's just something that simple, and you get caught and you get in a little bit of trouble, but it looks like they should avoid it for now.
Cut back into the west and should be able to find a compound, but that means that if we see another center up like what we saw last time where everything just kind of condenses in right along the coast, that means that Petrichor Road's going to be an outlier team. Could be a bit more complicated. Freak's doing exactly what they did last time. They're just wrapping all the way down into the south. Looks like they're going to put their backs against the wall, work their way in. I mean, it worked well. Do it again.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. As they will have their free run of basically everything on that southern road. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, looks like they might be starting to head down in that direction as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. Therton 5 still way off to the north, just off on the east of Hacienda right now, just being very diligent with how they make their rotation, as they're sitting at 16th, so they do not want to run a risk of just randomly running into some team out in the zone and getting involved in a fight that they can't escape from.
And I cannot stress enough the mental spiral that can happen. Just losing one member early and now feeling like it's going to be nigh impossible. Rock, though. Rock's just playing for pride at all costs, and that could spell the doom for Petrichor Road if they're not careful. It's going to be Non hopping in a vehicle, just trying to get away, try to get as clean as possible, but Petrichor Road under duress still from a lot of different angles. GK, we saw them a moment ago, kind of holding this one out, so Non didn't want to take the risk. Instead, looks like he did find a cleaner path, should be able to regroup, but you can see not wanting to take any risk unless it is measured 2 to 3 times.
Yeah, you could see he was taking shots off there, hoping that he could maybe scare away Rock, but they would love to have Non on that high ground on the north side just to gain more information about what's coming up. But in the end, he had to pull away. Beamy, I don't know what happened there. Is that Barpo that did that, or is that Resible? I think it might be.
It could be. Looks like, yeah, they've already got a person on it, I believe.
Good.
Because it's not like Divine can really take the risk of going and chasing after that at this point, because you don't know who's going to be on what hill, right?
Yeah.
So leave it alone, farm some damage, make your fantasy a bit better.
Exactly. Well, this is good news for Virtus Pro. They'll get him back on his feet, and they should be able to retreat back over to their compound. As I think this might just be a preferred split here for VP.
Most of the compounds are already in control, so this is one of these weird circles where actually taking like some damage on armor or helmets very early is really problematic. So getting knocked at that stage could have a ripple effect as the circle pops, keeps Los Leones in, does stay on an eastern shift of the circle, still has some of Puerto as well. So a lot of very interesting points to play from. The west, though, new death funnel. Begopal, like you were just talking about, now going to have to rotate in from the west. Petrichor Road. We've got GK is going to be over here, as well as Rock. This is going to be very complicated. Maybe you might contemplate making a send into Los Leones at this point. I don't know.
It might not be the worst idea, because you still look at this, and there's still a lot of area south of Los Leones to play, but this could also now favor towards the east side of Los Leones, and now those fields in the east, they have more. There's just the compounds there are different, right? Like if you you can play those coming from south to north a little bit better, but now that this first circle has kind of worked out the way it is, and given where everybody currently is, I think the likelihood is that everybody will just stay in their spots and kind of put all their chips in the corners, saying that this next circle will continue to favor down towards South Los Leones, because nobody wants to have to just make a call right now and then have to do a rotation when the circle's even tighter later on.
We have not lost a single player yet. That is how tense this whole game is. We got a sandstorm right on top of Los Leones. Everybody's just trying to hunker in, and oh, there's the shot. Anyway.
That was pretty clean from Barpo there.
But yeah.
Sucks that he wasn't able to get the flush, honestly.
Yeah, the car perfectly blocked it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Sometimes it just be that way. But nothing else, Divine getting some damage in, and immediately once that sandstorm pops, you can see a number of these teams just taking shots off in the distance just to let everybody know that they're there.
I'm worried Petrichor Road is going to be encroaching into the area that the Freaks have already got on lockdown. You can see Salute, feels like he's already spotted this out. He's just watching. He's got vision on Chewy. This means that Petrichor Road is going to be walking into a full defense. A couple shots. Oh, I like that. Go after some tires. That's going to be enough to slow down any rotates. And if they have to hop in a vehicle and move forward, that means that your teammates can do the damage for you.
Yeah, no, exactly. Salute doing exactly what he needed to do there. It's just scaring them just enough to where they know that they can't continue sitting here, but they also know that they can't continue on that same path that they were on before. And Salute actually hopping in the vehicle and going and rejoining Guman on the roadside. So maybe they're thinking they could push Petrichor Road down to that southern road and set up a trap for him. We'll see how it plays out as Begopa taking that E-pickup from Petrona. This is gutsy. This is gutsy, especially when you're sitting in 15th place.
Your grand finals hinges on an emergency pickup to the outskirts of Los Leones. All right, Begopa, balls of steel, man. Respect where respect's due. Petrichor Road hopping in their vehicle.
Oh, it's exactly
Salute
what they did.
They're trying to see Ixleft already down to half-life, but some retaliation shots come out from Chewy to at least force Salute away.
Oh, that's exactly what that Freaks did. They forced Petrichor Road to go down on that beach side, and they had a gun line ready and waiting for them. Now, fortunately for Petrichor Road, they are smart as well. They left two behind. They left Chewy and Nan holding the angles just in case, and it ends up paying off for them, keeping them alive. But they are still sitting there with their backs up against the literal wall of the blue zone as the new circle pops, and it is going to go in South Los Leones.
Oh, look at that. Begopa instantly cuts and shoots. Now trying to figure out where they're going to land. It's going to be New Happy that has vision on. Park Pro already down. That's a problem. There's a massive crossfire. Begopa could be in some trouble. 15th place, but they do manage to make landfall.
They're going for the caves.
And they managed to get to the caves. It cost them one, but boy, that was... It could be big. It could have been the risk that buys them position in the grand finals.
Begopa back in the mines as we see Petrichor Road running on their feetsies, trying to just make their way back towards where they just came from. Now they know that those hills just off to the south of Resort are clear because they were just there. So that is heads up play. They go ahead and give Freaks their 2-2 split in the compound, and they'll just go ahead and push back in. But now Geekay, they're going to make the E pickup. But look at Falcons. They're in a perfect position to see this, and the shots are already going to come through. One gets knocked off as Tickleton hits the spray.
Can they get the follow-up? Starting to get a bit more tick damage. GK in some trouble. Can they manage to even make the drop-off? This is going to be so hazardous. Looks like they've got the eyes set on the exact same position. They're going to be going right after that cave where Begopa just made their drop. Crossfire is now coming out for New Happy as well. PWD all by his lonesome. Falcons leaving this. They are going to go ahead and vulture in a different direction. They've got done what they need to get done. T5 in some trouble right on the edge of the zone. It's going to be Divine that's got some vision in, but that did also cost them Barpo.
This is going to be really interesting here for Geekay, as PWD had to pull off. He was half HP, and he was kind of dead to rights to Tickleton's spray there. And now 4 AM actually going to spot out Falcons as they're on the south side of Los Leones wrapping in. They're going to get the knock and the flush, so Falcons losing one there as well.
All right, Rock, outside mover, almost everybody else inside the circle. Gen G also having to make a move. Sorry, but you guys are 23rd, 24th. If anything, it's just going to be a matter of who do you potentially give points over, or can you survive through the storm that's going to be happening right now. E-Arena holding a long line over into the west. Looks like they managed to spot out Rock. Looks like they might be trying to regroup right next to Resort. Falcons just doing a dance rounds. T5 is in some trouble. They are still caught up, but it is going to be Divine that goes down. Every point that T5 gets is big because they are presently in 16th.
They got the 2 knocks. Fortunately for them, nobody really around to get the flushes on those, but now Forest has come up and they've got an angle onto Pathampong. The shot's coming through, and they can't find the last knock onto Hella either, so they have to make sure that they secure these points, they secure these kills, but right now, they are losing their lives to Forest Natural.
And they aren't finding the kills the way that they want to. That is going to be a problem, at least sitting on 2. Petrichor Road. Eyes have spotted out Rock in their reposition. It's going to be Zissy up on top of Resort, also getting some idea of what's going to be going on with Rock at the time being. Petrichor Road,
the
circle
hardship
pops
north.
all the way up to the north. Look at BB, they've lined in on Divine. They're taking shots. That's exactly where we were watching T5 a moment ago. Freaks hop inside their vehicles. They're making a cutout. Petrichor Road in some trouble because they're going to have to make a big shift right next to Rock. Meanwhile, almost everybody else to the west is regrouping very fast.
And Divine will be our first team eliminated this game. They'll be our first team eliminated in PGS 7. We'll see them once again in PGS 8 as Petrichor Road starting to push in there. Forest trying to rock down onto Theraton 5 as they send everybody in the vehicle. They're making a run. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road, they've got Rock right on the other side of this mountain.
T5 is out.
T5 is out, and we're currently holding 14th place. They have only a 1-point cushion here, and they know it. Look at them. They are just devastated.
That is scary, scary, scary stuff. Meanwhile, we back over here with Freaks. It's going to be Salute managing to pick up a quick down and flush onto RBN. How much more are you going to want out of this when they're in a good gatekeeping position? They're watching back over into this angle. E-Arena, though, has some positions that they can move up from North Resort. Try to regroup over there. Petrichor Road walking slowly along the southern path, trying to figure out where they can go. They're coming in blind, and Jinji's on the other side of the hillside, but let's not forget about the fact that Salute just absolutely blew up one of the members for a Rock, and they might have to take a similar path.
Starting to slow down here a little bit once again as all these teams outside of zone from the south are making their way in slowly, trying to make sure that they can keep all 4 players alive. If they can just keep track of what path, you can see Petrichor Road already just a little bit damaged here, but they've got a path in here. But Freaks, you can see, are just keyed in. They are just sending shots down range here.
Okay, so Petrichor Road, new stop off, new compound, trying to get more information. They're coming in very blind. So their pathing is eyes on the cave. I mean, I'm not surprised. There's a lot of safety to be had.
They had pinged that compound just to the south of GK.
But here comes Gen G. They're going to be rolling right in front of them. Rock looks like they're going to be coming in back behind them. They're going to have Freaks that are going to be herding them right into Petrichor Road sightlines. Petrichor Road couldn't get into a position to stop. It's going to be Gen G. So Gen G is actually going to cut off the path right in front of Petrichor Road. Rock looks like they're going to actually just kind of leapfrog right in front of Petrichor Road, but they're getting really, really close. This is going to be very dangerous. Xlip unloads, manages to take down one. Ming Ming has managed to go down as well, but Xlip runs around the corner, picks up another one, and that is points on the board. They need to get those flushes. They need to finish this out fast.
And Geekay is also going down right now to New Happy. There's a number of fights going on here, but Petrichor Road need to flush this out. They need to get this last player. Santastico will hold the line on the top floor, sending grenades down. It looks like Petrichor Road will not be able to get the res onto Ming Ming as the blue zone will take him out, but they are continuing to collect points here, and Santastico is just not going down here.
And that's stalling out Petrichor Road. They need to get into the circle. They know it.
Okay, they've got Ixlef and Chewy in.
Are trying to figure out how they're going to handle this as well. They've kind of crept up, getting very close to Begapa. So while Petrichor Road still in contention, still just trying to step into that other position, Begapa also already inside the circle is going to start getting some vision on what's going to be happening on the outside. It's going to be GK that is going to get vision on the rotation coming up from Deal. Now, not actually going to go down. Santastico coming up big for his squad whenever he needs to, but that is a big problem for Petrichor Road.
That's going to be it for Rock as well. They're Petrichor Road down to 2 players, but it's Chewy and Ike's left. Those are 2 very, very capable men on the sticks as they are 1 point away from Begopa. Begopa still has 3 alive in the cut line, but they're, remember, inside the caves. They are completely safe for the time being. Geeke down to PWD and Spyro, but remember, PWD got left behind in Los Leones, so he's coming down from the north. Spiro all by himself in the south.
Okay, quick updates as we're seeing these rotations. You can see that, yes, Petrichor Road has to move into a 2-2 split coming up from Forest. That is going to be very hard to navigate. Exo's going to have to play one of the biggest games of his life to get his team qualified for this point, because there are a lot of squads still alive around Begopa in a good spot. 4 Angry Men in a good spot. Meanwhile, Navi is going to have to get in with what's going to be going around the side of it. Exo goes for the spray, does get the knock on to Kiss. That's how you manage to make it happen. Does he have an idea on where everybody else is? Olympus is down back behind the tree. He doesn't know. Shots are coming out back over towards him, and it's going to be very careful on this one. Exlef steps away. He's trying to use the wall to recover.
This is where Exlef made his mark before. We have seen clutch plays come out from him many times in the past, but they're going to go ahead and pull away from Forest right now.
Geeke down.
Survival being the better part here, as Geeke will go down. They're going to go out. They are going to fall short of that cut line. But now Petrichor Road Ixlef does make it inside the mines here.
Oh, but that's the problem. If you get locked in that position, if the circle moves away, you're pretty much trapped onto that point. See the Freaks trying to make some more moves of their own. 4 Angry Men trying to climb the leaderboard, presently in 20th, but man, it's just a few points. They don't need much. Falcons are going to be the contenders that they're going up against. Shrimsy takes a ton of damage, has to step away from the angle. Tongmu wants to line up the nade, but the retaliation nade coming back. H-Win gets a drop onto a Tongmu, and it is turning more and more problematic for 4 Angry Men on this hillside.
How has Shrimsy stayed alive so long with 1 HP with grenades exploding all around them? I don't know, but the utility still coming out from Team Falcons. And you can see off in the distance, BB team starting to come over here. Off to the south, Navi, they hear this going on. You see Hakatori running up here with a grenade in hand. Falcons not really expecting it. So a 3-way fight on the cliffside here just to the south of Los Leones.
Jinji gets eliminated. Petrichor Road still on the outside of this one. Begopa looks like they're trying to get some position around the lower sections of it. Falcons, Shrimsy comes alive, manages to take down Longs. 4 Angry Men's troubles continue them out. The new circle is popped, and it's going to go into BB's favor. They're the only team that's inside the circle right now with 10 alive. Everybody on the chase, in the trouble. They're going to have to run after it. 4 Angry Men trying to figure out what's going to be going on. HS all by his lonesome. He wants to get reses, but he has to be careful.
HS the last one alive. Chewy, though, for Petrichor Road. Faguman, that's going to be another point. That'll tie them with Begopa with 57 apiece. Begopa still inside the mines, but they've got to be on the move. The circle has left. 4 Angry Men, Godby back on his feet. He's going to find 2. He's going to find another one. Godby keeping 4 AM alive, but he goes down in the end. Best of luck as Bet Boom has come in from the north side.
So with this, now Petrichor Road, 16th place. They've got some distance from Navi, but it's only 6 points. That's a lot of space to still be garnered. Navi has to contend up against different positioning from New Happy on top of everything. Well, Ixlef, the last one alive, in the thick of everything. We still have one member up for the Freaks and Deal as well. He can hear all the firefighting going on around him, but he has to be careful. He has to try to stay alive. Begopa, sitting at 3 members still up, has an opportunity. They've held the line. It's just about how many more points can Navi get and how much longer can Petrichor Road hold.
But what just happened? Because of the placement points, Petrichor Road is knocked up. Theraton 5, despite the fact that they were out, have now taken over 16th place.
Yeah.
They have managed to pass T5. Somehow they have managed to come through, but Begopa and Petrichor Road, they did exactly what they needed to do here in the end. The only team that can really throw a wrench in anything at this point is Navi.
Okay, what can you do, Navi? You've got New Happy that's going to be in front of you. Begopa, everybody else now starting to breathe a sigh of relief. They don't know yet, but they're still going to be fighting for every single point they can get. They don't know how everything is stacked up the way that we do. So New Happy has to contend with Navi. No kills just quite yet. Only 2 members up. 4 members for New Happy that they're having to contend with. BB is taking pretty much control over the entirety of the circle except for the small area that New Happy has on lock.
Sending all the utility they have over, but unfortunately it's just... Oh, there we go. Inuyasha gets spotted. The spray coming in from Sosa, and he finds another one. And Navi coming alive in the late game. It's not over yet. Don't go anywhere. The boys in yellow and black are pushing through.
Okay, Begopa gets vision back up into Navi. bullets aren't connecting the way they want. Finally do manage to get the knock, and Na'Vi is eliminated. They don't get the points. So with this, they're going to shift up into 18th, and we have our top 16 for the grand finals.
What an effort there at the end from Na'Vi, from 4 AM, from Geek, everyone leaving it all on the line, trying to go for that 16th place spot. But in the end, it is going to be...
Xleft ain't giving up, man. He's just
no, he's not. Of course he's not. He is sitting there in the blue, still trying to farm, but he will go down eventually. But the job has been done. Although, well, I don't know. Okay, we're still moving around here a little bit. Okay, Petrichor Road will take it in 15th. Our cut line at 57 points. T1 being the first one to go down with 56.
Vegapod now lined up against New Happy, and they're going to get eliminated. New Happy now revealing in position. That means the fact that it's going to be BB, who's had control for so long. Molodok up on the high ground, unloading. New Happy now removed. Here comes Forest Gaming. They're going to go ahead and try to make a shift over into the east, but it's going to be a doozy. Already got Arena into it. It is a 4v2, and it looks like BB's going to continue their climb. Presently in 4th, feeling it all the way through. A doozy does go down, but it doesn't matter. BB picks it up in the end.
What a day for BB team, what a day for Forest, and what a day for International PUBG, as we have just been going absolutely insane for these final games. These guys have laid it out on the line in this first competition, and unfortunately, after today, we're going to have to say goodbye to 6 teams as we get ready for our grand final.
Bro, we said the fact that it was going to come down to can you get your team into the end. Xleft with that play, just trying to survive and outlive enough to buy points is absolutely insane.
Clutch plays from clutch players. This is where superstars are born, and this is where superstars remind everybody why they are damn superstars, and that is exactly what Xleft did, and now we get to see what he's going to look like in the grand final.
Time to send it over to our analysts to get us ready for the grand final, which should be awesome.
It's a big BB bonanza here, as when BB team gets a win, it's often followed up by another one on the day. Somewhere, somehow, BB team, big win.
And in one of the most important matches here, right? BB team, they step up, they take the high ground, and they just dominate. Again, a case of where a team that's already qualified has a huge amount of impact, right?
Yeah.
You can see the teams that are not qualified, they're like, okay, it's BB. They're already qualified. If we go up against them, they're just going to commit everything against us. And they had the high ground. They had the 8Xs. They had the big scopes, and they were just dashing out so much damage.
The big guns coming out from them, and of course, things were extremely tense actually down towards the south, of course. As you have teams like Petrichor Road. Initially, what I thought was going to be a little bit more of a hold from the Freaks. Of course, that south shift comes in. They are able to have a little bit of a reprieve coming around that east side. Sorry, west side even, I should say. But still, it was tense down there.
It was. And for a team like DK, you know, tried to take the emergency pickup, got kind of scouted out.
PWD,
yeah, and then he dropped off. Yeah, overall, like how the game kind of worked out. It's the teams again that's already in that's just taking their time. They're making sure everyone else is having to take the time. Forest as well, a team that's quite surprising to me, quite deep into the top 8 here of our overall.
Yeah,
we were able to do extremely well. They also had quite a big impact on some of the teams that had to have a big game.
And one of the bigger victims regionally for all of the regions coming into PGS 7-4, getting to the grand final, actually EMEA. We lose 3 teams here. Now, I was talking about how much Korea may lose here, but I have to be fair. 3 losses for EMEA is actually quite unusual for us going into a final, so it is tough stuff. All right, well, we are ready to head over to some interviews over with Lisa.
welcome to the post-match interview. I am Lisa, and I'm joined by X-Left from Apr-4 Road. So first, congratulations on making it to the finals. 恭喜进入决赛. So we can find out that the final game was so intense, and you make to the finals by the slimmest of margin. So what were you thinking at that time? Like just as a solo people fighting till the very end. 那么最后的话，其实也可以看到一个人险进决赛，当时是什么样的一个心情？
其实就还好吧，钻到那个洞底下，然后寻思就是跟崔七开始分散投资嘛，然后他在外面拿淘汰，我在这边苟排名。
So just we have different role with Chui, like he is getting the ranking point, I'm getting the, Chui was getting the points for the people, and I'm getting the points for the ranking. So we have different duties, but we just get into the finals. And also we were just very curious that we know that Peril is a very dominated team in the PCL region, but to be honest, in this PGS, you're not that dominated. So we're just wondering that what is the question underlying? 那么其实我们也知道 Peril 在 PCL 其实是完全非常有统治力，但是这次在 PGS 好像没有发挥出完全的统治力。那么你觉得问题可能出现在哪里了呢？
其实我感觉就是可能第一天就是圈形有所眷顾的时候，我没有就是把它给把握住吧，然后到后面可能有一点压力，然后加上就是打的有点束手束脚，然后还有个人状态一些的问题吧。但是我觉得我们会在就是后面的决赛调整过来的。
So actually maybe back to the first day that we got really luck from the circle, but I didn't really take 100% of the control of that. And also later on I got really pretty much pressures, but I believe that I can just refill and refresh myself and be more ready to the finals. Thank you very much, X-Left, and good luck to you in the finals. Thank you. 谢谢. And next we will have Tigoten from the Falcons. Big T, come to the stage. Okay, Big T, welcome. And we know that you are now under a different name, back to the PGS stage. Like, what do you think is the differences, like, compared to the last time?
Last time, we were under Sonics, and obviously everyone's very familiar with that name, so it must look a little bit different for the chat to see us as Falcons. Falcons is a great org. Lots of support, so very excited to be representing them. They'll be sending a sports psychologist and a physiotherapist here for us, so excited.
Cool. And we can see that you really had a very solid performance today. And just, are you confident into getting a champion this time?
I'm not sure. We had a great day one. Today, honestly, I tried some caffeine pills and I've been jittery all day. I died first, like every game, so probably won't be doing that in the future.
Cool. We're just expecting your performance in the finals. And like during the final stage, who do you think would be the biggest obstacle for you during this who passed the championship?
I mean, coming to the event, I would have absolutely said Perro or Twisted Minds for obvious reasons, or DNF actually as well. They crushed their own region. But after watching the group stage, I think Day Trade is a huge threat. Every single player on that team was performing and fragging, and they had a really good role system. So I'm excited to see how they do in the finals.
Yeah, correct. Day Trade really nailed it in this group stage. We're just looking forward to the finals. And finally, I actually have a fact for everyone looking that Tigoten is a really great dancer. Do you agree?
Absolutely not.
Oh, he is way too modest. Actually, today we practiced Victory Dance 146, and he just performed way too good. Yeah, we can just try. We can do it if you want.
No, absolutely not.
No? Okay. Yeah,
That's as much as they're getting.
Yeah, but we will just post our videos on the PUBG Esports on social media, so just be sure to always focus us. And don't you? Like, you don't really want to perform it to the audience? Maybe just one time. Yeah,
No. It took us like 30 attempts earlier, I'm not going to lie, so I don't think I'll nail it on stage.
Okay, just looking forward to the videos on the PUBG Esports social medias. I think you will get big surprise from Tigoten. Okay, thank you. This is pretty much our post-match interview, and we're back to the analyst.
Thank you very much for those interviews. Come on, T. Next time, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. That was, I actually saw the dances. Did you see the dance?
I did not see the dance.
You didn't see the dance?
He has moves. I'm sure Tig is going to be able to, go in and absolutely nail the victory dances.
They dominate the dance like they dominated the leaderboards. That's for sure for good old Falcons and Tiggleton. Make sure to catch that. It's interesting. All right, well, we now know our 16 teams that are going to be moving on through into the grand final here for PGS 7. But first, let's take a look back at that game, because BB team with the big guns goes bang, bang, bang.
Big bangers.
Big bang.
Yeah, 14 kills for them. Again, a team that's coming in and just having a huge impact on this this last game. First, they got their game. We're like, okay, we're going to be qualifying now. They're like, okay, let's rip it up. And this actually put them into quite a big margin of points for the day. I think they're going to have one of the better days out of the group stage. I think maybe second or third overall for the best days here. Obviously, day trade yesterday was insane. Good to see Phil first coming here and get another one for 4 kills and 566 damage.
Basically, the Khabib of PUBG Esports.
Yes.
Absolutely, there he is. Look at him. Phil first doing what he does very, very well here for BB team. That's his second man of the match, right?
Yes. He did pop off. He had 5 another one. But yeah, here the team summary so far for the group stage. Daytrade is able to by far take that lead with the most kills. And that's actually quite a margin to have 25 more kills than the second place. With that, BB team actually puts themselves into second, a tied second with Tai Kula.
Teacher, I have a question.
Yeah, shoot.
Do you echo the sentiments of Tiggleton here? Are you scared of the potential for Daytrade to run away with it in that grand finals? What do you think?
In that finals, like everything just reset. Everything kind of goes back to like, okay, now we're playing for big money. We're playing for PGS points, and you have to pop off, right? But everyone else starts at 0, and that's really the scary thing for the teams, right? You're not going to be able to sit in a spot where like, oh, we need 5 more points to get into the top 16. Here, they can just play every single game and try to maximize. Daytrade, I could see them in a top 5.
Yeah.
I don't see them having, 30% more points than second place and winning the whole thing at the moment, because that's what they had, 30% more points than the second place team here for BB team. They're able to jump in to second
place.
Yes, 99 ahead of Taikule and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, sure, they don't look like the Twisted Minds we saw in PGS 4, 5, 6, but I would argue it's still their era, and their main focus is still to win globals and to eventually win PGC.
Yeah, obviously the Expendables winning the World Championship put a little bit of spanner in that works for them, right? However, yeah, still Twisted Minds when it comes to PGS, very, very strong. Here is our cutoff. T1 does not make it. They're on 5 by the skin of their teeth, because they go out early in that game, manages to stick the 16th place landing.
Yeah, and as we talked about, I thought T1's going to be 17th, and they did. I actually was maybe seeing an RV in. It's a big surprise for me. Now uncontested and not managing to get more points than this. They don't have a 17 kind of hot drop situation for it, and here with that, they're not here. We're going to be having these teams here, though, James.
Here is
surprises.
Our teams. Yeah, a few surprises for me for sure. I mean, Tikula doing as well as they did.
Yeah, Forest Gaming doing that well.
Yes, absolutely here. Bagopar being able to get in as well.
Without PO.
Without PO is obviously a huge boost to the position that they find themselves in here as well. 3 from North Americas. Sorry, the Americas. Let's be very specific about that.
Yeah, the majority is coming in from that. We only have one
North
American team here. And basically that team has 25% Australia in there too. So, but yeah, the 16 teams here, James, I got to ask before we kind of round it off.
Sure.
The teams here, what teams do you see being, 3 favorites, if you may?
I think you have to pivot back to the 3 favorites we came in to the tournament with.
Okay.
Twisted Minds, Freaks, and still Petrichor, I want to say. I think
no Expendables? No PGC champions? Cloris was looking very, very strong. He was looking like on fire, and I think mindset turns to a different one. Here it's just like, oh, we're just going to get top 16. Once we get into a grand final stage mindset, I think it changes. I think that it turns it up quite differently.
I always think it's a very important thought experiment to do going from group stages into grand finals. One, the lobby is all strong, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it is technically in group stages. However, there's fluctuating lobbies, more chaos, etc. across those group stages. In the final, 3 days worth of games, it's always the same teams. They're going to play more sturdy. They're going to play more stable. The teams that usually rise to the top, like a Twisted Minds, all these kind of names, are the ones that usually stick that landing in the grand finals. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a different meta, and now with the group stage being figured out, the teams are going to go back and say, we're sticking to these drop spots here. We're going to be coming in and playing that. we might still see a hot drop situation. It could be fun, but still, it's not the hard contest because now much more prize pool online, PGS points online, and yeah, we're going to be starting a Miramar on Friday.
And just to bring it back to the day trade, they blast the group stages. However, we've seen that in a previous PGS. They've got to the final before, and they did slip a little bit.
Yeah.
So that consistency really needs to be there. Again, a little bit of a change to the roster and how it stands and stuff like that. Obviously, with Tigger being added to that and making it work. So maybe that could be the difference maker.
It could be. I'm hoping for it. Honestly, what we saw from them in the group stage was just so exciting. It was so exhilarating. And if they are able to continue that, they'll be insane. But still, you could see the respect on the other teams. When Daytrade was running at them, when Daytrade was fighting them, people were backing off because they had so many points, and they were still fighting to get into that top 16 and solidifying themselves inside the spots to get into the finals.
Even the respect of the excellent breakdancer Tiggleton in that last interview. But anyway, let's thank the people that make all of this possible as well. A huge thank you to Crafton and Heroes Esports for making everything possible here in Shanghai, China for our PGSs.
Yeah, and of course to op.gg for overpowering everyone's game here and to bringing us all the stats.
Love it. Go and check those out. Make sure as well to check out Aorus here, our official PC partner, making those PCs tick over on the stage.
Yeah, and what we on top of that put in is the AMD CPUs, the processors to power everyone's computers here to give the most frames possible.
Getting it done. We also have Zowie here making sure that all of it's crystal clear for these players so they can pop some heads. Bang, bang, bang.
And while they're popping heads, they need to be comfortable too, and they're doing that with Underseed, of course. Everyone here is sitting comfortable. All the casters, the players, everyone in the back is also making sure they're comfortable in the seat, and they're staying there. They're chilling out. And they're getting focused as well to make sure the games are popping.
Yeah, I've seen some of them, once they get actually knocked, they just kind of recline back, chill out. And finally, we've got Lexi joining us here, as well as the official memory sponsor and partner for the PGS7. So all good times. Any final thoughts before we wrap things up, Mr. Avenger?
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the most chaotic PGSs I feel like we ever witnessed.
Group stages for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, and it's shaking up everything. It's ever changing towards the advantage of APAC, and it's new teams coming off, popping off here. Daytrade, of course, having such a huge advantage over second place, 30% more points is kind of unheard of, and it looks like what we saw from Twisted Minds back in last year.
Definitely does, definitely does. All right, and with that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world. We are done for the group stage. We now know our 16 teams, which will challenge for our first international of the year here at PGS7. We take 1 day's break tomorrow, but don't worry, right after that, we are back, same time, same place, to crown a champion. See you then.